Don't Call Me Greta, a Stolen at Birth novel. Written by Angie Stanton. Narrated by Nicci Hejnar. Copyright 2021 by Angie Stanton. Chapter 1. Warrant issued for Cheryl A. Winslow of 2984 Oak Ridge Avenue, Rochester, Minnesota Police Dispatch. My heart drops. It's like she doesn't want me to have a life. Mom, you promised. I know, Piper, but it's busy at work and I can't get away. She peers into the hall mirror and applies lipstick. That's Mom's tired old story. I huff, stomp to the fridge, and pull out a box of frozen waffles. I'm not asking for a week, just a couple of days next weekend to tour campus and come home. I slam the door, sending refrigerator magnets flying. It's the only time I can go now with my volleyball schedule. I won't get another chance. And I know that's her goal. Watch your attitude, Missy. Not every kid needs to go to college. She smacks her lips together. Stay in Rochester and work at the cafe. Isn't it supposed to be every parent's dream for their kids to go to college? Mom peeks her head around the corner. I couldn't stand not seeing you every day, she says with an endearing smile that usually wears me down. Not this time. That's creepy. I drop 2 waffles into the toaster and lean against the counter. She comes and wraps her arms around my shoulders, ignoring the fact that I'm as stiff and cold to her as the waffles. She pecks me on the cheek with coffee breath, then moves to refill her cup. I wipe away the rosy lipstick mark I know she's left. You can't keep me cooped up in this town forever. And honestly, your separation anxiety is worse than a 2-year-old's. I fetch the syrup from the cupboard. Don't sass me, young lady. Mom sips her coffee, then disappears into the laundry room. But why Indiana? It's so far away. It's a lot closer than where Zach is. My brother goes to college in Boston and at the moment is off the grid on a summer volunteer trip to Haiti. She never holds him back. If you don't want to do campus visits, I'll go with Joni. The dryer door clicks shut and rumbles into action. Mom reappears, a crease in her brow. You know I don't like the idea of you driving long distances. I'm 17. You can't baby me forever. She wipes away a coffee ring on the counter and returns the box of waffles to the freezer. Dad would have loved to take me. Mom goes still, her hand on the refrigerator door. Shame hits me for striking the low blow. With her back to me, she says softly, Yes, he would have. But he's gone, and you're stuck with my rules. Her voice is steely stubbornness. The toaster pops up with the aroma of toasted sweetness. I snatch my hot waffles and squeeze syrup on it until every little compartment fills. Mom touches my arm. I jerk away. Piper, I'm sorry, but parents protect their children, and there is nothing I wouldn't do for you. Her eyes are dark and sad, but the truth is that the only thing she's protecting me from is her own fears and phobias. Except let me go to France with the French club or work anywhere other than Crystal's Cafe where my tips are less than minimum wage. You didn't even want me to get my driver's license. That's so messed up. You need help. Mom's phone pings. She picks it up and frowns, tapping away at the screen, again disregarding me as if I'm still the little girl she can control. Mom. She focuses on the screen, totally blocking me out. Mom! But it's as if she can't hear me. I grab my plate and stomp upstairs to get ready for practice. As I dig into the gooey sweetness of my breakfast, I contemplate going by myself to Indiana for a campus tour. Zach would freak if I took his car past city limits, but not as much as Mom. I'm allowed to drive it to the cafe and practice, but that's about it. She'd go ballistic if she knew Joni and I took it to the lake yesterday. I get the whole parental empty nest fears, but she was never this way with Zach. I swallow the last bite of waffle, lick the plate, and set it aside. God, I can't wait to get out of this town. After changing into practice shorts and t-shirt, I sweep my hair into a high pony. As I'm applying mascara in front of the mirror near the window, I notice a police car pull into the driveway and a black SUV park at the curb. I freeze. There's only 2 other times a police car has been here. One was when Zach and his friend Finn got caught drinking at school. The other was 5 years ago when Dad died. I want to yell to Mom, but my mouth goes dry. Dropping the mascara tube onto the bedside table, I watch 2 officers step out. One a man, the other a woman, and approach the house. The man from the SUV joins them. There is an intense set to their faces. Zach. Oh, God, don't let something have happened to Zach. I head downstairs. The doorbell rings. I grip the railing, unable to step forward. No, this can't be happening. The shadow of the officers darkens the entryway. I have to get Mom, to warn her. If something happened to Zach, it will break her. But I can't move. If I do, things will change. Right now, everything's normal. Well, as normal as it's been since Dad died. Moving means learning something horrible. The bell rings again. Piper, can you get the door? Maybe it's not something bad. Maybe it's a routine call or a question about a neighborhood break-in. I take a breath. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm about to move forward when Mom comes around the corner. Piper, why are you standing there? She barely glances at me as she opens the door. Her body goes rigid the instant she sees the officers. Good morning, ma'am. Are you Cheryl Winslow? The man not wearing a uniform asks. He is middle-aged with a gray goatee and wrinkles around his eyes. He's wearing a navy sport coat and pants that seem a bit too big. Yes. She grips the doorframe, her face pale. Is it my son? Her voice wobbles. He notices me on the steps and stares, as do the 2 officers. No, ma'am. Her body visibly goes slack. I release my breath. Ma'am, my name is Michael Cates. I'm a detective with the Rochester Police Department, and this is Officer Farr and Officer Reback. May we come in? Oh, of course. She swings the door wider, and suddenly the small entryway is crowded with imposing strangers. They look at me, then each other, and nod. I press my lips together, wondering what's going on. Is everything all right? Mom takes in the officials. Her eyes dart to me and then the door. Do you have a daughter named Piper Ann Winslow? Detective Cates asks. All eyes turn on me again. Mom's head whips back to the detective. They lock eyes and something passes between them. Her head drops. I didn't do anything. Okay, I backed into a tree at the lake with Zach's car, but it only left a small mark. And my friends from volleyball and I TP'd Joni's ex-boyfriend's house, but that was 2 weeks ago. The detective steps forward. Are you Piper? His body language is formal, but I'm pretty sure he already knows who I am. I swallow. Yes. Piper, why don't you go upstairs while I talk to the detective? Mom suggests. But something's up, and if someone blamed me for something I didn't do, I want to know. Am I in trouble? Not at all, he says kindly. Mom, what's going on? There's an eerie vibe in the air, and panic in Mom's eyes. Mrs. Winslow, the detective continues. Are you aware your daughter has been using a stolen social security number? Mom shakes her head. No, I didn't. How could that be? And why would the police show up for that? And her school documents state an entirely different number. She stares blankly. They do? Mom, what's going on? Mrs. Winslow, Why don't you claim your daughter on your tax returns? She shifts from one foot to the other and wraps her arms around her middle. I must have missed that line. And yet you claimed your son Zachary Winslow every year since his birth. She squeezes her eyes shut, as if his words are a painful blow, and I'm more confused than ever. Ma'am, have you ever been to Kansas City? Mom doesn't answer. She angles toward me with watery eyes. I silently implore her to talk to me, but she says nothing. Please answer the question. His friendly demeanor is gone. She shakes her head again and takes a step backward. I'd rather not. Mrs. Winslow, did you abduct a newborn infant from the Mercy Hospital on August 29th, 2004? What? Is he out of his mind? Mom takes another step back, bumping into a coffee table. I rush to her side. Mom, what is going on? Tell him he's asking the wrong person. Anguish covers her face. Why isn't she defending herself? She begins to speak, but no words come out. The assembled group watches. Mom whispers, "Please forgive me." The detective nods his head at the female officer, and she steps forward and addresses Mom. Cheryl Winslow, you are under arrest for the kidnapping and abduction of infant Greta Lacey Grout. Before I realize what's happening, my mother's hands are cuffed behind her back. What are you doing? I demand. You have the wrong person. She's never stolen a thing in her life. They ignore me and read Mom her rights as I try to grasp what's happening. They usher her outside to the squad car. None of this makes sense. I would know if my mother stole a baby. My head buzzes with panic. Mom, tell them it's not true. She doesn't. Her shoulders slump and her head hangs low as they place her in the back seat. The car door closes with a solid thud. I rush to her window. Mom, what should I do? Her head lifts. Her gaze is sad and loving. Please step aside, the detective says as the engine starts. Wait! I yell, but the patrol car backs into the street and whisks my mother away. My heart pounds in panic. I turn my attention to Detective Cates. You've made a terrible mistake. There was never any stolen baby here. The detective faces me with sympathy. Miss, you are the stolen baby. Chapter 2. Adam Ford, a dispatch. Cheryl Winslow is in custody and being transported to the Olmsted County Jail. Officer G. Farr, Rochester Police Department. What? No! I blurt, but he remains silent. The female officer looks as though she feels sorry for me. I'm not a stolen baby. My God, I've lived here my whole life. There are hundreds of baby pictures of me. This is messed up. Where are they taking my mom? I'm not sure what I can do. I need to talk to Zach, but he's been out of cell range for weeks. The detective addresses me in slow, measured words. His voice is kind, as if addressing a small child. She's being taken to the police department. You've got it all wrong. I'm going down there. I turn wildly toward the house. I need my handbag and the keys to Zach's car. Piper, he says gently, we'll take you. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and we have some for you as well. I give in. They are the authorities, and if someone can give me answers, it's them. During the silent ride, I replay the bizarre events in my head. The police honestly believe my mom kidnapped an infant and that I'm the stolen baby. But there's no logical reason she would have done that. Mom wouldn't steal a cherry tomato from a salad bar, let alone a human being. And we're so close, always have been, except for her freakish overprotectiveness. But they asked about my social security number. People make honest mistakes. It had to be. If so, then why didn't she defend herself? And more importantly, why did she ask me to forgive her? All I need is a few minutes alone with her to find out what's going on. Because if I was some kidnapped baby, she wouldn't be my mom, and Dad wouldn't have been my real dad, and Zach wouldn't be my brother. That can't be possible. God, I wish Zach was here. We enter the station, and I scour the sterile halls for any sight of Mom. But all I see are uniformed officers and government employees. The air conditioning raises goosebumps on my arms and legs. I'm dressed in a t-shirt and shorts for volleyball practice, not a trip to the police station. My athletic shoes squeak with each step on the tile floors. My body is tense, like a string pulled far too tight. Here we are. The detective opens the door to a small carpeted room with a worn navy couch scattered with yellow pillows, a padded desk chair that's seen better days and is next to a side table holding coloring books and crayons. There's a TV on the wall and a collection of kiddie movies, mostly animated. I sit on the couch. Would you like something to drink? Detective Cates offers. No, thank you. I tuck my hands under my thighs and notice a bookcase holding cheery stuffed animals and bright-colored toys. This room is set up for minors who have family members under arrest. Where is my mom? He hesitates and takes the chair. His expression is calm, but his eyes speak volumes. She's currently being processed and then will be questioned. Oh. Hopefully Mom can straighten all this out. He clears his throat. You must have questions. I nod. I have a million. But I also realize I'm in new territory here. Do I need a lawyer or something? You don't, but one will be appointed for your mother. Piper, I'll start from the beginning. On August 29th, 2004, Melissa Grout gave birth to a daughter. That evening, after her husband David went home with their older children, and while Melissa was in the shower, a woman disguising herself as a maternity ward nurse entered the room, placed the infant in a large handbag, and left the hospital. I hear his words, but he must be talking about someone else. And you think that baby was me? Yes, he states, looking me directly in the eyes. It was you. My head is buzzing. It's not. It can't be. The mother you know, Cheryl Winslow, gave birth prematurely to a daughter on August 27th, 2004, in a nearby town. That baby died 2 hours later. We believe that after leaving the hospital and grief-stricken from losing her child, she drove to the hospital in Kansas City, impersonated a nurse, and stole the Grout baby. There is no way. I shake my head. He pulls out a document and sets it on the coffee table. Here is the death certificate for Cheryl Winslow's baby. I stare at the paper. My heart hammers so loud that I swear he can hear it. I pick up the document. There's my mother's name, the date, the name of the hospital, and the name of the baby. Piper Ann Winslow. It's me. I want to say, see, I'm her child. But the words printed clearly across the top of the document reads, Death Certificate. Piper Ann Winslow died. A cold shudder goes through me. The blood drains from my face. But this doesn't prove anything, does it? He watches my reaction with concern. Or is it pity because I don't understand? I'm trying to grasp this information. I'm not dead. I'm right here. My chest tightens, and it's hard to breathe. Detective Cates opens a small refrigerator in the corner and sets a bottle of water in front of me. I realize this is a tremendous shock. We have someone you can talk to if you like. Gripping the bottle like a lifeline, I shake my head. No, I want to talk to my mom. How soon can I see her? Only she can explain what this is about. and how they've got it all wrong. The detective sighs. Your mother, or should I say Cheryl Winslow, has been arrested on felony charges, and you won't be allowed to see her until she's appeared before the judge at a preliminary hearing. With the Labor Day holiday, that won't happen until Tuesday. I nod. 3 days. But I can see her after that? He hesitates. The judge will determine if there is probable cause. He will set bail and may or may not allow visitor contact. I stand and turn away, staring at the tree outside the small window. All I want to do is have her back and find out what really happened. I'm sure he's not giving me the whole story. Maybe there was a mix-up at the hospital or something. Whatever it is, I'm sure we can get through this. So she can get out on bail? The detective aims a pointed look my way. I'm going to be totally honest. Due to the circumstances, the judge may not allow bail, and it's highly doubtful that he'll permit you to see her at all. I whip around. That's not fair. I didn't do anything wrong. He frowns sympathetically. But what she did was very wrong. The detective pesters me with questions about my social security number, why I only work for tips, and if my mother ever hinted that I wasn't hers. Detective Cates excuses himself, and I finally have a moment alone. I drop back on the couch and pull a throw pillow into my lap and hug it. This can't be real. I wish Dad was here, or Zach. But if what the police are telling me is true, then my dad was never my dad after all. I can't think that way. It's too much. I pull my phone from my bag, but who am I going to text? There's Joni, but then the whole volleyball team would know before I even make my next practice. I need to tell Coach that I'm going to miss practice. I start to text, but what do I say? I'm at the police station because my mother's been arrested? I toss the phone away and lay my head on the pillow. I close my eyes and will this to go away. A hollow void fills my ears, like I'm in a vacuum chamber and can't escape. A bit later, the detective returns with an envelope and a small box. The officer that was at the house is with him again. I swipe my eyes and sit up. She gives me a sympathetic smile. How are you holding up? How does she think? I say nothing. I brought some pictures. The detective holds out an envelope. Would you like to see what your family looks like? I wince as if struck. Mom and Zach are my family. Let me rephrase that. Would you like to see the family that you were taken from? Another wave of anxiety hits. Do I want to? I'm still not convinced I've got the whole story. How can you be so sure without a DNA test? He and the officer share a look. There's something they aren't telling me. These are the police. Aren't they supposed to be helping me more? There's no question of your identity, but this test will make it official. You are the stolen grout baby. He opens the box and pulls out a test kit. All you do is swab the inside of your cheek and insert it in the tube. No pain. I stare at the kit. A simple swab is going to determine who I really am. All these years I've been Piper Winslow, and now I might be someone else based on a Q-tip? What if I don't do it? I know this is hard, but it must be done. The officer says, as if reading my mind. Fine. I agree, because honestly, I don't think I have a choice. It's as if I've been arrested alongside my mom. My eyes tear up, and I try not to cry as I rub the cotton tip inside my mouth. My hands shake as I return the swab. He inserts the swab into the tube. I'm signing to verify the time and place the sample was taken. Officer Decker is signing as witness. Do I sign? My voice sounds more emotional than I like.
As a minor, your signature isn't required.
I nod, not trusting myself to speak. I rise again, move to the corner, and lean against the wall where I can stare out at the street below. I get no say in all of this, not even the right to sign my name. But what is my name? If I'm not Piper Winslow, who am I? Without facing him, I ask, "What did you say their names were?"
Grout. Melissa and David Grout.
I cringe. Do you know anything about them?
Let me see.
He shuffles through his file.
Says here he is a licensed funeral director.
My eyes widen. How creepy is that?
And Melissa's a stay-at-home mother. But she used to work as an esthetician.
They sound fun, I say sarcastically. He overlooks my comment.
They now live in the Seattle area and have 3 other children. So you have siblings.
He says brightly, as if I should be high-fiving the good news. I hold up my hand to correct him because I have to hold out hope. My DNA is a match. He hesitates, but then stays silent. I return to the couch and pull the pillows into my lap again.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to see a picture of the family? You might find it enlightening.
Before I answer, he picks up the envelope and removes a photograph. Wait! He pauses, photo in hand. I can't. He sighs and his eyes soften with empathy.
This is a great deal to digest. I'll leave this here and you can look at it when you're ready. We'll give you some privacy. We need to drop off the sample for processing and you must be hungry. I'll bring you back some lunch.
He gathers the DNA kit, and as he exits, I notice an officer posted at the door. I'm being guarded.
Chapter 3. Rochester woman arrested for stealing newborn infant 17 years ago. CBS Nightly News, Minneapolis.
What do they think I'm gonna do? Run away? The only place I have to go is home. I glance at the envelope with the photo poking out. I don't want to put faces with their names. I take my phone and lay it on the couch. Scrolling through my feed, my friends' lives are going on as normal. Miranda posted a pic of her brother's new truck. Joni posted her new pedicure. I hold my phone up to take a selfie. My eyes look lost, as if anyone could peer into my soul. I snap the pic. I examine the introspective expression and my dark hair splayed across the yellow throw pillow. If Piper Winslow died 17 years ago, who am I? Am I the stolen child of a guy who works with dead bodies and a woman who pops zits? I type #whoami and hit post. Rolling my head to the side, I stare at the envelope. If I look, it'll open a whole new can of worms. I'd rather concentrate on when I can see Mom. I know she's in deep trouble, but once we post her bail and get her a good lawyer, things will work out. I stare at the ceiling, connecting the dots on the tiles to pass the time. It's better not to think about what's happening. I wonder how volleyball went and if Coach posted the starters for our next game. After missing a season because of a broken arm, I'm supposed to be starting. Hopefully, I can find out tonight at Tess's pool party. There's a light knock on the door and Detective Cates enters with a bag of McDonald's. I sit up. Here you go. He sets it on the coffee table and notices the untouched envelope with photos. Thanks. Now that the smell of fried food catches my attention, I realize I'm hungrier than I thought. I tear open the bag and pop a large fry in my mouth. The familiar warm saltiness must do something to my endorphins because I immediately feel better. When can I go home? I take a long drag on a chocolate shake. The cool, sweet heaven of it places me back into the world of the living. Yes, about that. Family services will be here shortly to determine your placement. What? I set the shake down and wipe my hands on my legs, realizing I'm not wearing jeans, and grab a napkin. What do you mean placement?
You're a minor. You need supervision.
I roll my eyes. I've had overnight babysitting gigs. I can handle staying at home alone for a night or two.
Under the circumstances, that's not possible.
I take a super long draw on my shake to keep myself from telling him what I think about that. There's another knock at the door. A young woman who doesn't look much older than I am enters. She's got long blonde hair, glossy, berry-colored lips, and is wearing high boots with black pants and a purple blouse. Hi, I'm Christina Wolf with the Department of Family Services. You must be Greta. White teeth flash from her eager smile. There's a file in her hand. I swallow. Wrong room. I look to the detective who rubs his forehead. Christina flips through the file. I'm sorry, I'm looking for Greta Grout. My jaw drops. Grout? That's the name the arresting officer used. The detective stands. Miss Wolf, this is Piper Winslow. She examines her file and glances back. Ah, yes, of course. She beams at me reassuringly. The buzzing in my ears starts up again and I lower the shake to the table. Is that supposed to be my real name? The name those people gave their stolen baby? Greta? I can't be a Greta. I look to the detective, but he's frowning at this Christina chick. My shock must be evident because her smile falters. I apologize, I thought you knew. I'm still stuck on the idea of going through life as a Greta. I'm so not a Greta. Please let me be Piper Winslow. Detective Cates seethes through clenched teeth. We hadn't gotten that far. She ping-pongs her glances between the detective and me. She gives a little grimace, then sits. Where is Brenda Sanchez? Detective Cates demands. She has been handling this case. Brenda's father had a heart attack, so she couldn't be here, but no worries, I reviewed the file. She eyes my French fries, then smiles. This must be shocking for you. She waits for me to respond, like it's gossip time at our lockers between classes. When I don't, she continues. Don't you worry. You're in good hands. First off, we need to find you a place to stay. According to Brenda's notes, she rifles through the pages of the file and pulls a couple of sheets to the top. We have a couple of options here. Foster home, but you're how old? She rifles through the pages again. 17, I say, and the vision of me showing up on some stranger's doorstep makes my stomach roll. Right, you're pretty old for placement. A group home would be more appropriate. I break out in a sweat. No, you can't make me. Piper, calm down. Miss Wolf's job is to find an appropriate placement for you, the detective says. That's right. Do you have any family or close friends we could consider? Her pen is poised. My brother will be home in a couple weeks. He leaves for college a few days later, but there's no way I'll share that tidbit. We need someone today, Christina says. Any other family, aunts or uncles, grandparents? No. My mom was an only child and her parents died before I was born. There's my grandma on my dad's side, but she lives in New York State. I also haven't seen her since his funeral, and now that I think of it, there's my aunt and uncle too, but I only met them a couple of times. No, we need someone local for tonight. Thinking, Christina taps her pen on her folder. Any girlfriends or neighbors you'd be comfortable with? My friend Joni, but she's out of town. There's my mom's friend Tammy Buchanan. She lives a couple blocks from us. And now that I think of it, Tammy would definitely let me stay with her. Mom would be good with it too. Do you have her number? Sure. I open my phone and bring up Tammy's phone number. She is going to freak when she hears about this. But if I have to be someplace other than home, this is good. She'll let me stay until Zach gets home. In fact, she should be able to help me convince them to release Mom. The social worker looks up from copying down the number. "You won't be here that long," she says. "Why not?" Kate stands suddenly. His chair careens into the bookcase with a clunk, knocking a stuffed bunny off. "Christina, step outside with me for a moment." Oh, sure." She sets down the file and follows him out. A minute later, they return. Christina presses her perfectly red lips into a tight smile and sits down again. "Let me start again." She glances at the detective and he nods. She continues. "Piper, you're going through a difficult situation, and my job is to advocate for your best interests. That includes placing you in a safe environment, transporting you to official appointments, and serving as liaison with the Department of Family Services." Clearly, he read her the riot act. Satisfied that she's back on track, he excuses himself and steps out. She goes on to say how she'll contact Tammy and pick up some things at my house. When she's exhausted her duties and my head is spinning trying to keep up, she leans forward and whispers, "So you really didn't know?" "Of course not. And now I feel stupid. I never looked like anyone in my family, but Zach doesn't really either, other than having the same body shape as Dad." She pats my arm again, like I'm clueless. "I know how difficult this is right now, but I assure you everything will be all right. But I must warn you, the media is going to be all over your story." Inwardly, I groan, imagining reporters and cameras invading our quiet neighborhood, my school, and volleyball games. Christina excuses herself to make some calls. She picks up her file and notices the envelope with the photo sticking out. "What's this?" "Photos of the Grouts." I look the opposite way, not ready to put faces with these unknown strangers. It feels like it wouldn't be fair to Mom. Before I realize what's happening, she's slipped one out of the envelope. She glances at the photo, then me, and then back to the photo, a look of astonishment pasted on her face. She holds it out to me, but I ignore it. Until I have hard evidence of what Mom did, I'm not looking. Even though deep down there's too much doubt, I need to hang on to this thread of hope. "You haven't seen these?" "No, and I don't intend to," I snap. Christina sighs. "You'll meet them soon anyway." I whip my head around. "What?" Her eyes flash. Apparently, she wasn't supposed to mention it. She slides the photo back in the envelope. "It won't happen for days, maybe a week," she adds, waving her hand as if it's trivial. Her words are no reassurance, and I wonder if she knows what she's talking about. "We don't even have DNA results yet. They could be any old random people," I say. She hikes a carefully drawn eyebrow, glances at the door, then says in a hushed tone, "Actually, they do." I don't understand. "It was a DNA test that led to you," she says softly, her expression turning compassionate. "What?" I didn't take a DNA test, but then it strikes me. I did. Joni's family bought kits on special, and there was an extra, so Joni gave it to me and we did them together. We joked about how cool it would be if we were long-lost cousins. But I never saw the results. Then it dawns on me that I did get an email last week from the DNA place, but I never opened it. Your real parents discovered the DNA match right away. Officials were able to trace the test back to you. They confirmed you are the match from the passive DNA samples. I shake my head. What does that mean? Your DNA was obtained through a discarded water bottle and a soda can. I get a creepy feeling. They followed me? She nods. You and Cheryl Winslow have been under surveillance for the past 5 days.
Chapter 4. Massive thunderstorms closed Denver International Airport for 4 hours Friday, creating havoc for holiday weekend travelers, the Weather Channel.
Piper. Tammy, Mom's friend, pulls me into a hug in her foyer. It's been an awful day, and I'll be happy if I never see the inside of that police station again. Her soft arms lend the illusion of my mother. If it can't be Mom, her best friend is a fair enough substitute. As Christina waits patiently to hand me off, Tammy looks me over as if checking for signs of trauma. It's going to be okay. But the uncertainty in her eyes tells another story. Put your things in the great room for now. The girls are watching TV. Pizza will be here soon. I nod and robotically maneuver through the entryway. My bulky duffel bumps a decorative floor vase. Tammy catches it before it crashes. I'll give you a call in the morning, Christina chimes after me. In the great room, 8-year-old Nora is sprawled on the couch, mesmerized with Wonder Woman on the widescreen. Adrian, a year younger, freckled and blonde, is hunched over the coffee table and using duct tape on a craft project. My nose gets stuffy and I notice their cat, a giant tabby named Simon, sleeping on the floor. Hey, Adrian says, glancing up from her project. I dump my bag next to a rocker recliner and drop into it. Hey. I used to babysit for them, but not much since they got the cat. Adrian eyes my overnight bag. Mom says you're moving in. Not exactly, I respond, staring into dead air. If I have it my way, I'll be home in a day or so, and if I'm lucky, Mom will be too. My eyes begin to itch because of the cat. I have to sleep in Nora's room while you're here, she pouts. Sorry. The murmurs of Tammy and Christina talking about me echo into the room, but I can't make out what they're saying. Did you have a fight with your mom? Adrian asks. I sneeze and glare at Simon. Not exactly. I never got a chance to talk to her or ask any of the burning questions in my mind. The hall chatter quiets and Tammy appears with a soda, setting it next to me. She takes the adjacent seat. She's gone? I ask, pointing toward the hallway. Tammy nods. Good. The doorbell rings and Nora leaps off the couch. Pizza's here! Adrian stumbles after. No, it's my turn! Tammy takes advantage of their absence and settles concerned eyes on me. How are you? The polite answer would be to say I'm fine, but I'm not. I don't know what I am. I'm not okay. I'm not happy or relaxed or comfortable or certain what's happening. So I shrug. Do you think she did it? Tammy hesitates, deciding what to say. What I think, what I know, is that she loves you very much. I sneeze again. Nice way to show it. Hey, Mom, how come there's a police car out front? Nora carries 2 enormous pizza boxes and sets them on the coffee table. Tammy glances at me and grimaces. She knew, but didn't want me to. It's nothing to worry about. Eat your pizza. I sneeze again. I'm sorry. Let me get Simon out of here. She snatches the cat and disappears down the hall. My hunger on hold, I go to the front window. Sure enough, a squad car is parked at the curb. I watch it silently, just as the cops inside are likely watching me. What are they really doing here? I ask when I sense Tammy at my side. Keeping you safe. I turn. Why wouldn't I be safe? Piper, someone stole you from your biological parents. To the police, you're stolen property. They're not going to let you too far out of their sight until you're back with your real parents. I have real parents, I snap, because Mom and Dad can't possibly be anything less. I shouldn't take my anger out on her, but there's no one else around.
Tammy remains quiet, probably because there's nothing to say. It's a giant cluster. I stare at the shadowed car, a symbol of my mother's crime, and then Tammy's words sink in. Until you're back with your real parents. I close my eyes, bracing myself for the next brutal hit. When are they coming? She doesn't immediately answer. No one seems willing to talk straight with me, yet they all claim to be helping me. Christina told me they wouldn't be here for days or weeks. Exasperated, I snap. Is that why you got extra large pizzas, because my birth parents are joining us for dinner? She rests her hand on my shoulder. No, honey, it's nothing like that. I glare at her, fighting back the tears that sting my eyes. Tell me the truth. Her hand slides away. The Grout's flight was delayed because of a storm in Denver. They should be here tomorrow morning around 11. My breath catches. I can barely breathe. No one was going to bother giving me a heads up? Guilt crosses her face. It's a complicated situation. You think? I storm back to the living room and drown my anger with the thin crust pepperoni pizza. My mind is a low-level buzz of stress and shock. I stare at the movie without really seeing. I've been ripped away from my home. I'm under armed guard like a criminal, and tomorrow I'm being handed over to complete strangers. By my third slice, I'm consumed with sadness and fear. Despite Tammy and her girls sitting in the same room, I've never felt more alone or abandoned by the people I should trust. I message my friend Joni and tell her what happened. She's the closest person I have to family other than Mom and Zach, but she doesn't respond. Figures. I stare mindlessly at the movie until a scene suddenly catches my attention. Wonder Woman is battling the evil Ares. I watch in fascination as she faces impossible odds, yet takes matters into her own hands and wins back her power. I realize what I'm going to do. After everyone has gone to bed, I pace Nora's room like a caged animal. There's no way I'm waiting like an obedient child for some strangers to arrive. While no one has specifically said it, I'm certain the plan is for the Grouts to take me with them. I'm not going. I have one family, even if it is currently a screwed up mess. I'm not being shuffled to another home with no say or control over the situation. If I were 18, none of this would even be an issue. While watching the clock, waiting to make sure everyone is asleep, I hatch a plan. I need to get home for Zach's car, and just as important, some money. Except there's the pesky issue of a squad car surveilling the house. The flighty social worker went to my house and packed my bag. It's an odd assortment of shorts and tops, a pair of jeans, undergarments, and my sequined flip-flops. She packed literally all my makeup, a flat iron I never use, 3 necklaces, 2 bracelets, and a scarf. Apparently, she thinks accessories and makeup will fix my broken heart. After changing into peach shorts, a favorite gray t-shirt, and flip-flops, I bide my time. After what feels like an eternity, I heft my duffel bag strap over my shoulder. I close the bedroom door behind me. I tiptoe down the hall, and every creak in the floor sounds 50 times amplified. I hold my breath until I reach the great room. The house is silent as the moon casts shadows through the windows. There's sudden movement in the corner. I nearly jump out of my skin when I see green eyes watching me. The cat. I slip down the hallway to the entryway with Simon padding alongside me. I peek out the panel window next to the door. Outside, the police car looms, keeping watch as if I'm guilty of some heinous crime. My nose gets stuffy as the cat brushes against my leg.
I shoo him away, but he ignores me.
There's no way I can walk out the front door unless I plan on asking the officer for a ride. I'll have to leave through the patio door off the kitchen. As I make my way, I suddenly sneeze. My duffel bag bumps into the vase of branches. They scrape against the wall. I freeze, listening to see if the noise woke anyone. Simon looks on innocently. After a few seconds, I breathe again, fighting off another sneeze. I pass through the kitchen. Tammy's purse sits open on the counter with her wallet in full view. I need money. I'm not sure how much I have, but it can't be more than $50. I stare at the red leather wallet. I reach my hand out, but stop. What am I thinking? I'm not going to steal from Tammy. I hear a door open. Damn it! I'm so close to escaping. Footsteps sound as a light shines from the hallway, and then dims as someone enters the bathroom and closes the door. This is it. I can't wait any longer. I unlock the patio door and quietly slide it open, but the screen scrapes in the runner loudly. I push it barely far enough to squeeze through and pull the glass door closed behind me, leaving Simon staring at me with accusing eyes. Please don't meow. I don't take 3 steps before bright lights blind me. Oh my God! But no one is there. It's the motion detector lights. Bolting across the deck, I leap onto the lawn, nearly losing my sandals, and run like my life depends on it. I dash through the neighbor's yard, getting momentarily caught up in a low-wire garden fence, before dodging between the houses, my duffel slamming against my thighs. Did the cop see the light in the back of the house? Is he actually watching, or is he playing on his phone and bored out of his mind? When I get to the next street, I slow down, huffing and out of breath, but continue walking as if it's totally normal to stroll down Oak Ridge Avenue at midnight with an overnight bag. Between the light of the moon and the street lamps, there's no hiding, so I follow the street for 3 blocks. As I'm about to turn onto my street, I realize there could be a cop there too. I backtrack, cutting through yards, and come in the back way. Finally, my house is in sight, dark, quiet, and void of life. I peer between the houses for any cop cars, but the street appears empty. I wish I could sneak in the back, but I only have a key for the front. Stashing my bag against the side of the house, I dig out my keys, shove it in the lock, and slip inside in record time. Back in my house, my eyes need a chance to adjust to the dark. I don't want to flick on any lights if I can avoid it. Okay, what do I need? Money. Mom's purse. I know exactly where it is because she didn't have it when they arrested her, but when I flash my phone light at the shelf in the laundry room, her purse isn't there. I could have sworn it was this morning. In the kitchen, I flash the light around each counter. There's the syrup bottle on the counter from this morning, a flashback to when my life was still normal. I scan the kitchen table, even the chairs. No purse, just a bag of Cheetos and the newspaper. That's when I notice drawers pulled open and papers strewn around. I gasp. Suddenly I fear I'm not alone. Is whoever did this still in the house? My heart stutters as I scan the shadows, terrified someone's lurking. My eyes land on the credenza, where Mom keeps bills and other documents. It too is pulled out in disarray, and it hits me. The police went through our belongings looking for some kind of evidence. They must have taken her purse. With Mom's purse gone, I can't borrow any money. But I keep a secret stash. I peer up the dark staircase and brace myself. No one is up there, I tell myself, praying it's true. Still, I'm cautious as I shine my light to lead the way. I glance into Mom's room and stop short. They've been through all her things. The closet is torn apart as every box on the shelves has been taken down and pawed through. My skin crawls at the violation. Creeping on to my room, things aren't in disarray like Mom's, but I notice a couple of drawers ajar and I get a sick feeling. They think I was helping cover up Mom's crimes? In my top dresser drawer, I reach to the back for the tip money stashed in an old phone case. I was saving it for a senior spring break trip with my volleyball friends. Instead, it's going to fund my getaway. I stuff it in my purse and scan my room for what else to take. It's then I notice headlights on the street from a passing car. A patrol car slows as it approaches the house. I plaster myself against the wall, pressing my phone against my side to block the light. Do they know I left Tammy's? I peek out the side of the window as the car continues on. Maybe it is random surveillance, but one thing's for sure, I have to get out. I hustle down the steps and pause at the back door to make sure the coast is clear. I spot the bag of Cheetos on the counter and grab them. I'd meant to grab a supply of food, but I can't stay any longer. Zach's car is parked in the driveway where I left it. Keeping an eye on the road, I sneak to his car. Grabbing my duffel, I open the door and the interior lights blind me. Shoot! I close the door, which sounds thunderous in the quiet night, and open the back door instead. Thankfully, the light stays off. I toss the bag of Cheetos in, then my bag, and climb in, struggling to close the door behind me. Zach never cleans his car, so it's piled high with miscellaneous junk, and I can barely maneuver. I lose a flip-flop as I climb into the front seat, banging my knee on the gear shift. Physically shaking, I hit the door locks as if that'll protect me, and start the engine. If someone's watching the house, they're going to see me leave. But if it's only random drive-bys, I should be okay. I slide the car in reverse, the rear lights announcing my presence, and back out, heart thumping. If I can get out of the driveway, I'll be home free. I keep the headlights dark until I'm in the street, where I throw the car into forward and hit the gas. It takes about a half mile and 3 turns to exit my neighborhood onto a main road. My hands have a death grip on the steering wheel. I merge onto the highway. The farther I am from home, the easier I can breathe. But then a glance at the fuel gauge reveals the car is on fumes. I was going to fill it up on the way to volleyball this morning. It might get 10 miles or, with my luck, run out of gas before I hit the next mile marker. The next exit is a couple of miles up the road. "You can do it," I mumble, willing the car to make it to the gas station outside of town. I take the exit and am about to turn toward the station when the darkness is interrupted by the flashing red lights of a police car speeding toward me, sirens howling. How did they know? My blood goes cold as the lights speed near. Did Tammy hear me leave? Maybe the cops were watching my house and noticed Zach's car gone. I'm stuck. Stark fear tastes coppery in my mouth. But the squad car flies past and turns onto the highway. The wailing siren fades, and I'm swallowed by the black night. Either they are after someone else, or they don't realize they just passed me. "17, 5'8". Long light brown hair, brown eyes, last seen in the vicinity of the 500 block of Summit Avenue. Suspect is driving a 2013 blue Camry. Rochester Police Dispatch." My hands tremble as I swipe my debit card and place the nozzle in the gas tank. That was close. Whether they were after me or not, seeing the patrol car reinforces how much I need to leave. As gas glugs slowly, fueling my getaway car, I curse Mom for putting me in this position. My chest tightens as I think about how the day began. So I shove the thoughts away. I fetch the windshield washer, dripping water across the concrete, drag the squeegee across the glass, my nerves strung tight. "Hey, Piper." I let out a surprised little scream and whip around, flinging water on the intruder. But it's not the police. It's not the Department of Family Services woman or Tammy. I heave out my breath. Finn. Do you always sneak up on people? I try to keep my voice calm, but my heart does a little flip-flop at the sight of my brother's best friend. He leans casually against the side of the car wearing a charcoal-colored suit that probably costs more than my laptop, which I never thought to bring. Do you always shriek like a mad woman when someone says hello? Tongue-tied, I resume cleaning the windshield, trying to slow my racing heart. Even in the middle of this crazy situation, he affects me. Which I hate. I need to calm down, but until I have many miles behind me, I don't think that's possible. The sooner the tank is full, the sooner I'm out of here. Heard anything from Zach? I grit my teeth. Not since he landed. If my brother were here, I could say he's my legal guardian and that no strangers, no matter who they claim to be, can take me away. I shudder. Yeah, me either. Finn drawls, as if he has all the time in the world. He peers at me, shivering in my t-shirt, shorts, and bare feet, since my sandals are somewhere in the back seat. While he's dressed like he's on a magazine cover, complete with an air of superiority. He glances into the car where I hastily threw my duffel, purse, and phone. What are you doing way out here so late? Who are you, the gas police? I snap, wishing he'd go away. A car squeals into the station. I spin around, ready to dive behind my car. It's a Jeep, filled with locals wearing softball shirts and, from the looks of it, drunk off their asses. They check me out. I set my shoulders and finish the windshield as gas fumes seep from the slowly filling tank. With each move, I sense Finn's eyes fixed on me. You're making a real mess of it. Want some help? I give him the stink eye. He's the last person I'd ask for help. Dropping the squeegee into its bucket with a splash, I watch the pump churn up the cost of my full tank and try to calculate how much money I have in my account. Where are you going? Nowhere that concerns you. He pushes off and strolls around the car. Does your mom know where you are? He has no idea how loaded a question that is. Apparently, news of my stolen life hasn't leaked yet. I glare at him. And does your mom know where you are? He flinches. Good. He deserved that. The gas machine clunks to a stop. As I reach for the nozzle, another car pulls into the far side of the station. The headlights flash in my eyes. Without thinking, I duck. Finn's brow furrows. What's going on? Nothing, I whisper, and rest my head against the rusty side of Zach's old Camry. But it isn't nothing. It's people trying to take me away. I fight to calm my breathing. Unless you're afraid of a soccer mom, the coast is clear. My shoulders relax. Really? Thank God. I peek over the back of my car, and sure enough, the woman looks no more threatening than a children's librarian. I rise, remove the gas nozzle, but my hands tremble so much that I can't set it in its holder. I need to get rid of Finn. I need to get out of here, and I need to do it now. But the nozzle won't fit into the thingy. I try again, but tanned, steady hands take over. Finn slides the nozzle into place, then leans against the driver's side door. The top two buttons of his pristine white shirt are open. A loosened necktie completes the look. You want to tell me what's going on? He drawls as if he has all night to yammer away. I stare at him. He's always so easygoing, never a care in the world, and yet he's incredibly stubborn. No, I just need to get out of here. You're running away. He tilts his head toward the back seat. I don't deny it. You tell Zach about it? He unravels his tie and shoves it into his pocket.
I told you, I haven't heard from him. Now would you move? He considers me with his typical superior rich boy manner.
Where are you going?
Away. Anywhere but here.
What'd your mom do to piss you off this time?
He really has no idea. And there's no point in telling him. He'll find out soon enough. Whole town will. Scandal. That's putting it mildly. It doesn't matter. I need to go and you're in my way. He studies me as if I'm some advanced calculus problem.
So you're going to drive off into the great unknown at 1 a.m?
Yes, Einstein. I step forward.
I can't let you do that.
I grab the door handle, ready to shove him out of the way. Move! He rubs his chin and a lazy smile covers his face. He doesn't budge. Finn has always been an epic pain in the ass with a knack for making things worse. I don't know what you're thinking, but forget it. Go back to your country club or frat party or calendar girl and forget you saw me. Shaking his head, he says,
Nah, I'm involved now.
He pushes off from my car, and as I reach for the door, he beats me to it, opens it, and leans in. What are you doing? He stands, tosses my car keys in the air, and catches them. Finn, give them back! I shriek and try to snatch the keys, but he holds them high above my reach.
Calm down, Pipes.
He walks around to the passenger's side of the car.
You mind driving?
Excuse me?
Your driving stinks, but I've had a couple of drinks.
You're not coming with me. He looks over the top of the car, dangling the keys on his finger, and in a rare moment of straight talk says,
You're not taking off alone.
This is ridiculous. He climbs into the passenger seat and puts the keys in the ignition.
Well?
You can't come with me. He shrugs, slides his seat back, and stretches out his legs. I'm ready to slug him. Get out!
Nope.
You are the most arrogant, self-entitled jerk. Don't you have some bleach blonde beer cart girl to grope at your daddy's club? His mouth curls into a smile as he looks me over.
Nah, the pickings were slim tonight.
I glare. He leans back in his seat.
We gonna do this or what?
I stomp to the driver's side, get in, and laser him with a death stare. I'm serious. This is a one-way ride.
Great. I could use a getaway. Oh, look, here comes another SUV.
I crane my neck to see the vehicle pull in. It's a Mini Cooper. I doubt any official would drive that. I spin back to him. Where did you even come from?
I had the honor of making a mandatory appearance at Dad's club. We can chalk that one up to another epic fail.
I snort. He's always doing something to annoy his dad. You just gonna leave your car here?
Good point.
He pulls out his keys and clicks them at a shiny Jeep parked at the side of the station to lock it.
Thanks. Let's go.
God, I hate you. I mutter and start the engine. The muffler rumbles.
I don't get that. All I've ever been is nice to you.
He chuckles. Oh, please. All you ever do is create chaos. He tilts his head.
Harsh, but I can see you're on edge, so I'll let it pass.
With a huff, I jerk it into drive. After a few minutes, I breathe easier, despite Finn camped out beside me. I can ditch him at my next stop. Chapter 6. Piper Winslow stolen at birth. Can you believe it? Instagram. Several hours later, with the window down, my hair blowing wildly as I struggle to stay awake, the sky lightens as dawn approaches. My only hairband is buried at the bottom of my purse somewhere in the back seat. I tap the brakes and pull off the highway. Finn stirs.
The first hour, he badgered me with questions I refused to answer and then rambled on about every stupid topic he could think up, as if supreme annoyance would convince me to turn the car around. Thank God he finally nodded off. But now his eyes crack open. He glances out the window and stretches the best he can in the small car. His shirt is now rumpled and half untucked. What I wouldn't give to close my eyes and shut down my brain, but I can't. My mind won't stop. It's processing every possible question under the sun. Why did Mom do it? How? Did anyone else know? What about my dad? Thank God he isn't alive to see this go down. But then again, he would have been a calm in the storm, the voice of reason.
Where are we?
Finn's voice rumbles low and sleepy. Illinois, almost to Chicago. He raises his seat back.
You weren't kidding about getting away.
I check the odometer. More than 300 miles from Rochester. That's good. Every mile further makes it harder to find me. This is the best I've felt since yesterday morning when Detective Cates knocked on my door and shattered my world. After pulling into a gas station, I rub my weary eyes and lean back against the headrest.
You ready to take a break?
An annoying voice asks. I turn toward him. No, I need to gas up.
How far do you plan on going?
I stare through the bug-splattered windshield. There is no destination, just away, far away. He doesn't need to know how totally lost I am. Ignoring his question, I get out to gas up. After fishing my sandals out of the back, I slide my card into the machine and shiver. The prompt asks debit or credit, and as I'm about to hit debit, I suddenly realize what I'm doing. If I use my card, could I be tracked? I hit cancel a couple of times and pray the void doesn't cause a hit to my account. Has Tammy noticed I'm gone yet and notified the police? Or is she on my side and keeping quiet to buy me time? With purse in hand, I go inside to pay cash. When I'm finally filling up, Finn joins me in the chilly morning air. Other than the low rumble of idling semi-trucks, it's quiet. I still don't understand what he's doing here, and he's going to regret hopping in my car when he sees how far I'm going. Unless I can ditch him. Why don't you hit the bathrooms while I gas up? I suggest, stifling a yawn. Finn stretches his arms and cocks his head to the side, working out the kinks. He scrubs his hands over his face and through his hair.
You want coffee?
That'd be great. I try not to sound too eager. He makes his way across the pavement, stops abruptly, then backtracks, looking far too good in his dress pants, black shoes, and dress shirt. His ruffled dark hair and scruffy face add to the effect. He reaches through the open driver's side window. What? I begin, and then spot the car keys in his hand and frown. Dang.
You're not leaving me stranded in the middle of nowhere.
Not very trusting.
With the odd way you're acting, I'm not taking any chances.
He pockets my keys and saunters inside, leaving me to steam while the tank fills. By the time I finish, he returns with 2 large to-go cups. Coffee has never smelled so good. I wrap my hands around the warm cup and inhale the strong scent.
I didn't know how you like it, so I brought enough flavored creamers to put you into a diabetic coma.
Thanks. Now can I have my keys back? He hesitates and gives me the once-over. What, you're afraid I'll take off?
I wouldn't put it past you.
He pauses, takes the lid off his coffee and blows on it as if he needs to stall and torture me further. Fair enough. But it would have been fun to move the car on you just to see you freak out. He hands over the keys and sips his coffee. I stomp across to the building. How am I going to get rid of him? When I return, Finn is lounging in the driver's seat, scrolling through his phone. No way. I glare.
Give it up, Pipes.
He presses the lock on his door in a final statement of stubborn defiance.
You're exhausted. Why are you even here? I snap and storm around to the passenger's side, slamming my door when I get in. You're Zach's little sister. I can't exactly let you take off on this walkabout by yourself. I huff. You don't even know where I'm going. And you do? He says with a smirk. Of course I do. I lie. He starts the engine and waits expectantly, a cocky glint in his eye. Oh, just drive already. His eyes fix on mine. Which direction? The way he's staring at me, it's as if he knows there's something deeper at work here. He's giving me the option of going home, as if I'd give up and go back to face the music. This was my mother's crime, not mine. Why should I be punished and have my life upended? Still he waits. I stare at the highway signs. There's no way I'm going back to Rochester, but beyond that, I have no idea. I let out a sigh. As long as we're going away from Minnesota, I don't care. A flash of something resembling authentic human emotion crosses his face, and I feel a brief spark for the boy I used to be attracted to. He says nothing, but pulls the car onto the highway, headed further away from home. I cling to my coffee, sipping its caffeinated richness and try to relax, to empty my mind, but the feelings of betrayal by my own mother flood in as if the distance has allowed my brain to finally try to process this mess. She took me. She stole me from someone else for reasons I don't know. She raised Zach and me to be honest, to never lie or hit or steal, and yet she stole me. What reason could she possibly have? She'd already had Zach, so obviously she could have kids. And does Zach know? Or my dad? Did he know? You ready to tell me what happened? Finn jars me from my thoughts. Huh? I look over. His sleeves are rolled up and his rumpled dress shirt is unbuttoned, revealing a white V-neck t-shirt. At some point he took his shoes and socks off and is driving barefoot. He gives me a pointed look, and I see in his eyes that he doesn't need me to answer. How long have you known? Only since you went to the bathroom. Your mom's arrest was the lead story on the late-night news, and now it's spreading on social media. Great. Everyone knows. The team, coach, the neighbors, the families I babysit for. You could have told me. He sounds wounded, as if we're close friends and I've left him out. Or more likely, he wasn't in on my dirty, life-altering secret. Why? So you could crack jokes about how wrong you were when you and Zach used to tease me saying that I was adopted? I'd run to my mom crying, and she always promised I wasn't. She didn't lie about that. Well, you never looked like anyone else in the family, he says, as if that's supposed to make me feel better. You think I haven't known that my entire life? Mom is blonde and blue-eyed, and petite. Zach is built like my dad, stocky, but doesn't have my dad's brown eyes and jet black hair. He's fair like Mom. I'm tall and brunette with hazel eyes and narrow feet. At least you know why now, he says, as if that's helpful. I shoot him a venomous stare. Hey, isn't it better to know the facts than to be kept in the dark? My jaw drops. Finn, my mother lied to me my entire life. All this time she was playing the overprotective mother when she was actually covering her tracks so she wouldn't go to jail. He tilts his head and raises his eyebrows, not sharing his thoughts. What? I demand, even though I really don't care what he thinks. Technically, she isn't your mother. My chest tightens. Would you stop talking? That's the part I can't think about. I can't comprehend, and I can't begin to accept. Because if Mom isn't my mom, that means someone else is, Some stranger whose baby was stolen from her hospital room while she slept. They want me back, I whisper. They're coming to get me. His eyes widen, but his words are delivered in a cool, laid-back tone.
Well, that's inconvenient. What are you going to do?
I cock my head at the getaway car. He catches my drift and nods.
Right.
After that, he leaves me alone with my thoughts, which is not where I want to be. I don't want his incessant chatter and questions, but I also don't want to think or remember or face reality because no matter how I look at it, my life is basically over. I retrieve the beach blanket from the back and stuff it between the window and my seat. I close my eyes to block the rising sun, willing myself not to think. But my brain won't turn off. Everything I've ever known is a lie. I'm not Piper Winslow. Not only are my mom and dad not mine, Zach isn't my brother anymore. And as much as we've knocked heads over the years, he was always there when I needed him. When I was little, he let me run to him during thunderstorms. We'd build a fort under the kitchen table and pretend it was a cave. When Dad died and Mom was in a fog of grief for nearly a year, Zach packed our lunches every morning. And when Mom didn't want me to get my driver's license, he took me outside of town and taught me to drive, eventually convincing her she couldn't keep holding me back. But now he's off doing good deeds in a third world country. Mom's been arrested for kidnapping, and some strangers from Seattle want to steal me away from everything I've ever known.
Chapter 7. Local woman arrested for stealing newborn 17 years ago. Rochester Gazette.
The crinkling of a bag pulls me awake. The day is sunny and Finn's digging in a bag of Cheetos. Farm fields line the roads as far as I can see, with an occasional farmhouse dotting the horizon. Where are we? He doesn't answer, but his head bobs to unheard music, and I realize he's using my earbuds. I sit up straighter and tap his arm, tan from whatever he's been doing this summer, which is likely a lot of golfing and sailing. Finn lives on Crystal Lake in a wealthy neighborhood near the country club. He and Zach used to always sneak off with their beer or pot and go out on the lake where no one could reach them. Finn glances over, and with an easy tug, pops the earbuds out.
Morning.
We're not on the interstate.
Nah, I didn't feel like paying tolls. Plus, this is more scenic.
He's right. Golden wheat sways in the fields like a rippling ocean, and cows nibble on the grass in roadside pastures. I reach for a handful of Cheetos, much more relaxed after last night's escape. But yesterday's nightmare returns as I think of Mom sitting in jail. My heart starts to hurt again. A sign pops into view. Rockford, 49 miles. I jolt up. Rockford? Finn? Why are we still in Illinois?
Yeah, about that.
OMG, you're going back? His mouth tightens. I was thinking it over, and you can't run from this. I can't. Turn around right now. Just listen. My chest squeezes and I can't breathe. I'm going to hyperventilate. No, turn around. He sighs and shakes his head. You have to go back. No. I gulp a breath of air. I swear to God, Finn, if you don't stop this car right now, I'll jump out. Calm down, Pipes. He pats my leg as if I'm a silly child. I shove his arm away, unbuckle, and reach into the back seat to pull my duffel bag and handbag up front.
What do you think you're doing?
I've got his attention now. Stop the car. He doesn't.
Let's talk this through.
My heart is thumping wildly and my face feels on fire. This is none of your business. I swear to God, you better either turn this car around or let me out. See, you're being dramatic, he says casually, but apprehension creases his forehead. Now, I yell, becoming unglued. I can't go back. I can't let someone else control my fate anymore. He continues driving and my anxiety skyrockets. Why is he messing in my life? I slip my purse strap over my head, pull the duffel close, and reach for the door handle. Don't even think about it. He warns, but I know he's contemplating whether or not I'll do it. I would rather jump out of a moving car than step foot back in that town. I pull the handle and force the door open a few inches. The pavement rushes by incredibly fast. I clutch my bag and lean forward, the wind whipping my hair. I can do this. If I roll, it could work. It hurt, but anything would be better than going back and being turned over to total strangers with no say in the matter. Finn slams on the brakes, and his arm shoots out to keep me from flying into the dashboard as the car skids and the tires screech. Between his vice grip and the duffel bag on my lap, I only banged my knees on the glove box. He eases the car onto the shoulder and throws it into park. Are you out of your mind? He screams, eyes wide. And for the second time in my life, Finn is rattled. The only other time was when, because of Finn, Zach rolled his car with all three of us in it. I leaned back, out of breath and stunned, because part of me truly considered jumping from a speeding car. You are seriously messed up. He unbuckles his seatbelt and escapes the car. His words hit a nerve, and I shove my bag aside and leap out after him. Oh, really? How else should I be? Everything I know is a lie. Everything. My mom is a criminal, Zach isn't my brother, and Dad, he never belonged to me either. You know how that feels? I slump against the dirty car. I've missed my dad desperately since his death, but now it's like having my grieving heart carved out with a rusty knife. Dad was everything. He was the light in the house. When Dad was home, there was laughter and game night and popcorn, but it was all a lie. No, I don't know. Finn's voice softens. He loved my dad and was devastated when he died. That period was the only time Finn and I got along. He comes around the car in his bare feet, his dress pants getting dirty as he leans against the gritty side. Running away won't solve anything. Maybe not, but at least I'm calling the shots, not anyone else. He sinks his hands in his pockets and shakes his head. You should go back and find out your options. Which is easy for him to say. He doesn't have police stalking him or some mystery family who plan to drag him away from everything he knows. If I go back, I lose everything. Do you think they'll let me see my mom? Or Zach? God, I wish Zach was here. These people live on the other side of the country. It's my senior year. I'm supposed to drop everything and start over? He winces because he knows I'm right. And volleyball. I'm finally back on varsity and that'll be gone too.
You're good enough. I'm sure you'd make the team at a new school.
I turn on him, letting out my anger. You don't get to comment on volleyball. I missed a whole year because of you. You ruined everything.
That's exaggerating, don't you think?
Seriously? It's your fault the car rolled and messed up my arm.
Come on, I wasn't even driving.
The events of that night are still blazoned in my mind. We were supposed to go straight home after the basketball game. Zach hated having to give me a ride. Instead, Zach and Finn decided to cruise around and tell zombie stories to freak me out. Then Finn dared Zach to gun it through Half Moon Curve to make me scream. The car slid off the road, rolled down a steep embankment, and crashed into a tree.
Piper,
It was an accident.
I remember it as if it were yesterday. I tried to get out, but I couldn't even unbuckle my seatbelt while hanging upside down, and my arm not working right. Zach was able to climb out, but he was disoriented. Finn had crawled through the crumpled wreck and pulled me out through the shattered window into the cold rain. The pain in my arm radiated up through my shoulder like a searing flame. Finn, totally uninjured, held me, protecting my broken arm as I cried my agony into his chest. Easy for you to say. I was first-string varsity, and you ruined it. I had 2 pins in my arm. Volleyball was the only good thing left after my dad died, and you stole it. To make it worse, Mom was all gushy and thankful to Finn for saving us, unaware that Finn was the real cause of the crash.
Piper, I was broken up from that night. That crash scared the hell out of me. You guys are the closest thing I have to a real family, and I could have lost you both.
He's upset, and I'm glad. It's about time he took responsibility for his actions. He scrubs his hands over his face.
Before the paramedics showed up, you passed out from shock.
I didn't know that.
For a minute, I thought you'd died. So when you accuse me of ruining your life, I may deny it, but I get it. When you came out of surgery, you gave me the most hateful look. I wanted to make it up to you, but you weren't exactly happy to have me around. Whenever I came over, you'd slam the door in my face. I may not have apologized to you, but I was always sorry.
Yeah, right.
Why the hell do you think I climbed into your car last night? I couldn't let you run off on your own.
And here you are, messing up my life. I'm not going back.
I'm just saying that running away isn't going to fix anything. I get that this sucks, and it's not fair. But what are you going to do? Live in Zach's car? Don't you think the police will be looking for the car pretty soon?
I huff. Sure. At least until I figure things out. Zach will be pissed that I took his car, but under the circumstances, I think he'll understand. And sleeping in a Camry won't be so bad, except that I have Finn to deal with first. I try a new approach. You're one to talk. You aren't exactly the poster boy for good behavior. His mouth tightens.
Fair enough, but you've always been responsible.
Maybe it's time for that to change. Because if I do what the adults around me are saying, I'll be living 2,000 miles away with complete strangers who make a living embalming bodies. I shudder. Why are you even here? Go home!
You really think I can leave you on your own like this?
Why not? You and Zach must have ditched me 100 times when I was little, back when I was foolish enough to idolize them.
I'm not leaving. At least not until Zach gets home. You shouldn't be alone in this.
Huh. That is possibly the nicest thing Finn has ever said. Maybe there's hope for him to become more than a pampered party boy. Then you have to quit trying to make me go back. He narrows his eyes and considers the situation.
Fine, but I'm driving.
No way, it's my turn.
Until I'm satisfied that you have calmed down enough not to jump out, I'm driving. Get in.
Fine, I snap, climbing in and slamming my door. But I'm picking the music. We're heading east again, and I'm relieved Finn is supporting me. I dig through my bag for a mint, since I haven't brushed my teeth all day. My hand bumps my phone, illuminating the screen. It is filled with missed calls and texts. Shit. A sour dread fills my gut. I gulp and stare at the unfamiliar numbers on the screen. The text messages are all pleas for me to come home or at least call back. But then there are also texts
From the girls from volleyball, Christina the social worker, my school counselor, even kids from school who I barely know are asking if the stories are true. The world seems to know about Mom's arrest, and apparently both the cops and Tammy have been contacting everyone I know to find out where I went. Thank God I didn't tell Joni my plan. Instinctively, I slide lower in my seat and peer through the side mirror to see if we're being followed. "Everything okay?" Finn asks, knowing damn well it isn't. They know I'm gone, and now they're tracking down my friends to see if they're hiding me. And by they, you mean... Excellent question. Who? Is it the police, the family service chick, or what if it's the Grouts? A pang of guilt hits. I don't hate them. I don't know them, and I can't deal with them. At least not now, not on these terms. Everyone, I sigh. Joni's sent dozens of texts. First filled with disbelief that my mother stole me, then jokes about me making the news and my 15 minutes of fame, and now begging me to respond so she'll know I'm not dead in a ditch somewhere. I begin to text her back, but don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm okay, sort of. But actually, now that I think of it, I'm not. Plus, she blabbed it on social media, which she had no right to do. I consider ignoring her, but also don't want her to worry. So I text back. It's been a banner couple of days. Joni immediately responds, "Where are you?" It's good to communicate with her, as if I still have a tie to my life and I'm not totally alone. I glance out the window at farm fields. I'm a lot closer to Rochester than I want to be. I shoot Finn a nasty look, but his eyes are on the road. I don't think anyone can find me. I snap a picture of a cornfield and send it to her. Finn glances over, but says nothing. In a blink, she responds, "Seriously, where are you? Everyone is freaking out." Whatever I tell Joni, she'll likely tell the authorities or at least her parents, which is the same thing. So I reply, "Gotta run, don't worry." I go to my messages, ignoring Joni's continued texts and begging me to talk. There are multiple messages from the same number. As I listen, my shoulders tighten and I tense. Tammy is sorry she didn't stay up to keep me company when I was justifiably upset. She urges me to come back, but then later messages go on about how she's hurt that I snuck out. Still, she says she loves my mom and I and only wants to help. Yeah, help hand me over to the authorities. The social worker begs me to call her. She's sorry if she upset me, but she offers no solution that will save me from this bizarre reality show that's become my life. You gonna call any of those people back? So they can lecture me and tell me what to do? I get that from you, thank you very much. He shakes his head. You're gonna have to face the music eventually. Not if I can help it. And that's what really sucks about this. I haven't done anything wrong. I was minding my own business, trying to enjoy the end of the summer, and bam! My life is out of control. How is that fair? They won't even let me talk to my mom to find what she was doing. Was it a mix-up? Did she suffer a breakdown? I mean, there must have been a good reason she thought she could help herself to someone else's kid. What do you want? To pretend for a while that none of this has happened. That life is normal, okay? He cocks his head as if I'm out of my mind. Alrighty then, Pipes. Everything's normal. Chapter 8. Local teen vanishes after learning she was stolen, abducted at birth. WABC News Radio. We drive in amiable silence for a couple of hours. I hate that there isn't more distance between me and Rochester.
But hunger and thirst finally went over, so we pull into a gas station near the highway that also features a Taco Bell and a Pizza Hut. It's good to stretch and move about after nearly 12 hours in the car. Finn buys a pair of red nylon shorts and changes out of his dress pants. Fully sated after filling up on hot, greasy food, I lean back in the booth with my head against the wall and sigh. Pop music plays through the store speakers. I'm not exactly relaxed, but for a moment I don't feel the high-geared hum of adrenaline that has pumped through my core since yesterday morning. Finn scrolls through his phone, expression changing every few seconds. News sure travels fast. Who's posting now? He looks at me with resignation. It's pretty much everyone. Now they're posting pics of you and speculating. My lungs deflate. Isn't it bad enough that I've lost my mom? Now my friends are more interested in the scandal than me. I close my eyes, trying to block out his commentary. A few seconds later, Finn whispers in a slow, serious tone. Piper. Mm-hmm. I blink my eyes open and lull my head in his direction, but he isn't looking at me. His eyes are fixed toward the entry. I turn as a state trooper enters the store. I slide low in my seat. If Finn truly wants me to go home, this would be the perfect time to turn me in. Instead, he lowers his head and sips his drink. His eyes covertly follow the cop. Maybe he's on my side after all. What's he doing? Walking down the chip aisle, looking around. He raises his hand to his forehead and leans his elbow on the table, effectively blocking the view of his face. I follow suit. Is the cop looking for me or only stopping for a break? Dang it! If Finn hadn't turned the car around, we'd be hundreds of miles from here. My hands perspire and my mouth goes dry. We have to go. Just wait till he turns away from us. I hold my breath, desperate to bolt and grab my handbag. Finn signals as casually as possible, and I slip from the booth and will myself not to run. He follows close behind, blocking me from view as we exit. The car is parked around the corner. Give me the keys, I say. He looks at me in astonishment. He may think he's a better driver, but in a situation like this, I have a much better motivation to put distance between us and the cop. It's my turn, hurry up. I check over my shoulder to make sure the cop doesn't pop out from around the corner. He shakes his head, but hands them over, and in seconds we're buckled in and creeping around the back of the building to avoid being spotted from the front. I exit at the far side of the lot and head east, staying off the main highway. It isn't until we're a couple of miles away that I realize I've got a death grip on the steering wheel. I flex my fingers and exhale. Do you think he was looking for me? Finn checks behind, but the country road is clear of all but a large tractor. Hard to say. It could be a coincidence. I've barely been gone 12 hours and the authorities have already caught up. I glare at him because it's his fault. Sorry, but how long do you really think you can avoid the inevitable? I shrug because I don't know. If I can stay hidden until Zach comes home, together we can figure something out. I guess that's my plan, and it feels like a pretty good one. Finn's head is bent, eyes fixated on his phone, and his thumb flicks the screen. His expression shifts and his head tilts to the side. What? You've officially made national news. I grunt, but my panic returns. Just what I don't need. He keeps scrolling and shakes his head. Uh-oh. Would you stop that? But I stare at him expectantly. That pic of the cornfield you sent? Apparently, the world knows we're 5 miles outside of Earlville, Illinois. How? I never said where we were. Right, but your location is embedded in the phone unless you turn off location services. Plus, your cell phone would ping off of area cell towers. Shit! I reach for my bag in the back, but knock it further away. I lean farther. Eyes on the road! The car jerks as I grab my purse strap and pull it forward. Finn's steering the car from the passenger seat. You trying to get us killed? Sorry, I need to turn off my phone. He snatches my purse. Not while you're driving. I'll turn it off. I huff. I'm not ready to give up control yet. Wouldn't the police need a warrant to track my phone?
Hard to say, you're a runaway. If they aren't tracking it yet, I imagine they will be soon.
At the next crossroad, I take a right. If I do that every 20 minutes or so, it should be hard to figure out what direction I've gone.
What's this?
Finn pulls the manila envelope out of my handbag that the detectives gave me. I wanted to leave it at the police station, but the social worker insisted I'd want it. I don't. And yet I didn't toss it when I had the chance. Put that back. Finn holds the envelope out of my reach. I lurch across to grab it, and the car swerves. Watch out! He shouts. I glance forward to see we're headed straight for the ditch and jerk the steering wheel to right us. Jeez, you're a lousy driver. Stop manhandling my stuff. But it's too late. He's slipped the photo into his hands.
Holy shit,
he utters in disbelief. My blood boils. Why does everyone think it's okay to invade my privacy?
Have you seen these?
I ignore him.
No need for a DNA test. You are definitely their kid.
The excitement in his voice is a stab to my heart. Another betrayal.
You look like your sister. You have the same smile as your mom, but hair color like your dad.
I turn up the radio. Does he not realize I don't want to know this? I can't. It's too much to process. Finn holds the photos in front of me, speaking over the blaring radio. Look at these. I shove his hand away. Stop it! He flicks the radio off. It's not their fault what happened. Look at them. They're your family. And honestly, they're the picture of perfection, all happy and smiling. My chest tightens. I drag in a deep breath, but it doesn't quite reach my lungs. Finn, I have a family. I'm not going to abandon my brother. I'm not saying, Finn. I struggle to keep my emotions in check, but when I speak, my voice wobbles. I can only handle one crisis at a time. I need you to stop. Just stop. But I sigh. I'll let you off at the next town. That shuts him up. I stare at the endless road ahead, terrified of what my future might be. I focus my thoughts on my brother, my defender, my friend. I can't lose Zach. I swipe at the tear before it falls.
Chapter 9. Who am I? Posts Minnesota teen after learning she was stolen hours after birth. Entertainment Tonight. Staying off main highways and speeding along small country roads provides a sense of safety, false as it may be. But I haven't seen a gas station in a while and I need a bathroom. Finn seems to read my thoughts. If you take a right at the next intersection, we should come to a town in about 6 miles. He says, referring to his phone for directions. While I'd like to ask if it's smart to go through a town, we don't have much choice. Entering, we pass a cemetery, a bowling alley, and a diner. At the center, there's a post office and library. It's a cute town, right out of a Hallmark movie. But then I see the police station. A glance at Finn confirms he saw it too. I bite my lip and check my speed. I'm fine, so I concentrate on driving past. Keep going. We can get gas out near the interstate. Sure enough, we come across a cluster of gas stations, diners, and cheap motels. There, up ahead. Turn into that motel. He rifles through the glove box. I turn into the edge of a sketchy-looking motel, with more weeds growing in the lawn than grass, and a crumbling parking lot. Finn points to a narrow path alongside the motel. Park behind the motel. I saw some old junkers back there. Do you have a screwdriver in here?
No idea. Gravel crunches under the tires as I pull up next to a dented gray Honda with 2 flat tires.
Pop the trunk but keep the engine running.
He hops out before I can ask why. After a few mutters and the sound of things shifting in the trunk, he slams it shut. What do you need a screwdriver for? I stretch my leg, glad for the break, but wishing for a bathroom.
New plates.
He holds up a little metal tool that is nothing like a screwdriver and one of Zach's baseball caps. You're going to steal them? He slides the cap on his head and goes around to the front of the gray car.
Would you rather steal a car?
No, but this is wrong.
Piper, there is so much wrong about what's been happening. This is just a tiny blip, and the cops are looking for a blue Camry with Minnesota plates.
Stealing leaves a sour taste in my mouth, but we don't have much choice. It may give me more time, and I could use that right now. He's using the metal tool he found, but it isn't working. I peer over his shoulder. What is that?
A golf divot tool. Zach's golf clubs are in the trunk.
He tries repeatedly, but the gadget isn't working. He tries again, it slips, and he jams his finger on the side of the plate. He swears. I fetch my handbag to see if I have anything that might turn a screw. What about a car key? He pulls his own keys out of his pocket and goes to work. Shit! He holds up a bank key.
My house key.
I cringe and go back to digging in my bag. Would a coin work? He nods and chooses a quarter. I keep watch, but the only activity I see is on the distant highway, and we're well shielded. The screw finally turns. In seconds, he's got the front plate off. He hands it to me and goes for the rear plate. This one goes faster, but I'm paranoid that any second the cops are going to show up, or the irate owner of the motel wondering what we're doing back here. I realize it might be helpful to hide my identity when we stop for gas and food. Finn's too, I suppose. As he struggles to loosen a screw, I dig out Joni's beach hat, unsquish it, and plop the floppy-brimmed hat with red and yellow flowers on my head. How's this for a disguise? He glances up.
The point is to be invisible, not draw attention.
I remove it and rip off the flowers and bright yellow band. Now?
Better.
He utters, but by his lack of conviction, I think it's still bad. While he mutters and swears, switching the plates, I sort through the debris in the back seat. Zach's empty fast food bags and soda bottles make it hard to find anything of value. Finally, I find Zach's old high school hoodie, but it has the school letters on it, so that's not helpful. Near the bottom is a wadded-up jacket. I wonder how long it's been there. Finn rises with the old plate in hand.
Done, let's go.
We hustle into the car. I feel like such a criminal. Finn examines the cut on his finger and sucks off the blood.
You get used to it.
I arch my brow. He shrugs with a lopsided grin. On the short drive to a gas station, Finn turns Zach's hoodie inside out, puts on his sunglasses and the baseball cap, then raises the hood over his head. You look like the Unabomber. He smiles, and for a moment, it reminds me of long ago when I was young and foolish and found him charming. We're as prepared as we can be at the gas station. Finn, wearing my flip-flops because he said dress shoes with shorts would stand out, goes inside first to pay cash for the gas, use the bathroom, and check for security cameras. Wearing Joni's hat and the jacket I found, I fill the tank, the scent of fuel hanging in the air. He's back in a couple of minutes with intel. Once I've taken my turn, I dump a load of snacks on the counter and check out. My mind on the stolen license plates and watching for cops. The credit card device beeps and a horrible realization hits me. I forgot to pay cash. I used my debit card. Snatching the bag from the clerk, I barrel out, my head down. Finn looks up from cleaning the windshield.
What?
I paid with my debit card. Do you think it alerted the authorities?
I don't know.
He stares in the direction of the police station we passed earlier.
But we have to go.
We hop in, and he takes the wheel, speeding off, leaving our colossal mistake in the dust. How could I have been so stupid? I dig through my wallet and count my money.
There's not much. Finn's resting his arm in the open window, wind blowing his hair, his hand confidently on the wheel as if this is a grand adventure and we're not on the run from the authorities. Needing to know what's happening, I risk turning on my phone. If I'll be tracked at the gas station, it won't matter if they get a ping off some cell tower. I go straight to social media, ignoring the various texts, missed calls, and voicemails. Oh my God.
What?
I scroll through the feed, my hands shaking.
Would you tell me what's going on?
Momentarily speechless, I hold up my phone so he can see the surveillance photos of him and I at the gas station this morning. He frowns. Half of my friends have shared this post. I scroll through the comments where people I know and many I don't are condemning my mom, criticizing me, or speculating on what I'm going to do next. Nice. Major news outlets have picked up the story, and worse, they're using the selfie I posted while stuck at the police station with the caption, "Who am I?" With my hair draped across the yellow throw pillow on the old couch, I appear vulnerable and young. I don't feel young. I feel tired and aged beyond my years. The death of my dad stole my sense of blind innocence. Then surviving a car crash and being laid up in the hospital with 2 pins in my volleyball-serving arm. But neither of those events compare to this.
You okay?
Finn brushes my arm with his hand, bringing me back to the present. Oh, fine, I say, fighting back tears. Just reading what everyone's saying about me.
Don't read that garbage, it won't help.
He's right, and yet it's hard not to look. Okay, closing out of social media, I brace myself for texts. There are a mix of concerned or nosy friends, a lot of unrecognized numbers, and several media outlets wanting interviews. How did they get my number? But then I'm gobsmacked when one particular text message catches my eye. My breath hitches and I drop my phone.
What now?
Finn asks, clearly frustrated he can't see what I'm reading. I gulp, then, as adrenaline hits, say in a shaky voice, "It's the Grouts?"
And what did they say?
Gingerly picking up my phone, I open the text. It says, "Greta." My voice cracks, saying the name. "This is Dave Grout, your father. Your mother and I are overjoyed to have found you, but also terrified for your safety. We want nothing more than to bring you home and out of danger. Please call or text back so that we know you're okay." I swallow. There's another one. "We know how confusing this must be for you. We are desperate to talk with you and help. Call any time, day or night. We love you." I close the text so I don't accidentally hit reply. I'm silent, waiting for Finn's reaction. He tears his eyes from the road and says,
"If they didn't seem real before, I bet they do now."
Not wanting them to be real or talk about them anymore, I turn off my phone again and flip on the radio. Finn immediately switches the station from top 40 to classic rock.
"Driver picks,"
he states, leaving me suffering to the monotony of America's "A Horse with No Name." Finn's phone pings. He pulls it out of the cup holder and opens the screen. There's a sudden tension that runs through him that I haven't seen before. What is it?
"My dad."
Darting his eyes back and forth from his phone to the country road, he reads the text and frowns.
"The police showed up at the house. He was pissed at me before, but now..."
He shakes his head. I cringe. I know he and his dad have never gotten along, which was one of the reasons he hung out with Zach at our house all the time. Sorry. You shouldn't have come. He drills me with a glare. What does he expect? It's true. He returns to his phone and I see him inhale deeply and hold his breath. Whatever his dad said, it must be bad. But Finn doesn't share anything more. He powers down his phone and tosses it in the console.
With a flick of the knob, he cranks the music, puts both hands on the wheel, and stares at the road as if his eyes could laser holes in it. As the sun sinks in the west, we continue racing east into the unknown, with the world closing in.
Chapter 10. Parents of stolen girl plead for her safe return. Special report on national news tonight. Zigzagging down country roads, we make our way undetected through Ohio and southeastern Pennsylvania. The downside is, it takes us through small towns, many with police stations on their main drag. We're careful to stick to the speed limit, and I hold my breath each time. We find a mom-and-pop gas station outside a small town in Pennsylvania. I hand over my cash. I have little over $100 left. Both of us yawning, we continue on into the night. An hour later, we enter a town with a banner strewn across the road. Labor Day Festival. Finn sits up straighter. Let's go. I blink to stay awake, and before I can object, he takes a right and follows the signs. Within blocks, the glow of a small-town carnival greets us, but the midway rides are shut down, and the food stands are shuttering for the night. The beer tent is emptying of its last patrons, who are laughing and stumbling to their cars. Finn turns down a gravel road past a few buildings and animal barns and finds a spot tucked between two vacant horse trailers. We're less likely to be seen here in the back. What are we doing here? I'm exhausted and need to get out of this car. He forges through the mess in the back seat, grumbling at the disarray. He pulls out a blanket I brought to the beach last weekend, knocking everything on top askew. You wouldn't happen to have a pillow in here, would you? Sorry, I didn't have time to pack a full bedding set. But my duffel bag of overnight clothes might make a decent pillow. Finn opens his car door. Where are you going? There's a patch of grass under a tree over there calling my name. Gonna come? Suddenly, I'm faced with the dilemma of sleeping with Finn. Okay, not in that way, but still. Sleeping next to a college guy alone? I consider staying in the cramped car, and then look at the tempting grass where I can stretch out. Reading my thoughts, he says, Relax, Pipes. Your virtue is safe with me. He grabs his suit coat and heads to the tree. Rather than respond, I pretend I don't know what he's talking about. I dig for the beach towels that I saw earlier. Finn has spread out the blanket and balled up his coat for a pillow. It's a balmy night, but it'll cool off by morning. We could put the beach towels down first and use the blanket on top, I suggest. He agrees, and together we arrange it. The ground isn't nearly as soft as I'd thought it'd be, but I'm too tired to care. We pull the blanket over us. Finn faces me and grins. Is this your first time sleeping with a guy? Shut up, I say, punching my duffel into the right position. Please tell me that you never slept with that tool, Jacob, he says, referring to my short-lived boyfriend and prom date from junior year. Oh my God, shut up! It's an honest question. It's not. It's a nosy question I plan to ignore, but then I answer anyway. We broke up months ago. I roll over, facing away from him. Good. You can do a lot better than an idiot like him. Really? I've never had guys knocking down my door, so when Jacob asked me out, I said yes. We lay quietly a few inches apart, in this unfamiliar public park with the smell from the horse barn permeating the air. Are you sure we're safe here? I'm picturing random criminals, or at the minimum a stray drunk. It's pretty secluded, and now that the beer tent is closed, I don't think anyone will find us. I'm contemplating that answer when he starts talking again. If you'd feel better, I can hold you while you sleep. I can practically see his smug expression. Lay one hand on me, Finn, and you die. And yet, I'd love to know how it would feel to be in his arms. He laughs. Your loss. I wake up shivering with the buzz of a mosquito in my ear. I swat it away, but it's not deterred, so I drag the blanket over my head. My pillow is lumpy, my bed is hard, and something is crawling up my leg. Then distant voices and noise from the horse barn bring me fully awake, and reality floods back. A moment of devastation hits as I realize where my mom is and why. It's hardly been 48 hours since my life imploded, and I became a headline. I open my eyes to the muted blue light under the blanket. The beach towel I'd put down is twisted and I'm mostly on the grass. Rolling over, Finn is gone. I jolt upright. Did he take off? I spot the car still where he parked it, but there's no sign of him. I rub my face, straighten my shirt, and climb out of the tangled bedding. We are at the edge of the festival grounds, behind a couple of barns. Beyond are striped tents. The sun peeks over the horizon and the air has an early morning fresh scent of dewy grass mixed with a hint of horse manure. At the edge of the barn I spot food booths and a handful of people milling about, but no Finn. Around the corner is a public restroom. It's a relief to splash water on my face and drink from my cupped hands. My hair is a tangled mess and I desperately need to brush my teeth. As I walk back, a man walks out of the horse barn. I jump at his appearance and feel I should run, but he nods and offers a quick good morning and continues on his way. Back at the tree, there's still no sign of Finn. The car is unlocked. At least he didn't take off and strand me, but where is he? Shivering, I put on the jacket I'd tossed in the back seat. Rather than worry about Finn, which the longer he's gone is getting harder not to do, and to avoid thinking about Mom and the ache in my heart, I clean out the back, stuff all the trash in a bag, and organize everything else. Crammed under the seat is a pair of running shoes, 3 grass-stained white socks, and an Ed Sheeran concert t-shirt that smells like stale fries. I also discover another sweatshirt and a psychology book Zach must have forgotten from last semester. I dump the trash and wait, tempted to check my phone. Staying off of it is killing me. I feel like an addict who needs his fix. Where did Finn go? Did something happen to him, or did he go to the authorities to turn me in? It's then I spot him in the distance, talking on his phone and carrying a bag and coffee holder. Relief is my first reaction. I've discovered I don't like being alone. But relief turns to anger as I wonder why he took off and who is he talking to. He ends his call before reaching the car and offers a lazy smile. Morning. Where were you? And before he can respond, I snap. It'd be nice if you'd let me know when you plan on wandering off. He raises an eyebrow. You sure woke up on the wrong side of the tree. What did you expect? You were gone. As I unload my stress, I realize how nervous I was that he'd abandoned me. Having him around has made my journey easier. He's someone to fall back on. Unless, of course, he's turned the car around to head home. Finn hands me the bag filled with pastries and an array of creamers and the coffee holder. I gulp down my embarrassment, ashamed for the verbal attack. Thank you. This is amazing, I stutter. We spread out the blanket to eat. Once I've downed half a pastry, I can't keep from asking who he was talking to on the phone. Finn takes a large bite of donut and chews thoughtfully. He smells of grass, coffee, and dirty clothes. I wasn't turning you in, if that's what you're thinking. I was. What am I supposed to think? Finn blows out his breath. I've got my own problems, and no, I'm not going to tell you about it, so stop asking. With that, he scoops up his coffee and stalks away. Frustrated by his secrecy, I check my phone. I don't know if it's really being tracked, but I need the support of my friends. What I find is that my friends have stopped messaging me and instead are commenting on each other's posts, speculating where I am, how long I knew of my mom's criminal past, and if I'm hooking up with Finn. Apparently, his role in my running is now common knowledge, except that Joni thinks he helped put together the plan to get me out of town, and Kayla wonders how long we've been an item. I roll my eyes and close social media. There's still no call from Mom. I suppose I should stop hoping. But apparently CNN got my number and would like to do a feature piece on my story. They even promised not to reveal my location. No calls from Zach either. He's still in the dark. I wish so badly I could talk to him. I go to favorites and press his number. I hold my breath, willing him to answer from some remote hut in a third-world country. But I get his voicemail. Again. His familiar voice makes me want to cry. I leave a rambling message, catching him up on everything, and tell him that despite being a pain in the ass, Finn has been helpful. At the end, I tell him I love him. I don't think I've ever said those words to my brother before. Slipping my phone in my back pocket, I wander past the barn to a large corral with a couple of horses. I stop near the water trough. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. My problems are too big. Impossible to solve. But I refuse to give up. There must be a way to fix this. Finn reappears. His mood hasn't improved, so maybe he does have his own troubles. We're stuck in our own thoughts for a long time. I take a picture of the horses because that feels normal, and I need some of that right now. Suddenly, my phone lights up with an incoming call. The caller ID reads David Grout. I freeze as it blinks at me again, demanding me to answer. "Who's that?" Finn asks. No one. I turn away to press decline. "That's your dad," he says, looking over my shoulder, and I accidentally tap answer by mistake. I stare at the phone, alive in my hand. "Hello, Greta?" A man's voice sounds. What am I supposed to do? I'm not ready for this. "Greta, are you there?" he says. My face goes hot with panic as I fumble with the phone, and as I end the call, I hear him say, "This is your dad." My heart pounds overtime. I stare at the ended call. "You hung up on him?" Finn says in disbelief. "I didn't mean to answer," I say with a dry mouth, trying not to hyperventilate. He shakes his head as if I'm the biggest failure. My phone comes alive again with the name David Grout and the crucial buttons lighting up an invitation. Green for answer, red for decline. My eyes meet Finn's. "Answer him," he says flatly. "I can't." "You need to talk to him." I shake my head and, not trusting myself to hit decline, watch the screen blink with each ring until it goes to voicemail, and then sigh with relief. Finn begins to speak, but I hold up my hand. "Stop. It's none of your business." "Isn't it? I'm knee-deep in your mess and sinking fast." I'm about to turn my phone off so I don't have to deal with this sense of being hunted, but it lights up again. "Answer him." Finn snaps with a ferocity I've never heard before. I shake my head. He reaches for the phone. I hold it out of reach. His long arms are no match for mine, and he snatches it out of my grip. "Give it back." "No, you talk to them now." He holds the phone in front of me like a dare, but he's wrong if he thinks he can tell me what to do. "I'm not ready." He glares. "If you won't answer, I will." As he taps the answer button, I whip my hand out to stop him and knock the phone out of his grip. It soars through the air, hits the top rail of the corral, and ricochets into the horse trough with a kerplunk. "Finn, look what you did!" "This is all on you. Geez, Piper, they must be freaking out." We peer into the trough. There are bits of hay floating on top along with scummy horse spit. I can make out the faint lights of an answered call on the bottom of the dark, murky tank. I dip my hand in, and despite the warm day, the water's cold. I pull it back. "Aren't you going to help me?" I growl at Finn. He leans against the corral fence with that annoyingly amused look on his face. "It was a lost cause the instant it hit the water." "It can't be. All my photos are on there, family photos with Mom and Zach." I bite the bullet and go for it. My t-shirt is wet and the water is up to my shoulder, but I can't reach it, so I stick my head into the tank like I'm bobbing for apples. My fingertips touch it. I rise up, drenched, hair plastered to my face and phone in hand. Trough water runs down my body, soaking my shorts and trailing down my legs to my sandals. Finn roars with laughter, attracting attention. "Why do you have to be such a jerk?" I push sopping hair out of my face, hating him at this moment.
You can thank my asshole excuse of a father for that particular trait. And by the way, your screen is cracked.
Sure enough, it's a web of cracks where it hit the fence. But a cracked screen doesn't matter as long as it still works. But it doesn't. I wipe it on a dry patch of my t-shirt. Maybe if we put it in rice?
It's a goner.
No, it's supposed to absorb all the moisture. My grandma always says that rice could dry out anything from salt to leather. Then it hits me. Finn, I know where we're going. Chapter 11. Missing Minnesota teen sighted in Illinois with unknown male. Chicago Tribune. Having a destination makes all the difference. We drive through the afternoon, switching drivers every 2 or 3 hours.
How long since you've seen your grandma?
Finn yells over the classic rock music he's blasting. Turning down the radio, I think back. My dad's funeral, so 5 years ago. I swallow, recalling that day, and my mood shifts.
You haven't seen her since?
I shake my head, suddenly missing Grams more than ever. My mom and Grandma had some argument, but she never said what it was about. Mom hated the cottage and stopped going when I was 7. When summer came and with my dad gone, Mom refused to let Zach and I go to the cottage anymore. Finn has one hand on the steering wheel and wind blowing his hair.
Zach used to tell me stories of catching huge walleye at the cottage.
It was the best. Dad spent all his time with us swimming or kayaking. Sometimes at night we'd go out on the dock and he'd play guitar while we watched for shooting stars. The memories flood back as if I'd lost Dad yesterday. All the events of the past couple of days have made me melancholy. I focus my gaze out the passenger window and let my heart ache for him once again. Finn touches my arm.
I miss him too.
I know he does. My dad made everyone feel special.
Your dad was more of a father to me than mine ever was. I remember his funeral. You were all so devastated, and I wanted to sob alongside you. But I was 14, and it wasn't cool to show emotions.
He pauses.
I wanted to tell you I was sorry you lost your dad, but I was barely holding it together, so I said nothing.
I remember Finn that day. You brought me 3 chocolate chip cookies at the luncheon later.
I did?
You wrapped them in a napkin and gave them to me while I was sitting next to my grandma.
That's right.
He nods.
Everyone was eating and talking except you. See, I'm not a total jerk.
The edge of his mouth curls into a smile. You were nice to me for a while, but then it all went back to normal. A week later, you and Zach locked me out of the house so I wouldn't see you smoking pot and tell. It started raining, but you guys were high in the basement.
He chuckles and shakes his head. I guess all good things must end.
We're quiet after that, as my mind reels, thinking of Dad and Grandma and the memories I'd tucked away for so long. We enter the city limits of Watkins Glen, and I'm on the edge of my seat, peering out the open window. Once I spot the library, an old stone building, I know where we are. Turn right. I can't keep the smile off my face. Watch for Starlight Drive. I always loved the name of Grandma's street. It sounded like it belonged in a movie. He drives 4 blocks. There, turn left. I bet he's excited with the prospect of handing me over to Grandma, but I'm a little bummed our road trip will be done. The house is on a corner with a wraparound porch, an etched glass front door, and wind chimes everywhere. We go a couple of blocks. There it is! But there's no wind chimes. Kids' toys clutter the front lawn. Modern furniture occupies the porch, and a trampoline is in the back. I eye the house. This is it, but it's not right. A car pulls into the driveway and a young woman steps out along with a couple of kids. None of them look familiar. "Things change in 5 years," he says carefully, and I know he's reading my thoughts and fearing the worst about my grandma. He pulls to the curb and turns off the engine. "What are you doing?"
"I'm going to find out if your grandma still lives here."
He unbuckles and starts across the street. If there's bad news, I want to hear it myself. In an instant, I'm at his side. The woman glances up as she removes a grocery bag from the back.
"Hi."
Finn greets her with a friendly smile.
"We were wondering if this is the home of..."
He turns to me. "Debbie Winslow, she's my grandma." The woman's face softens. "I'm sorry. She doesn't live here anymore." I reach for Finn's arm. How can I lose another person? He shoots me a sympathetic look and takes over.
"Did she pass away?"
"Oh, no, I'm sorry," she says. "Mrs. Winslow sold the house a little over a year ago and moved into an assisted living facility. I haven't heard that she's passed." I brace myself. "Do you know where?" "I believe it's Sky Park Gardens across town," she offers. We get directions, and my former excitement is replaced with cautious hope. Inside the Sky Park Gardens lobby, we're given directions to Grandma's room. Finn walks confidently beside me as we make our way down the handrail-equipped hall. Many doors are closed, but others are open, revealing elderly people in front of blaring TVs or dozing in their recliners. Grandma was energetic, like Dad. How could she be here? And will she remember me? Finn bumps my shoulder.
"Chin up."
I force a brave smile, but when we reach her room, I hesitate. Inside, a gray-haired woman is focused on a jigsaw puzzle. There's an oxygen tank in the corner and a walker next to her chair. From this angle, I'm not sure if it's her. I knock softly. "Hello? Grandma?" She turns. "Yes?" My heart lurches. It's her. She's aged since Dad's funeral. She slowly rises out of her chair. I share a glance with Finn and he nods, so I step inside. "Grandma, it's me, Piper." My voice cracks with emotion. She moves slowly, ignoring the walker, and examines me closer, pausing to grip the table for support. "Oh my gosh, Piper, it's really you?" "Yes, Grandma." I nod, my eyes watering. "Well, get over here and give me a hug," she says with the direct tone I remember. "And close that door. We can't let anyone see you." With a laugh, I rush over as Finn closes the door. She releases the counter and gives me a fierce hug filled with love and longing. She smells the same, a combination of something floral and baby powder. But more than anything, I feel safe for the first time since the police rang my doorbell 2 days ago. "Let me look at you. You're beautiful." Her frail hands hold me by the shoulders as she gazes at me. Then she looks to Finn. "This isn't Zach. Who is this handsome young man?" Finn flashes his endearing smile.
"No, ma'am, I'm Finn O'Donnell."
He steps forward.
"Zach is a good friend of mine."
"Finn O'Donnell. That's a fine Irish name." She waggles her eyebrows with a grin and then turns back to me. "Where's your brother? Shouldn't he be here with you?" "Zach is in Haiti volunteering, but he gets home soon." "Oh dear, that's no help, is it? Piper, it's so wonderful to see you, but you can't be here." "What?" "Come, let's sit down. My knees are on a 5-minute timer." Grandma takes my hand and leads me to a small sitting area. I shoot Finn a concerned look. "What is she talking about?" She gestures to a sofa and sits near me. The coffee table is cluttered. Several wind chimes hang in front of the picture window. On a nearby shelf is a ceramic turtle and framed photographs. Finn's eyes roam around the room and land on a newspaper. His eyes bug out. I follow his gaze. There, on the front page of the Buffalo Gazette, is the photo that I posted from the police station. The headlines read, "Stolen at birth, now a teen on the run." "Finn, would you please fetch us each a glass of water?" Grandma picks up the paper and smooths her hand over my photo. "This would break your father's heart, dear man." I'm dumbstruck, with no idea what to say. She knows. Finn returns and hands me a glass of water, and I immediately sip. "I always suspected you weren't Bradley's, but if he knew, he never let on," she states casually as if commenting on the weather. I choke and sputter. Grandma sets her aging eyes on me. "You looked nothing like a Winslow. I always assumed your mother had an affair." Never in a million years would I have imagined any of this from Grandma. I don't even know what to say. "She knew I was on to her. That's why she kept you away from me. I should have made amends. I'm sorry about that," she says, patting my leg. "But this business is serious. What are we going to do?" My head is spinning, but at least she wants to help. "Grandma, I don't know what to do. The other family, my birth parents," I force the words past my lips, "they want me to live with them." Grandma makes a tutting noise. "Nonsense. We can't let that happen." "We can't?" "They're complete strangers. I don't care about all that DNA business. You were raised a Winslow, you will always be a Winslow." I could kiss her. Grandma understands and agrees, giving me renewed hope. Once I turn 18, no one else will have a right to tell me what to do. Actually, Grandma, I was hoping to stay with you for a while, at least until Zach gets back from his trip. "You can't stay here. It's not safe." My head drops and I set my glass back on the table. The weight of my situation returns. "We have to get you out of here before the police come back." My heart stutters. "When did you talk to the police?" "Yesterday. They said they're worried about you, but that's what the police say to get people to talk." I rub my hand over my forehead. It never occurred to me that the police would contact Grandma. They assume I'd run to her for help, which is exactly what I've done. From the window, Finn scans the perimeter. Are they watching the place? I didn't notice anyone suspicious where we parked. What about the receptionist? If the police were here and I'm in the paper, would she report us? Finn paces. When I catch his eye, I'm pretty sure he's thinking the same thing. "Don't you fret. I have a plan." Grandma explains calmly. "You should go to the cottage. No one will ever think to look for you there." "Really?" "Absolutely. The cottage is sitting empty now that the summer renters are gone. The handyman won't be closing it up until the end of the month." Finn cocks an eyebrow. Is he willing to keep going on this crazy trip? The cottage would be incredible, impossible, and perfect. It's one of those places from my childhood that represents everything good. "Are you sure, Grandma?" "Of course. It's simple enough to find once you reach Algonquin Park." She gives us directions and the mile marker for the turnoff. "The key is under the turtle, and the rest you'll figure out." She beams. "This is wonderful." "Hold on. I have something for you." She struggles to stand, so I lend a hand. She hustles into her bedroom with renewed energy, sending me into a deeper panic that we aren't running from the building. She returns and slips folded bills into my hand. "This is all I have. The home asks us not to keep cash around." "Are you sure?" I grip the bills tightly. She has no idea how much I need this money. She nods. "Thank you, Grandma. I'm sorry to leave so suddenly." I move us toward the door. No one ever stays long. I just wish I could go with you, but I'd slow you down, she says with a twinkle in her aging eyes. My heart pangs for this lovely woman who is obviously lonely. I do too. After giving Grandma a quick hug, Finn and I hurry to the car, keeping a keen eye out for the police, but everything is quiet. I'm in a bit of a daze as my mind races ahead, but Finn is thrilled.
I've wanted to go to your family's cottage since I was a kid.
He opens the passenger side door. There's just one problem. I look over the roof at him.
What's that?
It's in Canada.
Chapter 12. From stolen at birth to teen runaway, where is she now? USA Today. Canada?
Yep.
As in across the border.
We climb into the car and stare straight ahead.
Zach always referred to the cottage on Cache Lake, but failed to mention it was in another country, one that requires federally issued documents to enter.
It's an obstacle, no passports, a big one, but no one will ever find us there, I argue optimistically. He runs a hand through his hair, looking defeated.
Unless you have a passport hidden in your bag, I don't see it happening.
I drum my fingers on the steering wheel and nibble my bottom lip. It's only Canada.
Still a foreign country, he points out.
I don't know that we actually need passports. I bet a driver's license is enough. Canada may be a foreign country, but it's really friendly neighbor.
And what are you basing this assumption on?
Well, when Zach and I were little, I know we didn't have passports. We were with my dad. It wasn't a problem.
Things have changed since then?
I shrug. Maybe, but we won't know unless we try. I say with a devilish grin and challenge him. I dare you. He drops his head in resignation.
I should go home and face my own mess. But,
he smirks and slaps the dashboard.
Let's do this.
While I drive, Finn searches the internet for border crossings. We decide Niagara Falls makes the most sense. It'll be crowded, so we're more likely to be waved through, but it also means backtracking, which takes a couple of hours and arriving after dark. During a gas stop, I notice our photos on the cover of USA Today. Wearing sunglasses and the floppy hat, I daringly buy a copy. There's the photo I foolishly posted of myself from the police station. It's become my face on the milk carton pic. Finn's photo is his profile pic from Instagram. He's all tanned and smiling, looking like a golden boy. The headline reads, "From stolen at birth to teen runaway." This sums up my life pretty well. I read the article to Finn, including the details of the national manhunt.
Great. I'm either your kidnapper or the accomplice aiding and abetting a minor. That's going to go over well at home.
Finn groans, then takes a drag on his soda. When we reach the falls area around 8 o'clock, a steady drizzle dampens everything in sight. Being Labor Day weekend, the traffic moves at a crawl. There's a mist in the distance that changes colors from blue to green, then yellow, and finally a soft red. That must be the falls, I say, jittery with anticipation. Finn cranes his neck for a view.
I've never seen them.
We usually stopped on one side or the other each summer. Memories of my dad flash through my mind. As much as we want to play tourist and see the falls, we keep our eyes on the target and slowly merge to pay the toll at the Peace Bridge. We sail through easily. I can't believe we're doing this, I say, trying to tap down my nerves. For a guy who's usually calm and collected, this is pushing his limits. His left leg is bouncing, and he's been drumming his fingers on the steering wheel ever since we hit town.
I don't want to get arrested,
he says, but there's a glint of excitement in his eyes, too. Let's hope they didn't see today's headline. We cross the bridge, the wipers squeaking across the windshield. There are several open lanes, and the whole area is brightly lit. Finn pulls up to the crossing booth. The Border Patrol agent looks about 40 and ex-military by the cut of his hair. My hands sweat. Finn rolls down his window. "How you doing?" Finn says. The officer glances at him and then leans down and looks across at me. I offer a nervous wave. "Where are you from?" he asks, stone-faced. "Minnesota," Finn answers. "So far, so good. What is the purpose of your trip?" Finn glances at me, confessing that he's transporting a teenage runaway is probably a bad idea. "Checking out Horseshoe Falls from the Canadian side," he says smoothly, and it's not even a lie. "Passports?" Finn reaches for his wallet. "Actually, we only have our driver's licenses." The officer holds out his hand. I hand mine to Finn. "This is it." The officer examines both IDs and frowns. "These are not enhanced driver's licenses?" My blood pressure spikes. "Enhanced?" Finn says. "A state government-issued driver's license that would allow you passage in and out of Canada. Do you have any firearms in the car?" He glances in the back seat. "No, sir." "Alcohol?" He's on high alert now, and I can feel my freedom evaporating into the nearby mist. "No, sir." "What is your relationship to Miss Reynolds?" "Huh?" He leans down and peers at me. "Your passenger, Ashley Reynolds." Finn glares at me with an expression of "we're screwed." I deliver a weak smile. The man directs his next question to me. "Miss Reynolds, what is your relationship with this man?" I can't think what to say. "He's my—" "It's our first date," Finn blurts. "I wanted to impress her with the falls and a surprise jaunt into Canada." "From Minnesota?" He arches a brow. Finn tilts his head out the window and says under his breath, "You know what they say, go big or go home." Finn is so smooth, I'd believe him, but the Canadian Border Patrolman isn't so gullible. "Mr. O'Donnell, going big isn't going to work without the proper identification. Pull into the turn lane on the left and return to the United States." My stomach drops. We were so close. The patrolman crouches down and looks at both of us. "Let me give you some advice." "Yes, sir." "The next time you kids try a stunt like this, get your story straight first. Now stop wasting my time." He steps away and waves us into the reject lane, which has no other cars but ours. "Who is Ashley Reynolds? And where did you get a fake ID?" "Joni gave it to me. It was her cousin's. I figured they wouldn't let a minor in, and what if I'm on some sort of watch list? It would be stupid to say my name." He shakes his head. "Fair enough, but next time you plan on pulling something out of left field, a heads up would help." We limp our way back to the U.S. side, our egos bruised and hopes dashed. "That was close," he said. "I thought we were going to get arrested," I confess, glancing out the back window. "Do you think they'll send someone after us?" "Nah, we're not in their country, and our license plate won't come up if they do a search." Still, he keeps checking the rearview mirror. My mood drops to a new low. Canada is where I need to be. I'm sure of it. It's the only way to avoid getting caught. Finn must sense my despair, because suddenly he's looking for parking. "What are you doing?" "You need some cheering up. We may not have gotten across the border, but we weren't caught either. We're at one of the most famous wonders of the world, so let's check it out." "Seriously?" "No guts, no glory." "But every parking lot charges $20, which is too steep for us." Finn refuses to give up and eventually nabs a spot on the street as someone pulls out. We head out in the drizzle toward the mist of the falls. The path takes us along a river of rapids. The sound of the nearby falls soothes the disappointment of our failed border crossing. Most of the people around us are dressed in rain gear and carrying umbrellas. Some are wearing plastic pink ponchos from a boat tour. but there are a few foolish souls like us, slowly getting drenched. A crowd is gathering at the lookout point. The noise is deafening as water pours over the falls and pounds the rocks below. "This is phenomenal!" Finn shouts. We are mesmerized by the flow of water and cloud of mist rising from the impact. We're giddy and race across a bridge spanning the rushing river. We find our way to a lookout point for Bridal Veil Falls. "We're practically on top of the falls!" I laugh, exhilarated. Finn takes pictures of the cascading water with the changing light show and then puts his arm around me and pulls me in for a picture. "We're drenched, but I need a photo to remember this day." Grinning like fools, he snaps a shot. Should I worry about being spotted? I can't imagine anyone would ever expect us to be here. "Hide in plain sight, isn't that what they say?" Finn spreads his arms as if to show the crowd he's here. No one pays attention. "I don't want to give up on Canada," I say, leaning against the railing. Finn stands beside me. "There are plenty of border crossings and some not-so-legal places to cross." "Really?" "I was reading online about crossings that are only manned during the day, and there's even a small town with a coffee shop that's half in the U.S. and half in Canada." "Why didn't you say something?" "I don't know where they are, and I figured we could talk our way across here. You know, tons of harmless dumb tourists." My eyes fixate on the rushing water and the mist rising from below. "So we could literally walk through and be in Canada." "We could, but then we wouldn't have a car." "Oh, but there's other places we can drive across?" He grins and nods. We head back, soaked but not carrying a bit. On the walking bridge, Finn stops short and pulls me behind him. He gestures to the path along the river where we'd been earlier. At least 6 police officers in dark uniforms are quietly patrolling, with a definite sense of purpose to their movements. "Are they here for us?" I whisper, peeking around his shoulder. "They're here for you." His voice is low and grave. We inch our way off the bridge and spot a squad car. We disappear around the bend of the trail. "Someone must have recognized us from the newspaper." "I'm their target. I'm sure of it. What do we do?" Finn's the only one I can trust. He looks me square in the eye. "We split up." "No!" I clench the arm of his hoodie. "They're looking for 2 people, a couple. Separating is the only way." He searches the area for anyone watching. I whimper, afraid to be alone. "I can't." "Are you ready to meet your birth family?" He points out my other option. It's Sunday, only 2 days since I was delivered with this life-changing news, and yet it feels like a lifetime. I need more time. He takes me by the shoulders. "You came this far. You've got this." "But I don't. I want to cry or run away." "Do you know the way to the car?" I nod. "But I hate this plan. I need Finn." "Here's the keys." He dangles them in front of me. "I'll follow in 5. "No." I push his hand away. "If they catch me, you'll be stranded. You take the keys, just in case." He frowns. "Then here." He pulls out his wallet and hands me his cash. "It's not much, but if you have a problem, it should help. And take my phone." He presses it into my palm and tells me the security code. Panic overwhelms me. "Finn, why are you doing this?" "In case this thing goes sideways, use the phone to book an Uber, or call your grandmother, or do whatever you need to do." He scans the area. "I hate leaving you on your own." "But I'll see you in 5 minutes." I insist, hating this plan. He looks at me hard, his eyes filled with thoughts he's not sharing. And then he's gone. I need to cross the walking bridge, but I don't want to pass any cops. Instead, I head further down the trail, deeper into the park, toward a lookout point. Even though there's a chance I'll be recognized, it feels safer. I pretend to text as I walk, nothing more normal than a teenager staring at our phone. At the overlook, there's a crowd enjoying the view and taking pictures, many still wearing the pink ponchos. An idea strikes. There's a trash can near the overlook. I search through the water bottles and garbage until I find a discarded poncho. Yes! I smooth it out and turn it around a couple of times before I figure out how to put it on. Now I blend in with the people jostling for a perfect view. But how do I get to the car without being noticed? There are families, older couples, lots of foreigners, and clusters of teenagers taking selfies against the falls. Out of the corner of my eye, I see 2 police officers approach. I fight the instinct to run. Instead, I maneuver toward 3 girls also in pink ponchos. They're pursing their lips, adjusting their phones for the right angle, and shooting again. I pretend I'm with them. My hand shakes as I hold the phone, but I fake pose and pretend to concentrate on my poor photo skills, instead of the officer scanning the crowd. With each click, I edge into the center of the group. A cop looks right at me and continues on. I need to get to the car. A poncho-clad family with 2 middle school-aged kids head for the path. I follow. At the walking bridge, there's a cop smack dab in the middle keeping watch. My heart pounds. I catch up to the young family and strike up a friendly conversation. By the time we pass the cop, we're talking about the changing light display on the falls. The cop glances once and looks past us to the next group. I walk with the family until the edge of the park. I'm on my own again, but on lighted city streets. I revert back to staring at my phone, only it's Finn's and I don't know if he made it back. There's a cop car at the corner light, so I step into the darkness of a gift shop entryway, my breath heaving. The car turns toward the park. I dodge another at the next corner. Someone must have recognized me and called it in, as there's way too many police officers in one place. The further I get from the park, the more conspicuous my poncho looks, so I slip it off and wad it up in my pocket. There are fewer vehicles on the side roads, and I'm almost to the street where we parked. Please let Finn be there. I spot Zach's car at the end of the block. Thank God. Where have you been? I jump when Finn appears out of nowhere. Oh my God, don't do that! He pulls me into the shadows and hugs me hard. My heart races with adrenaline, or perhaps because Finn's arms are wrapped around me, and despite being soaked, he smells really good. I thought you were lost or worse, he says in a breathy voice. No. I explain how I slipped past the authorities. We agree that I should hide on the floor of the back seat until we're safely out of town. My wet jacket presses against my skin. My breath is hot under the blanket. We don't speak. It's as if we're afraid we'll somehow be overheard and discovered. Chapter 13. Sergeant Collins to dispatch, unable to locate juvenile suspect. Niagara Falls Police Department. We're shaken by our near miss with the authorities. If they'd caught us, where would we be now? A police station, I suppose. If only I wasn't a minor. Then I wonder about Finn. He's innocent in all of this. But would they detain him or send him on his way? The wipers leave a smear across the windshield, and we debate what route to take. By the time we decide on the highway, we're out of cell phone range and lost on country roads. If we keep going east and north, we should stay near the border. Thanks for helping me. I've said it before, but each time, I mean it more. At this point, I don't have anything better to do. He sighs, no sign of his usually cheery disposition. I've pulled him out of his life. What about school? You're supposed to be there by now. Another thing to thank him for? He rubs his forehead as if he has a tension headache. Yeah, that's no longer happening. Why? Because I'm a screw-up. I can't exactly disagree. He seems drawn to trouble. Is it your grades? The lights of the dashboard illuminate his weary eyes. My grades are fine. Really? Do you have to sound so surprised? Well, you didn't seem like much of a student during high school. I was trying to avoid Notre Dame.
I figured bad grades would keep me out, but that backfired. My dad was fraternity brothers with the dean of admissions. Not studying in high school was more about pissing off my dad. He's impossible to please, so I took the other route.
Now that's the Finn I know. They've never gotten along, and his dad never showed up to school activities or parents' night. I guess that's why my parents took Finn under their wing. So what happened with school?
My dad cut me off. I'm on my own now.
Why would he do that? He raises an eyebrow as if I'm clueless.
The cops showing up at our front door was bad enough, but when my name and face became part of national news for either abducting or aiding a teenage runaway, he hit his limit. That's who I was talking to on the phone at the festival.
I'm so sorry. Of course it's my fault. I never meant to involve him, and yet I'm so thankful he's here.
He shrugs. Don't sweat it. My dad's been trying to control me for years. He thought getting rid of my boat would finally rein me in, but instead I finally found his breaking point.
Back up. What happened to your boat?
The night I saw you at the gas station?
Yeah, when you rudely jumped in my car. I smile because it's the best thing that could have happened.
I was coming home from the country club, where he was being presented with some bullshit award. I put on the monkey suit like an obedient son, smiled and shook hands with his cronies. After my dad got what he wanted out of me, he dropped the bomb that he sold my boat.
I gasp. Finn has sailed since he was little. He and Zach spent their summers on that boat.
He says this will teach me to focus.
That's cruel. Finn loved the boat like some guys love their cars.
My father has an overwhelming need to knock me down in size. Partly because I refuse to follow in his footsteps. Sorry, but a lifetime in corporate meetings looking for tax loopholes isn't my style.
He scrubs his hand over the top of his head, leaving his hair askew.
And there's a little issue of me driving my mother away.
What? I'd heard that his dad cheated on his mom, so she divorced him and moved to Los Angeles. The windshield wipers squeak, sounding like a screech of pain. Finn, that's not true. He shakes his head.
I was too much of a handful. My mom couldn't take it.
You can't possibly believe that.
She said she wasn't cut out for motherhood, but I know it's because I was a tough kid to handle.
The misery in his voice is heartbreaking. He glances my way.
You have parents that love you and desperately want to be with you, while neither of mine could give a shit about me. That's why you need to meet your birth family. You're wanted. You're loved.
He averts his gaze.
Not everyone has that.
I consider his words, but my situation is entirely different.
You don't realize how lucky you are.
He continues. Whoa, it's way more complicated than that.
Fair enough, but life is complicated.
As much as my gut reaction is to be mad at him for his off-the-cuff declarations, part of me sees his point. We continue on through the night. Hours later, the monotony of the rain and lonely roads threaten to lull us to sleep. Finn pulls behind a run-down, vacant canning warehouse. We recline our seats and spread the blanket over us, but it isn't quite wide enough. My body is cramped and uncomfortable, but it's nothing compared to the upheaval of emotions swirling in my brain. There's the reality of what my mom did, the loyalty I feel for her, and the ache from missing her so much. I wake, stiff and cold, and the moment I realize where I am, there's a sour pit in my stomach again. It's early and overcast with a gray, sullen sky. Stretching as best I can, my fingers brush against something in the back seat. It's the envelope holding the photos of my birth family, the people I'm running from. Everyone seems to have seen these except me. Finn is sound asleep, his mouth agape. The envelope is bent from the chaos of our travels,
My hands tremble as I remove the photos. I blow out my breath and take the first glimpse at my new family. It's a professional photo. I'm startled to recognize myself on the faces of these strangers. There are 3 kids, a girl not much older than I am, one several years younger, and a guy a couple of years older. All with the same smile as mine and the mother's. She is poised and classic in a polished sort of way, with dark blonde hair like the youngest daughter's. The father is tall and quite handsome. His hair is medium brown, like the older 2, and while they don't share his smile, they have his rich amber eyes, full forehead, and high cheekbones, just like mine. The photo was taken in an elegant sitting room. The girls wear classic dresses and the guys suits. The family is composed and, I'm guessing, wealthy. In the next photo, they are wearing ski coats and hats. A snowy mountain serves as their backdrop. They're grinning brightly as if someone said something funny, revealing their matching smiles, like mine. Their arms are draped over each other, the vivid colors of their winter wear a joyful contrast against the crisp white background. They are a tight-knit family, and I don't see how there would be space for me. A picture-perfect example of class and privilege. And while we share the same facial features, I have nothing in common with these strangers. My heart tightens. Have they seen photos of me? Do they realize I don't fit? What am I going to do? I can't see myself with this family, and I can't go home. Even once Zach returns, he has college, unless I can figure out how to move to Boston with him. I return the photos to my bag. Finn is watching. "Uncanny, isn't it?" he says softly. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. He scrubs his hands over his face to wake up. "So, now that you've seen your future, are you ready to give up this wild ride?" Is that what you've been waiting for? For me to see the rich family I belong to and immediately run to them? Finn would fit in with them much better than I would.
No, but seeing their faces makes them real and not some faceless strangers.
It does. It's clear we share the same DNA. But based on the pictures, not much else. I'm scared. I don't know them. To these people, I'm Greta Grout, but I'm not that girl. I can't be that girl.
"What do you want to do?"
he asks. I want my old life back with Mom, whipping up tuna noodle casserole, family game night with Zach, and sand volleyball with my friends. I want to talk to Mom and get answers. I need more time. I want to sort things out with Zach. He'll be back soon.
So
we stick with the plan and go to the cottage. No one will find us there. I state with a confidence I don't really believe.
Fair enough. But first we need to figure out how to cross the border.
Chapter 14. Last night in Niagara Falls, New York, there was reported sightings of the teen runaway from Minnesota. When officers arrived to apprehend her, she was nowhere to be found. Good morning, America. I rummage in the back seat for snacks while Finn pokes around on his phone.
Here's something. A few years ago, a couple of escaped convicts headed through rural New York, heading for Canada.
Did they make it? He cringes.
Yeah, not so much. One was shot and killed, the other shot and taken back to prison.
He flashes me with a crooked smile.
But we're not escaped convicts. It should go easier for us.
And yet I feel like a convict on the run. He goes on to tell me that there are miles of U.S. and Canadian border not far from here that are unguarded. There are literally markers in the ground indicating which country you're in. Finn drives into town for some reconnaissance while I wait, sitting on the picnic blanket behind the vacant building we discovered last night. Alone and bored, the more time that passes, the more I worry he won't come back and I'll be stranded here alone. When I finally hear the sound of tires crunching on gravel and see Zach's sturdy car around the building, my nerves are strung so tight that I can't help snapping. "Took you long enough?" Finn arches a brow. He doesn't have to be here. So I bite my tongue and apologize.
"There's good news and bad news. Which do you want?"
"Good news would be a nice change."
"Fair enough. There's an official border crossing in the area, but according to the girl at the diner, there's also an old road through the woods that can get us across."
"She just told you that?" He nods with a grin. I roll my eyes.
"What? A little charm goes a long way."
He puffs his chest. I shake my head, but can't disagree. He's always had a magnetic personality. He says the girl was bored. Who wouldn't be in a town the size of a postage stamp? Apparently, the teenagers sneak into Canada at night to party. What's the bad news?
The path is behind a farmhouse and there are unofficial border watchers. A neighborhood watch sort of thing, so we can't go until after dark. But the farmer is old and the girl doubts he pays much attention. Still, it's safer to wait.
He hands me a napkin. A crude map is drawn on it, along with the name Miranda and her phone number. I shake my head and laugh. Nice job. By the time night falls, we've memorized the napkin sketch and head out. Excitement mixed with nervous energy. Finn takes the wheel and I'm on lookout, eagle-eyed for anyone watching our movements. We locate the farmhouse. The front porch light is on, as well as one on a large barn, but the house appears dark and quiet. Following the road past the farm, we turn onto a tractor path that leads through a field. The car bumps along. Finn tries to avoid patches of mud left by a recent rain. The headlights are bright beacons announcing our presence, so he turns them off. But then we can't see the path and get stuck in a muddy rut. It takes several attempts to free the car. I'm white-knuckling it until we finally reach the end of the field. The dirt tractor trail ends, and a narrow path, overgrown with weeds, leads into the woods. Trees close in around us as we enter a dark, eerie world with nothing visible except tree trunks and thick bushes that scratch against the side of the car.
"This used to be an old logging road."
Finn squints into the darkness. "How much further?"
"Not sure. I doubt there will be a billboard saying, 'Welcome to Canada.'"
I find myself holding my breath as we maneuver around large rocks and downed branches. Once we make it to Canada, no one will find me, because no one will know we crossed over. Suddenly, we come across a sign, and Finn slams on the brakes. It is illegal to cross the border here or any place other than a port of entry. Monitored by video. A heavy chain is spanned across, blocking the way, and another sign warning illegal entry will result in arrest hangs from it. Your friend Miranda left out this part. He screws up his face.
"So she did."
Maybe she was setting us up to get caught, just for sport.
Sounds like something bored townies would do.
We examine the barrier using only the light from Finn's phone. The chain is thick, and we don't have anything that could cut it. The chain is attached to a sturdy post on each side. I'm not sure ramming our way through it would work either. We're so close. Finn starts laughing. What? I feel like crying.
"Check this out."
He lifts the metal sign hanging from the chain and reveals a padlock holding the chain together in the center. The padlock isn't pushed into the locked position. A casual observer might not realize it only needs to be turned. Finn moves the hook, and the chain simply drops to the ground.
"Now we're talking."
We slide the chain out of the way, drive through, and then reattach it for the next border jumper. My heart soars as we continue along. Now in the land of moose and maple syrup. Finn turns on the headlights for a couple of seconds at a time to make sure we don't end up in a ditch or, God forbid, an unforeseen lake. After what feels like an eternity, distant lights appear. This is it. If someone is monitoring the Canadian side of the trail, we're doomed. We keep the lights off, bumping our way, and scrape against a boulder we didn't see.
Zach's not gonna like that,
Finn comments. But scratched paint on his car is the least of my worries. Finally, the path spits us out onto a rural road. The lights we saw are about a half-mile east, so, careful not to hit the brakes, Finn turns right, and we use the sliver of light from the moon to creep away undetected. Chapter 15. Parents of stolen baby offer cash reward for tips leading to her safe return. CNN. We spend the night getting as far from the border as possible while avoiding toll roads. Just before dawn, we lift a set of Canadian license plates in order to blend in. Before we enter Algonquin Provincial Park, we hit a small grocery store and spend our last cash on sandwich fixings and a bag of apples. The next time we need something, we'll have to use our credit cards. 45 minutes later, I spot the mile marker for the cottage. Turning onto the gravel drive toward the lake, we wind back to a public lot with a scattering of cars parked in crooked rows. I pull up along the weedy edge, under the canopy of poplar trees, and release my breath. We made it. Finn grins and I crack a smile as we race for the water's edge. Cottages and piers are dotted further along the wooded shore. I gaze longingly at the lush green islands in the middle of the lake. We breathe in the scent of forest pines, fresh water, and the smoky scent of distant campfires. Here, I'm free.
Where's the cabin?
Finn shields his eyes, scanning the shoreline.
Do we hike to it?
I nibble the edge of my lip.
What?
I focus on the islands across the lake from us, unsure how to tell him. With a tilt of my head, I gesture toward it. His eyes follow mine.
You're not serious.
I nod. The cottage is on an island? He emits a loud, exasperated sigh and raises his hands in the air. You couldn't have mentioned this earlier? I shrug. Like maybe before we illegally crossed the border? I forgot. I grimace. You forgot the cottage was on an island, he says in a condescending tone, rightfully not believing me. No, my mind was focused on getting here. God, Piper, do you ever think anything through? He paces on the pier, looking out at the island and back to me. How do we get over there? I bristle. Dad always called from the park entry and Grandma brought the boat over to get us. Don't worry, people are friendly here. We'll catch a ride. He huffs and storms down the shoreline. Let him pout. All we have to do is be patient. The air is cool, but the sun feels nice. I sit on the pier and dangle my legs into the cold, clear water and wait. And wait. And wait. We haven't seen one boat on the lake, or a car entering the parking lot. Being a weekday in September, I guess peak vacation season is over. Finn lays in the shade with his arms over his eyes, blissfully napping. Figures. I join him in the grass and play through the options in my mind. I'm not going to head home. Not sure how we'd get back over the border anyway. I let out a dejected sigh. Chin up, Pipey, it's not that bad. Finn's voice startles me. He leans up on his elbows and slides on his sunglasses. I pull at the weedy grass. When my dad was a teenager, he used to swim to the shore from the island. Finn gauges the distance. That's a long way. It is. The sunlight skims across the ripples of the water. Well, we could drive further and look for a hotel. And pay with a credit card? He lowers his sunglasses, his piercing eyes peer at me. Still not ready to turn yourself in? No way. This is probably the last chance I'll ever have to see this place. We have to get to the island. I know there are boats once we get there. but now I'm not sure about anything. He lumbers to his feet, strolls to the edge, and feels the water. I could swim across, but the water's freezing. I might end up with hypothermia before I get there. And the island is pretty big. It'd take you forever to find the cottage if you don't know where you're going. He looks down the shoreline at the distant cottages. We could try to find a cottage on this side that's still occupied and ask for a ride over. I nod agreement. Seems like the only option. The shore is dense with trees and brush, so we take the road and search for a driveway that might lead to lakefront cabins. My stomach growls, but there's no time to eat. The gravel drive forks off. We follow the first. The dusty road leads uphill to a cabin atop a slope with a spectacular view of the lake. No cars are here. I scan the clearing around the cabin. We're on a hill. There's no water access. He searches the hillside for a trail. You wouldn't have a cottage like this without water access. Not everyone has a boathouse and a fleet of boats. I snap, hungry and tired and wishing I was across the water in the comfort of Grandma's cottage. Finn heads off to find the elusive trail, but I park myself on a rock and wait, shooing away random bugs. After a few minutes, I hear a distant motor. Across the lake, a boat speeds towards the access pier where our car is parked. I pop to my feet. If we could run back in time, we can ask for a ride. I yell to Finn, but he doesn't respond. I holler again, watching the boat's progress until it's out of sight. Finn, where are you? He appears, muttering and swatting gnats. Didn't you hear the boat? Yeah, where'd it go? To the boat dock, come on! But an engine sounds again, and the boat is headed back across the water. I stare at the wake of our missed opportunity and frown. Any luck finding a boat? Nah. We backtrack and take the other fork in the road. A massive 2-story cabin, still under construction, is perched grandly near the water. Finn whistles low as we take in the view. A dock lines the shore, but there's no boat. At the edge of the clearing is a broken-down shed surrounded by overgrown weeds. There must have been an old cottage on this land that was razed to make room for the new one. And the shed is the only remaining trace. Finn wrenches the door of the shed open, but nothing of interest. He walks around the side and calls out, "I found our boat!" I clamber through the weeds and stop short. That is not a boat. She was a beauty in her time. He runs his hand lightly over the rough wood, gray from decades in the elements. It's built with long strips of wood that run the length of the craft. Finn rolls the boat away from the shed where it had been propped on its side. Bugs scatter. The bottom has a couple of spots where the wood strips have split. There is a mere trace of the stain that hints at its original rich color. One seat is broken, and the other doesn't look too secure. Finn knocks gently on the aged wood. You don't seriously think this thing will float? Oh yeah. Look at the craftsmanship. They sure don't make 'em like this anymore. And for good reason. I can't imagine how it ever held a person. But Finn is unconcerned. Give me a hand, will you? Get your hands under the bow and I'll take the stern. I reach for the edge and lift. The top board pulls off in my hands. My eyes meet Finn's. I told you get your hands under it. Don't yank from the top. The whole thing will come apart. He supports the bottom with his arms. I try to do the same, but my arms aren't as long and the wood scratches. Gently lift, he instructs. There's no way this thing will get us there. Now, don't be so cynical. Let's see if she holds together first. The wood is rough, and I see fuzzy cocoons tucked in a couple of corners. It's so light. It was designed that way. Watching his step, he walks backwards over tree roots, guiding us onto the pier. I thought it was light because the wood is dried out. That too. He cracks a grin, clearly loving this new adventure. As we lean over to lower it in the water, something crawls up my arm. I scream and drop my end and swat the spider away. Finn fumbles and can't keep hold, dropping his end too, creating a splash. He glares at me. There was a spider. Finn rolls his eyes, then his gaze shifts to the boat. Well, she floats. He has me hold the side so it won't drift away while he looks for oars. He returns with a beat-up plastic paddle sporting a rusty aluminum handle. I raise a brow skeptically.
It's the best option unless you'd rather do the dog paddle.
I'm just saying.
Hey, I know boats. You're going to have to trust me on this, he says.
Finn may have grown up on a lake, but that doesn't make him right about this decrepit craft. He lowers himself into it. The boat sinks lower but stays afloat.
Your turn.
He grins. I follow suit, weary of how this will go. As my feet touch the bottom, I notice a trickle of water seeping in. Finn releases the pier. We float free. This is insanity, I mutter, the wood scratching against my shorts.
Don't worry, I paddle fast, he chuckles.
Kneeling in the back, he dips his paddle into the water and we ease forward. Our progress is slow, like an inchworm trying to cross a football field, but Finn hums happily. Water is accumulating. I put my finger over the spot where water flows in. I find another spot and cover that one as well. I concentrate on the distant island, willing us to get there. When we're halfway across and I'm sitting in 2 inches of water, I try to scoop some of it out with my hands but only manage to get a sliver. Finn pulls harder on the paddle and the aluminum handle breaks off. Crap. Our forward motion slows.
Okay, so maybe you're gonna have to doggy paddle after all.
He uses both hands to work the plastic paddle, leaning the boat on its side, causing more water to seep in. I stretch over the opposite side. My knees grind into the coarse wood as I use my cupped hands to paddle. This is going slow, but at least we're closer to the island than the shore.
Piper?
Finn's voice strains as he struggles with his makeshift paddle.
Can you paddle faster?
Whatever glue or mud or dust that was holding this baby together has given way. Water dribbles in from what seems like every board. I frantically dig through the water with my hand. The sun is setting. I shiver from the cold and the idea of having to swim the remaining distance. It feels like we're trying to move a water-filled bathtub through a swamp. It's no use. The water is up to my waist. He ceases his efforts and has a playful, wicked glint in his eyes.
Looks like it's time to abandon ship.
He probably planned this all along. Isn't the captain supposed to go down with the ship?
You used to be such a sweet girl. What happened?
He teases. Even though we're sinking, there's a happy glow in my heart because we're almost there.
You ready?
I clench my jaw and nod. Finn tips the boat, allowing it to flood. It slowly sinks out from under us. I kick away and lose my sandals in the process. The water is freezing, and I swim for the island as fast as I can. It'll be dark soon.
I don't see any docks,
Finn pants, swimming along beside me. The cottage is at the far side. He groans. The dark water swirls around us, and I'm getting a side ache. In the fading light, I finally see the familiar floating piers around the bend. There it is! I pick up the pace. The ladder steps are slimy on my feet as I drag myself up. Water pours from my clothes as I crawl exhausted onto the pier. It's as if my heart has been racing for the past 5 days and now it's done. Finn collapses next to me.
That was a lot further than I thought.
But we made it, I say out of breath. He peers through the trees.
Where's the cabin?
I point to the cozy cottage nestled among the trees on the point of the island. Finn squints in the waning light. A smile crosses his lips.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
We rest for a minute before the chilly air has me shivering. We better check it out before it gets any darker. With water still dripping off us, we head up the incline. I stub my toe on a twisty tree root. Even in the dark, the cottage is as I remembered, with sturdy wicker porch furniture and a rack holding canoe paddles. There's one for each family member, and my heart pangs at the memory. I open the screen door and try the doorknob. It's locked. Finn slumps against the doorframe.
I can break a window.
I cock my head and shoot him the evil eye. Grandma said there's a key under the turtle, I say, my teeth chattering. We search the porch, moving the furniture and reaching over the door and window frames, but there's no key or turtle anywhere. Do you remember a turtle from when you were a kid? Only the one that lives under the dock. Maybe it's a ceramic turtle? We explore the outside of the cottage, but there are no ceramic ornaments, let alone a turtle. Back on the front porch, I plop into a chair, racking my brain when my eyes land again on the paddles. Oh my God, it's behind the turtle! I leap up and examine the paddles. Grandma's paddle had a turtle painted on the handle. Are you serious? He starts looking too. Yes, it's for the turtle under the dock. It's lived there since she was a kid. Here! I remove the paddle from its hook, and there, underneath, in the fading light, is an old skeleton key on a rusty nail. I feel for the keyhole with my fingers and slide in the old key. It seems to catch in the lock, but doesn't open. Let me. Finn shoulders me aside. Come on, you son of a bitch. He jiggles the key back and forth. Don't break it. There's a click and the door swings open. Thank you, Grandma. Chapter 16. Cheryl Winslow appeared in Olmsted County Court today for a preliminary hearing for the kidnapping and child abduction of Greta Grout, daughter of Melissa and David Grout of Seattle, Washington. NBC Nightly News. Okay, this is freaky. It's unnerving to enter the vacant cottage at night, but at least it's warmer than the outside air. Where's the light switch? There's no power. My feet shuffle along the floor until I bump into something. Ow! We illegally snuck across the border and swam across a lake to get to a cottage with no electricity. I snicker. There's never been electricity here. It's better this way, you'll see. You're killing me! His arms are outstretched to avoid unseen obstacles. This would be a perfect place to stash dead bodies. Finn! I don't need him to freak me out anymore. There should be a cabinet here against the wall. Flashlights are in the top drawer. We fumble around, shivering. Our hands touch as we locate the flashlights. There's a splash of light, and Finn aims his light into the dark shadows. This feels like CSI. There's a couch with pillows and a couple of throw blankets. The upholstered chair Grandma always sat in is next to a coffee table. Here. Finn wraps a blanket over my shoulders and takes the other for himself. Thanks. Scanning the room, there is a comfortable chair, a small desk, bookshelves, and best of all, the stone fireplace. Oh yeah, now we're talking. A large rocking chair rests in front of the hearth. Passing the light over the mantel reveals a pair of moose antlers, an antique gas lamp, and a black and white photo of Grandma and her family when she was a little girl. Below, a set of fireplace tools rests next to the screen and a metal bucket containing a few pieces of wood. Where's the lighter? He asks. Shine the light back up here. I run my hands over the mantel until I feel the long tin. Here. I open the tin, revealing long stick-like matches. We crumple paper from a box next to the hearth and stack wood on the grate. We're huddled close in our wet clothes, and I feel like we're a team. He strikes a match. It sparks, but doesn't light. Let me. He holds it out of my reach. I've got it. The match is a little damp. From what? The airtight tin? I tease. Ignoring me, he strikes harder. The matchstick breaks. Seriously? I take one, and with a quick flick against the hearth, the match flames bright. I give a little snort of superiority. There's not much I'm better at than Finn, but this I know how to do. Touching the flame beneath the newspaper, the flame catches and teases us with a boost of warmth. We crowd closer, watching the fire progress. Eating through the newspaper and licking at the stacked logs, lighting the room with a warm glow. I hold my hands before our masterpiece, but the flames burn out in smoke, returning the room to darkness. Shoot. Finn stares longingly at the fireplace. Quick, try again. We need kindling. Finn shines his light into the wood bucket. Here's some at the bottom. We place several thin strips of kindling before restocking the log in the grate.
I add more crushed paper below. This time, Finn lights it on the first try. The paper goes up, flames engulfing the kindling. We stare at the fire until the logs catch and cast the room in a soft glow. We open our blankets to capture the warmth. He adds another log. Are there any extra clothes around here? There should be in my grandma's room. Flashlight in hand, I recognize the patchwork quilt on her bed and the throw rug on the floor. With these familiar items, I relax even more. It's as if nothing can threaten me here. Old lady clothes? He wrinkles his nose. I rifle through the dresser. There's not much, but I do find a pink zip-up sweater, a worn denim shirt that looks small for a guy, and a gray sweatshirt with Canada across the front. Finn grabs it. That might have been my grandpa's. I'm not sure. Finn returns to the living room where I change out of my damp t-shirt and shorts. The soft fabric of the denim shirt sings along my cold skin, and the sweater adds warmth, but I'm stuck in my wet shorts. What I wouldn't give for a thick pair of socks. You can come out, I'm decent, Finn calls. He's wearing the sweatshirt with the blanket wrapped around his waist. His shorts and boxer briefs dry near the fire. Okay. The room is illuminated with dancing shadows, and I discover a line of coats hanging on pegs beside the door. There's a large men's jacket that hangs long enough to cover my shorts, so I slip it on and my shorts off. I place them along with my t-shirt next to Finn's by the fire. My legs are exposed, but at least I'm dry. Then I catch Finn checking me out, and when our eyes meet, he quickly looks away. I'm surprised and not sure what to think of it. As the room warms, another layer of stress rolls off. We explore the kitchen, desperate to find something edible. There's a sink and a counter as we enter, a shelf of dishes, pots and pans, and a mammoth cast-iron cook stove. There's a scratched oak dining table with mismatched chairs. At last, on a built-in wall of shelves, we find food, but not much. It's been cleared out for the winter. One side holds a few canned goods, a couple of boxes, and plastic storage containers. The other side holds board games, playing cards, and books. I'm famished. Anything more edible than this? Finn asks. What's wrong with green beans? First, it's not a meal. Second, canned vegetables are disgusting. And third, vegetables are disgusting. I turn can labels forward to see what our choices are. Finn opens a sealed plastic container. Rice. He opens another. Also rice. What is this, Survivor? Sort of. I laugh. Nice to see you're having a good time. I hold out a can of peas and he audibly gags. Can't you find a nice safe can of SpaghettiOs? Talk about disgusting. It looks like everything here is the reject food they didn't finish this summer. Wait. I crouch down and hold up a can of potatoes. Oh, but they're vegetables. You don't like them. Hey, I've never met a potato I didn't like, particularly if it's deep fried or slathered in butter. Potatoes it is. With a cast iron pan and a bottle of olive oil, we fry the sliced potatoes over the fire since the cook stove is too much to tackle tonight. Finn morphs into Boy Scout mode and arranges the logs to create a semi-balanced surface for the pan. I add seasonings that I unearthed in a cabinet. It's our first home-cooked meal since we left Minnesota. With the room smelling of garlic and fried potatoes, we dive in. Finn moans. These are the best potatoes I've ever tasted. Better than the country club? My face is warm from working so near the fire. He forks another. You really don't know how to take a compliment. I jab the log with the poker. Finn drops the last piece of wood onto the fire, setting off a spray of sparks. I jump back. Sorry. Do you think there's any more wood, or will I need to chop down a tree tomorrow? There's a wood pile behind the cottage, or at least there used to be. Now that I'm warm with food in my stomach, exhaustion sets in. But we need more wood before I can sleep. Outside, the night air smells pure and woody with a hint of campfire from our chimney. We locate wood stacked between two trees. The supply is low, but should last a few days. This place feels like a scene out of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, Finn says. It's like we've crashed someone's cabin with everything we need, and any minute the owners are going to appear with a shotgun and take us out. I don't recall the Three Bears packing heat.
Hold out your arms. He obeys, and I place a piece of wood in them.
Doesn't it feel eerie to you? Those boats on the dock, the supplies inside, and now a ready-to-go heat source? It's like a scene out of a horror movie. We've walked into a trap, and as soon as we fall asleep...
Stop! I laugh. There's a caretaker. He sets up the cabin every spring and closes it down each fall. Yet it is strange to be here alone.
And he stocks it with wood?
Yep. I load 2 more pieces on him.
And you think I have a pampered life because I live on a lake and belong to the country club?
He's got a point. I dump another piece, and another, until I can barely see him over the top.
That's good,
he groans. Back inside, with the fire stoked, the living room is toasty, but the heat doesn't reach the bedrooms. We decide to camp out in the main room and gather pillows and quilts off the beds. I'm exhausted and can barely keep my eyes open. Under my blankets, with my head on a heavenly soft pillow, I sigh with content. Finn? He doesn't answer. I touch his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
He murmurs on the edge of sleep. Thanks for helping me get here.
Anytime.
Chapter 17.
Stolen at birth, now a teen runaway. Fox News.
The cold air wakes me. I snuggle deeper under my quilts and smile. I'm safely hidden here at the cottage. With a deep breath, I sigh. Finn is asleep on his side, facing me. The quilt is pushed back. When he's sleeping, there's a gentleness to his face that I don't notice when he's awake. Despite his frustrating traits, he really has been a rock. Now that we're here, I need to think of the next step. I'm pretty sure my brother is supposed to leave the village where he's been volunteering to fly home on the 11th. That's when he'll get my messages about Mom and Finn's text about us coming here. The news is going to break his heart. Finn stretches and smiles.
God, it's great not to be cooped up in a car.
I slip out and restart the fire, then crawl back under my blankets and face Finn. He glances around the room.
Not so creepy in the light of day.
What do you want to do today?
Are you kidding? Everything. Explore, hike, canoe.
I laugh because to him, this is like summer camp. Okay, but I was thinking more on the lines of getting our groceries from the car?
Oh, that. Yeah, I'd place food at the top of the list.
We take our time, letting the room warm up before eating the last can of potatoes.
I still can't get over that the boats are left out all summer.
Finn gestures to the motorboat tied down and the 2 canoes bungeed to the dock. It's always been like this. I guess the location is so remote, and the people who come to be surrounded by nature aren't the criminal type. A pang of guilt strikes as I think of the license plates we've stolen. Finn hops into the motorboat.
Let's see if this baby starts up.
He presses a button, moves a gear, and flips a switch. The motor hiccups to life and he smiles. It's good that he's here because I wouldn't have had a clue on how to start the thing, let alone drive it. I toss him the lines and climb in, a little unbalanced until Finn offers a hand. He pulls the boat away from the dock. The air is cold as the wind whips my hair, but the sun shines brilliantly on the ripples of the water. At the access point, Zach's car is undisturbed. I gather my bag and a couple of items from the back seat. Finn collects our precious groceries. Satisfied we have everything, we head back as a car pulls into the lot. Even though we're a couple 100 miles from the U.S. border, I duck my head until we're out of sight. We spend the rest of the day exploring, and memories flood back at every new discovery. I find the hammock stored in the front bedroom and hang it in its spot on the porch. Finn is elated when he discovers fishing gear.
Guess what we're having for dinner?
While Finn splits some larger logs, I use a small axe to create more kindling, shaving small strips off a larger piece of wood. The cottage lies in a protective cove facing south, so the sun quickly warms the area. We eat lunch on the dock in the sun. Peanut butter and jelly never tasted better, and the apples are delicious after the chips and fast food of the last week.
Are you up for a hike?
He asks. Sure. I gather the remnants of our picnic. Actually, there's something I want to show you. That is, if I can find it. I navigate through the woods, trying to remember the path. The stress of the past week evaporates into the fresh Canadian air. Even my breath comes easier.
Are you sure this is the way?
Finn asks after 15 minutes of me picking my way along an all but forgotten trail. No, I laugh. But we're on an island, so we can't get that lost. I guess that's why my dad never worried when Zach and I went exploring. I duck under a branch and step past a scratchy bush. The earthy scent of white pine and hemlock combined with the rich, mossy ground, lush and soft from fallen needles and leaves. The path dips down into a bowl where we spot deer droppings and then continues uphill, promising that we're near the end. My heart pumps from the exertion and the excitement of being here. At the crest of the hill, a downed tree blocks our way. Finn leaps onto it with ease.
Come on up.
He holds out his hand and I join him. Through the trees, we take in the enormity of the lake around us. It's crystalline blue, the mainland a bumpy lump of green as far as the eye can see.
Look, there's the parking lot.
A boat crosses the open water. Seemed a lot further when we were swimming, I say. Finn takes it all in, as if he's breathing easier too.
I could stay here forever.
Let's. No reason to face my ugly reality of police and news stories.
We could live off the grid, hunt and fish. No need for a university education or corporate job.
He hops off. I could imagine doing it. If life can't be what I want it to be, then why not this? Will you promise me something? He looks up.
Sure.
Let's not talk about reality. What's really happening?
Okay.
He stretches out the question. I note his skepticism. It's just that it feels so perfect here. Nothing can touch me or tarnish this zen feeling. I want to hold on to it as long as I can. Because deep down I know I'm on borrowed time. Finn nods, watching me intensely.
Fair enough. I can do that for you.
I grace him with a smile of gratitude. Thank you.
So where's this surprise you promised?
I lead the way, and when I spot it, my heart soars. It's still here after all these years. Hand-built decades ago, and now a brittle gray. The wood, rough and splintered, has held up against the elements of time.
What is this doing here?
It's the poet's chair. I place my hand on the aged wood. My great-grandfather built it. And then I realize he wasn't my great-grandfather at all. More loss, but I push it away.
I can't believe it's lasted so long.
Finn walks around the front. The chair is built wide, like a love seat with a curved back and arms. I gingerly sit. Finn raises an eyebrow and eases in beside me. The view is spectacular. Puffy clouds float above the tranquil water of Cache Lake. He rests his arm across the back of the chair and my stomach does a little flip. I glance at him with his unkempt hair, long straight nose and strong jaw. He's affecting me. I'm not sure why after all this time together, but it's definitely there. I look away.
He was a poet?
Finn asks, his face close to mine. I laugh and try to ignore the new realization. Not really. The story goes that when he was 16, he fell in love with the girl on the island across the way. He would come here and write her poetry, professing his love.
Did it work? What happened with the girl?
My eyes flutter. He married her. Finn smiles. We soak up our surroundings for a few more minutes and then head back. Finn is ready to fish. He studies an old depth chart on the cottage wall and chooses his site. When I was little, I used to fish with my dad, but mostly I'd chatter and he'd tease that I was scaring away all the fish. Out on the open water, Finn is in his element. He baits my hook and reminds me how to use a fishing rod. We spend a couple of hours on the lake, my face to the sun. It's hard to resist Finn's charm as he jokes and laughs while casting his rod. I'm noticing him in a new way. A light breeze blows his hair, and his nose is sunburned. Back at the cottage, we cook our catch over a campfire overlooking the lake. Sharing a log in front of the fire, we place a fry pan between us. After spending the day outside, my clothes are dirty and I'm famished. This is pretty fantastic. Light, salty fish delight my tongue.
Nothing like a fresh catch,
he agrees. We devour every morsel. The reflection of the flames sparkle in Finn's eyes. This has been the best day ever.
Yes, it has,
he says thoughtfully, and I can't help but stare at him and the scruff on his tanned face. He catches me looking.
What?
I was admiring your scruffy face. I playfully rub my hand over his cheek, but the way he gazes at me halts my action. His deep brown eyes settle on mine, and he takes my hand.
You know what would make it better?
I shake my head, unable to speak. He captures my lips with his. I pull back for an instant. His eyes sparkle, and he offers a crooked smile. As much as I know it's a bad idea, I lean in for another. His kisses are tender and sweet. My heart pounds as I try to get my head around what's happening. This is Finn, the guy who kisses girls as easily as tapping like on an Insta post. But I don't want to fall among their ranks. But his hand slides along my jaw, coaxing me along, making me lose all coherent thought, except that maybe, just maybe, I mean something to him. Our lips part, and I fall back to reality. Why did you do that? The light of the fire reflects in his eyes.
We're surrounded by beauty. The night is gorgeous. Seemed like a good idea.
Oh, unsure of what this means, I grab the cast iron pan and yelp when I realize it's still hot. What's wrong? And he doesn't mean my hand. You shouldn't have done that. You're confusing me.
Whoa, slow down. Stop thinking so hard,
he says in a classic Finn style. Is that what you say to all the girls?
No, sometimes.
With a bewildered look, he rakes his hands through his hair.
Would you please sit down for a minute so we can talk?
I'm about to storm back to the cottage, but I want him to kiss me again. It's like my brain and my heart are siblings who hate each other. Flustered, I take a seat.
Maybe I should apologize for kissing you, but I'm not going to,
he says.
The truth is, Piper, I like you. You've been a part of my life forever, and I feel like I'm going to lose you.
So you thought you better kiss me now before I'm gone? I'm glad he did, but it feels like the right place, wrong time. He shrugs.
I've always admired you. You're feisty, speaking your mind, and you never put up with my crap. You've always had my number, and secretly, I love that.
Wow, I never saw that coming. Is this why he helped me? I stare at the fire glumly. You know this can't go anywhere.
I know the future is up in the air, but I couldn't not kiss you. Not check to see if maybe you felt the same.
His deep, dark eyes settle into mine, willing my resolve to break. Not sure I should admit that I've crushed on him for so long, I say. Zach will not be happy.
We have the next week of just us. And that's not much, but it's something. And remember, we weren't going to talk about life outside of the island.
It's impossible for me to argue with his logic when he flashes me a toothy grin. We return to the cottage, then carry our quilts to the dock to look at the stars. Shivering, we place one quilt on the dock and the other over top of it. After experiencing a couple of Finn's electric kisses, I'm self-conscious sharing a blanket with him, which is ridiculous. We gaze up at the sky.
The vast array of stars twinkle and wink down on us. Sure doesn't look like this back home, I say. Not even out on the lake. The lights from the city ruin it. We're quiet, soaking in the beauty of nature, but I can't help but be hypersensitive to Finn beside me. His body radiates heat, which I fight to squirm closer to. And he smells like the outdoors, campfire, and pine. Why did he kiss me like that? I know what he said, but is it just another line he doles out like candy? Am I setting myself up to be hurt, or did he actually mean it?
Relax, Pipes. I can practically hear you thinking.
He takes my hand, and my heart takes a little leap.
It's okay. It's me.
But what does that mean? I ask, overanalyzing the situation.
That I really like you. And I can't keep it to myself any longer. Is that so bad?
But nothing can come from it.
We don't know that. You've been around most of my life, and after everything we've been through together, I'm not about to waste another minute.
With that, he kisses me again, long and slow. I lose myself in the magic of his touch. His dark eyes gaze deep into my soul.
You feel it too, don't you?
Breathless, I nod. I do like him. In fact, what I feel is much stronger than that. He's been through this journey with me, and I've seen sides of him I didn't know existed. He's kind and thoughtful, and when it was in his best interest to take off, instead, he stuck by my side. He's comforted me, consoled me, and yes, even argued with me, but at his core, I know it was done with good intentions. I do. We huddle closer, still holding hands, our bodies touching. We point out the North Star, Venus, and watch satellites speeding through the night sky. The whole while, my heart soars. Suddenly, there's a zip of light. "Did you see that?" I exclaim. "Was that a shooting star?"
It was.
We snuggle closer as the temperature drops, hoping to catch more. My heart is full as a wave of euphoria envelops me. We tilt our heads together so we're both getting the same view. His closeness gives me a giddy feeling. Later, when we go to bed, Finn drapes his arm around me and I snuggle into his embrace. He kisses me once more and we drift off to sleep. Chapter 18.
Tips pour in from around the country for the missing Minnesota girl. WABC Radio.
The next day is magical, filled with laughter and long looks. The sun is out, and once the morning chill passes, I change into shorts and a tank, savoring the warm day. We canoe down a narrow waterway that leads to another lake and spot herons, 2 eagles, and a moose. In all the years I visited the cottage, I'd never seen a moose before. Without our cameras to take pictures, we float in awe of its majestic beauty as it nibbles tall grass. Back on the dock, Finn sets up 2 fishing poles, hoping to catch dinner. Side by side, we peer over the edge, looking into the water and watching occasional fish swim by, but most are too small. Water bugs skate on top of the glassy surface like an ice show performance. Finn, wearing dark shades and a careless smile, looks like a movie star. He pecks me quick on the mouth. I lean in, and before I know it, we're laying in the sun, the fishing pole forgotten. Finn grazes his lips along my jaw, my ear, and then my neck, sending shivers down my arms. I touch his face and chest and arms. He is lean and strong, his skin warm, and at least for right now, he's mine. His hand roams over my hips, touching my thigh, then up my body to the curve of my stomach. He ignites a heat inside of me unlike any I've felt before. He deepens our kiss, and it's as if I've opened my soul to him. My body grows hot and my breathing shallow. Finn's hand teases its way up to my breast as he caresses his thumb over the peak. I sigh into his mouth. My hips push against his and we go deeper down the rabbit's hole.
What the hell? A voice shouts. We startle and roll away from each other. My brother is in a canoe floating up to the dock. Zach, oh my God, what are you doing here? I ask, horrified and thrilled at the same time. Finn leaps to his feet, putting more distance between us. It's not what you think. Zach's face is red with fury. He grips the paddle like a weapon and glares at Finn. So you weren't just all over my sister? He growls, threatening to take Finn's head off. Luckily, Zach's stuck in the canoe for the moment. In an effort to distract him and hopefully diffuse his anger, I ask, how did you get here so fast? I'm happy to see him, but disappointed my privacy with Finn is cut short. I thought you weren't coming home until the 11th. I arrived in Port-au-Prince yesterday and all hell broke loose. Your messages, Finn's texts, and a call from the press. There's bite to his voice. Finn's eyes meet mine in a moment of disappointment. We thought we had more time. And then there were the calls from the police and at least one private investigator. My head snaps back to him, and his eyes, so unlike my own, are no longer angry, but tortured. The terrifying reality of my life, that I'd be able to escape while in Finn's arms, comes crashing back. Zach reaches the dock and tosses out his backpack. Finn holds the canoe. You didn't tell the police where I am? I ask. He slides the paddle into the boat and stands. Of course not. Did you know you are the top national news story? You've been trending for days. How did you get here with your face plastered on every newspaper, newscast, and social media site? He carefully steps onto the dock. My shoulders slump. I thought this was a safe place to be, off the radar, but now I'm not so sure. I can't go back. Zach looks me in the eye with steely determination and yet a vulnerability I'm not used to. I'm not losing you, he says, and suddenly I'm back to that fearful place of life on the run. I look at my brother and whisper, I'm scared. He pulls me into a rare hug. Me too. We stand there, neither wanting to let go. Zach isn't really my brother, and I'm sure he's thinking that too. All these years he's bossed me around and complained when I sang to the radio. But he also stuck up for me and came over when I got scared babysitting. What are we going to do? I'm relieved to let him take charge. We'll come up with a plan. Finn, who's kept quiet during our exchange, speaks up. Zach, you have no idea how glad I am to see you. About that, Zach says, eyeing his best friend. And out of nowhere, he rushes at Finn like a linebacker, shoving him off the dock and into the lake. Finn goes under and water splashes the dock. He comes up sputtering. Keep your hands off my sister. With that, Zach grabs his backpack and storms up to the cottage. 20 minutes later, we gather around a crackling fire that Zach whipped up in the fireplace as if he'd done it all his life. Which I suppose he has. Finn changed into a dry t-shirt, but is still wearing wet shorts, with his hair sticking up at odd angles from hastily drying it with a towel. He takes the furthest seat away from me, frowns apologetically, and shrugs. Apparently, the bro code overrules what I thought we had. So you were never stopped? Not even at the border? Zach asks. Not exactly. We were turned away. Did they take your names? Yes, but Piper had a fake ID. Zach raises an eyebrow. Oh, really? I raise my chin. There's a lot you don't know about me. He snorts. Apparently. Finn rubs the stubble on his chin. We saw some coverage back in Niagara Falls a few days ago, but you're saying the story has grown? It's the opening story on every major news outlet and dominates social media. The press has talked to teachers, neighbors, and your friends. They've all got our photos. He sighs. Must be a slow news cycle, I say, not wanting to believe it. It'll pass as soon as there's another government scandal or when a celebrity couple splits up. Maybe, but right now, you're the media darling.
The country is fixated on the poor girl who was stolen at birth, and so loyal to the criminal that stole her that she's running from her real family," Zach says with venom. I cringe and avert my eyes. Don't call Mom a criminal. "But it's true," he snaps. "Mom stole you from your real mother's hospital room." The image doesn't hold up to the mother I know. She is loving, funny, and generous. He starts pacing. "Didn't you find it odd that Mom wouldn't let you get a real job where you'd be asked for a social security number? And why she didn't want you to get your driver's license?" Of course I wondered, but Mom was always stricter with me. "Didn't you ever wonder why you look so different from the rest of us?" He's practically yelling at me. "It was there the whole time." Of course I wondered. I thought maybe I was adopted like you teased me when I was little. I figured Mom and Dad didn't want me to know. Why are you doing this? I cry. "Lay off, Zach." Finn snaps. "It's not like anyone knew." Zach drops into a chair, rests his elbows on his thighs, and fixates on the fire. A spark pops from the hearth. He doesn't flinch. But after a minute, he speaks. "I knew." My heart drops to my stomach. What? I can't find my voice to respond. Zach swallows. "Mom and Dad were fighting. They didn't hear me come in. It was the day of the accident when Dad died." I remember that day. "Apparently, Dad was going through old papers and found some evidence of your abduction. He was yelling, demanding to know why. Mom was crying and begging him not to ask any more questions. But he wouldn't. Mom kept apologizing and pleading with him to forgive her." Zach shakes his head, as if wishing he didn't know the story. I don't want to know this either, and yet I'm fixated on every word. "Apparently, Mom was pregnant and Dad was stationed overseas. She went out of state for a work conference. There were complications. The baby came too early and died right after birth. Mom confessed that she'd lost her mind and couldn't control her actions. So on her way back to Minnesota, she snuck into a hospital in Kansas and took you." The room is silent, other than the occasional crackle from the fireplace. "How could you keep that from me?" I ask softly. He drops his head. "I was 14. You were 12. "So? You should have told me." His eyes are filled with pain. "They would have taken you away. Dad stormed out of the house after the argument. He was so angry. And that's likely what caused the accident. It was all too much. I wasn't losing another family member." This is impossible, and it keeps getting worse. Zach rubs his forehead and continues. "You wouldn't have believed me anyway. You would have gone to Mom and asked, or worse, you would have told your friends or a teacher." Zach knew. My mind swirls as the ground around me crumbles away. "I wouldn't have told," I said softly. He's quiet and gently says, "Yes, you would have." "No, I wouldn't," I insist, but his expression says otherwise. I can't breathe, and I can't bear to be in the same room with him. I bolt for the door. Zach calls for me to wait, but I bust outside, desperate for air. I run along the path leading away from the cottage. Low branches scratch my legs. Then I trip over a root and stumble to the ground. My hands sting and my knees are skinned. Damn it! I drag myself to my feet and gingerly find my way to the log where Finn first kissed me. I fixate on the rocks around the fire pit, memories flooding back to times here with Grandma, Zach, and my parents. Zach knew. The betrayal leaves me feeling even more isolated. What if he had told me? Would I have ended up with the Grouts years ago? My gut clenches. Instead, I'm 17 and a fugitive. How can I ever join a new family? But my family, the family of my heart, is broken. Dad is gone. Mom is in jail. Zach is here,
but he's only 19, and I had thought he could fix everything. But I was lying to myself. He can't. I hug myself and give in to hopelessness. Alone with the truth, I finally let the reality of what my mother did sink in. I'm not Piper Winslow. The baby with that name died. My entire life has been a lie. Piper doesn't exist. I am no one. I rock back and forth on the log and gulp back a sob. I think of all the lies and secrets and pain surrounding my existence and cry into my hands. My body trembles as the emotions roll out of me. I fit nowhere. Zach isn't my brother, and he's known it for years. I'm lost in my misery when I hear someone walking through the leaves. Without a word, Finn takes me in his arms. I'm losing him, too. His bro code with Zach has ended what we just began. He rubs my back and smooths my hair, whispering soothing words. "This can't be happening," I cry. "I wish it weren't," he says. He holds me until I calm down. We're both shivering. I don't want this moment to end, but the wind is picking up and Zach is waiting. Back at the cabin, Finn adds another log to the fire and sits next to me. Zach doesn't seem to mind. Maybe it's my tear-stained face that causes him to lay off. We talk late into the night, hatching various plans that would keep me on my own. Everything from living on the run to hiring lawyers we can't afford, to buying a new identity. When the last embers are barely aglow, we camp out on the floor, desperate to stay close. My days are numbered. There's no one with any real power to fight for me. Zach is trying, but this mess is far bigger than him or me. In the morning, we gather around the table eating chocolate donuts that Zach brought. Zach says we should call a lawyer to help us stay together when the rumble of a boat engine interrupts our thoughts. I tense up. Finn stops speaking. "It's Friday," Zach says. "There are going to be more people around." Still, we remain silent as the rumble grows. We wait for it to pass. But when the engine downshifts and the motor quiets, white-hot panic streams through my veins. My brother leaps from his chair to go look. Finn locks eyes with me. He doesn't believe they're weekend tourists either. Zach rushes back. "There's 4 people. 2 are definitely law enforcement. Piper, head out the back door and hide in the woods. I'll come for you after they leave." But I'm frozen in place. I've been running from this moment for a week, hoping it wouldn't happen. Finn's earlier words echo in my mind. "The Grouts are your family. They've been devastated your whole life. They want you." Zach doesn't speak, just looks at me with total despair. Voices sound on the dock. My chest tightens and it's hard to breathe. "Let me handle this." Zach leaves with Finn on his heels. The screen door creaks as they step onto the porch. I hide in the shadows. The voices are closer now, but I can't make out any words. I edge closer to the window and see Zach and Finn shoulder to shoulder like concrete barriers blocking entrance to the porch. The intruders are out of view, but I hear them speaking in measured tones. Zach's voice sounds forceful and direct. I've never heard him this way. I inch closer, staying out of sight. "I'm sorry, son, but she's a juvenile runaway, and we've been authorized to take her into custody," says a female officer. "So you're going to take her by force?" Zach raises his voice. "She has rights." The officer doesn't sway. "She is a minor. You aren't her guardian or even a blood relative." I flinch. It's a cruel slap in the face for Zach. "Step aside," a male officer commands. The guys don't move. It's a standoff. I could run, but where would I go? I'm on an island. My time is up. The male officer speaks again, this time more forcefully. "Mr. Winslow and Mr. O'Donnell,
If you don't allow us access to Miss Grout, you will be arrested and charged with obstructing justice.
My life is being sucked down a drain, and there's nothing I can do, except one thing. I can't let Finn and Zach get into any more trouble. I step onto the porch behind my defenders and place a hand on Zach's shoulder. It's okay. He and Finn spin around.
Piper, don't,
Finn says. I swallow and try to smile, but fail. It's over. I'll take it from here. My life is about to change forever. And more than anything, I don't want this to happen. I want to stay with the people I know and love. But I have no choice. Zach and Finn part, and my body trembles as if I'm facing a firing squad. I step in front of them to face the strangers. I'm Piper. Chapter 19.
Stolen at birth teen evades authorities for nearly a week. Live at 5 News, Seattle.
There's a collective sigh of relief from the posse. The uniformed officers change their stance from enforcing to compassionate, while a short, portly man wears an expression of satisfaction. When I glance at the last man, I'm startled. He's the man in the photos of the Grouts, but instead of appearing confident and in control, he looks exhausted. His eyes are glassy with emotion, and he is staring at me as much as I'm now staring at him. My voice a whisper, I ask, "Are you?" He nods.
I'm your dad.
His voice is low and husky, as if he's fighting to keep his composure. His words sting. My dad was Brad Winslow. He died in a car accident when I was 12, but I keep my thoughts to myself because it's clear how hard this has been for him, too. Stranger still is that I see myself in this man, in the eyes, nose, and cheekbones. It's obvious that we're related. He's tall, and now I know where I got my height. If I stood next to him, I'm pretty sure we'd look like father and daughter.
Greta Grout, you need to come with us for questioning.
The female officer interrupts. I wince at the name and glance at Zach, then back to the officer. Am I under arrest? My new dad steps forward.
No, of course not.
He can't tear his eyes away from me. The other officer speaks up.
You need to be processed and cleared to leave the country without a passport.
Now? But I'm not ready. I can't walk away from Zach like this, or Finn.
Can't you give her some time to digest all of this?
Finn asks, as if reading my mind.
And her brother?
This time, my new father winces.
Yes, of course. I'm just so eager to get Greta home,
he says to Finn, then looks back at me.
The whole family is waiting to meet you.
The officers seem annoyed at the delay, but give the okay and step aside so my new dad can approach.
Greta, you have no idea how long I've dreamed of this day. Please, may I hug you?
My impulse is to step back, jump into the lake, or turn and run. He's a total stranger. But this man, who I don't know how to address, is obviously my father, and he looks so desperate. It would break his heart if I said no, so I nod. He cautiously wraps fatherly arms around me. I catch a faint scent of aftershave. It's awkward. I see Finn over his shoulder, with heartbreak etched on his handsome face. I refuse to cry. My new dad pats my back and steps back, tears brimming. He holds me by the shoulders and looks straight into my eyes.
You have always been loved, and you were never forgotten.
I force a smile, but don't know what to say. I was always happy and loved. I never knew there was another family out there. So I changed the subject. I'd like you to meet my brother Zach and our friend Finn.
Nice to meet you. I'm Dave Grout.
He shakes both their hands.
So, Finn here is the one that helped you run away.
The odd man in the back says. Finn bristles.
And who are you? Jerry Baumgartner, private detective for Mr. Grout. You gave me a real run for my money, kid. Crossing the border was an unexpected twist. Brilliant, actually,
he says with a car salesman-type smile. Finn sneers.
You must be quite proud of yourself. Now, I'm not the bad guy. I provide the happily ever after for families.
I bristle. Finn is about to make a rebuttal, but Zach interrupts.
Finn, leave it.
Jerry, if you and the officers don't mind, how about you wait down on the dock while I spend some time with the kids? Dave says. The private eye nods and does as asked. Dave follows me up to the porch. We all take a seat. The awkwardness is palpable. I have no idea what to say to this man. I'll be right back. I jump at the chance to escape before anyone can stop me. In the kitchen, I brace my hands on the table, my head down, and pray for strength. Finn appears behind me. I turn around, my shoulders slumped. Please tell me this is only a nightmare and that I'll wake up soon. He opens his arms and I step into his embrace, locking my arms around his waist. Finn's touch is the grounding I need. I can't believe we have to say goodbye. Forever, I think, but don't say. Once I'm gone, will I ever see him again? It was nice while it lasted.
Better than nice,
he whispers. How is Zach doing alone with him?
I think they wanted a private moment to size each other up, but we shouldn't stay away too long.
Finn opens a bag of chips, and we return to the porch.
Is this all you've been eating?
Dave asks. Finn's been catching fish, and Zach brought some food. We were going to the camp store soon. But the truth is that our money is gone, and I was terrified of being discovered.
What happens now?
Finn asks, getting straight to the point.
Greta and I will head back to Toronto and take care of paperwork to get her out of the country. Fortunately, I started working with my lawyers as soon as we realized you planned to cross the border. Everything is arranged. All I have to do is sign a few papers,
he says calmly. I startle. This new father of mine is well prepared and seems to have thought of everything. You knew I was here all this time?
Jerry is very good at his job.
He looks almost guilty about it.
Once the paperwork is settled, Greta and I...
Piper? Her name is Piper. Zach corrects with a sting to his words.
Right, of course.
He turns to me.
We'll fly back to Seattle, and you'll meet the rest of the family tonight. I didn't want to get their hopes up until I'd seen you with my own eyes. So I'll give them a call as soon as we're back in cell phone range. They're going to be ecstatic.
He smiles and gazes at me with fatherly love. How is that possible when he doesn't know me? What about my things? They're all in Rochester. I think of my clothes, family photos, and volleyball trophies.
We'll hire someone to pack them up and mail them to you,
he says kindly.
I'll do it.
Zach's voice is strained. He's defeated, but not willing to let my new dad take over everything. But what about my mom? I never got a chance to say goodbye or talk to her about what happened. His jaw clenches and he says in a tight voice,
I'm going to be straight with you on this subject. That woman tore our family apart and put us through a lifetime of hell. My priority is on putting our family back together.
I swallow and look to my brother. What about Zach? He did nothing wrong. Then I think of the secret he kept, but he kept it so he wouldn't lose me. Now it's my turn to make sure I don't lose him.
I'm sure we can coordinate visits. He told me he goes to school in Boston.
I breathe a sigh of relief.
If it's okay, Mr. Grout, I'd like to visit too.
Finn adds hopefully.
We'll make it a party then.
He smiles warmly, and I believe he means it. I hope he does. He checks his watch.
The day is getting past us. We need to get on the road.
Panic strikes full force again. My new dad must notice because he offers to wait on the dock while I gather my things and say goodbye. He shakes hands with Zach and Finn, then heads to the dock and the waiting group. We go inside and I stare at my surroundings, soaking up every memory I have of this place, especially of the past 3 days.
I'll help you.
Zach pulls out my bag, trying to get rid of me. I force the joke, but it doesn't feel funny.
If I don't do something, I'm going to punch a wall.
Packing my paltry belongings only takes a minute. With the bag ready, I try not to burst into tears.
Come here.
Finn pulls me into one of his magical hugs that makes me feel safe and loved and important. Please don't forget me, I whisper.
Never,
he says in a voice raw with emotion and holds me tight.
The moment you get to a phone or a computer, contact me. I'll be waiting.
I nod, unable to speak. A tear rolls down my cheek. Ignoring Zach's presence, he wipes it away with the pat of his thumb and captures my mouth with his in a long, tender kiss of sorrow at losing what we'd barely started. It's a slow, intoxicating goodbye that leaves me clinging to him and desperate to stay. He gives me a somber smile and disappears out the back door. He's gone.
What am I gonna do, Pipes?
Zach says, and at first I think he means about Finn, but then I see the tears welling in his eyes.
I've lost my whole family. What I feared since Dad died has happened. You're going away.
But I don't want to be a Grout. I want to be a Winslow.
Come on, you must be curious.
He teases, then turns serious again.
It's the family you should have been raised in. Your dad seems like a stand-up kind of guy.
I guess. If I could meet them and see them a couple times a year, that would be okay. I could live with that. Instead, I have to give up everything, and that's killing me.
Worst case scenario. You stay with them for a year, and we can be together after that. You could come out to Boston for college.
That cheers me. No matter what, I'll follow you. I'll have to get better grades if I'm going to get into Boston College. Mom always discouraged me from a college education, but now I have a reason to study harder. I smile sadly. For all the harassing and teasing over the years, Zach always had my back, even now. But the group on the dock is growing restless.
I better deliver you before they send out another search party.
Last-minute desperation sets in. I grab his arm. Zach, I don't want to go. I don't think I can do it. He tries to force a smile, but it comes out a grimace. Zach, the least touchy guy on the planet, hugs me fiercely.
I know.
He's the only family I've got, and leaving him is like cutting off a limb.
You are Winslow. You are strong and resilient.
I nod, not trusting myself to speak.
I love you, Pipes. Don't ever forget it.
I swipe away a tear, and we walk to the dock. The officers and the private eye climb into the boat.
You take good care of her,
Zach says, handing my bag to my new dad. He answers softly,
Of course.
The boat engine roars to life. I face Zach, my voice breaking. I love you.
I love you too.
My new dad hands me into the boat, then follows. I take a seat in the front. Zach unties the ropes and tosses them in, as if giving his permission for these strangers to steal me away. As the boat drifts from the dock, my tears flow freely. I can't help it. My brother is devastated, with tears rolling down his face. I love you, Zach. I cry out, not caring what these strangers think. He waves. The engine revs into gear, and in seconds we're around the bend, out of sight. I've lost my brother. The boat travels alongside the island past the fire ring. I think of all the special moments I shared with Finn, and wonder when I'll see him again, if ever. Toward the end of the island, the boat speeds up, creating spray. I gaze up the hill, searching for the poet's chair. And there, where my great-grandfather wrote sonnets for the girl he loved, is Finn. I leap to my feet and wave. One of the officers moves to grab me, but my new dad signals him away. Finn and I wave to each other until the boat moves out of sight. And then I sink to my seat, my face to the wind, and silently weep.
Chapter 20. Where is Greta Grout and why did she run? Special report, CBS News.
During the 3-hour drive to Toronto, I put on a brave face. But Dave, I decide I can't call him Dad, at least not yet, notices my sniffles and hands me tissues. Jerry comments that they didn't grab me sooner because they needed time to obtain legal documents to extradite me from Canada. He'd been watching the cottage ever since I arrived. Finally, Dave tells Jerry to stop talking. I can't escape this jerk fast enough. True to his word, Dave has all the necessary paperwork, including my real birth certificate with the name Greta Ingrid Grout. Could a name be any worse? I am shocked that our seats to Seattle are in first class and wish I had nicer clothes to wear.
Only the best for my daughter.
Dave grins and offers me the window seat. I would enjoy the experience more if Zach were with me and I wasn't jetting to the great unknown. Dave asks about my friends and interests. He's always smiling or looking at me as if to make sure I'm real. While a bit awkward, it does make me feel like I matter. I tell him about volleyball, and he promises we'll find a new team. But I'm not sure how that will be possible this far into the season. He shows photos of my brother and 2 sisters. Derek is 21 and a student at nearby DeVry University in Washington. He's the student representative for the School of Engineering Board and loves classic rock. Kirsten is 18 and a senior at Wayland Academy. They held her back from starting kindergarten. She's first chair French horn and president of the debate club.
Laurel is 12 and the happiest person you'll ever meet. She loves everyone and everything, especially violin and animals, cats in particular, which drives your mother crazy,
Dave says with a smile. It's clear he's proud of all his kids and loves them very much, but it's easy to see that I don't measure up to them. Will he be disappointed when he figures that out? And what will my new mother think? I'm so different from the kids they raised. He pats my hand often and can't hold back his excitement to have me beside him. If only I could return the enthusiasm. Dinner is served. We eat and talk until finally Dave says,
I've been monopolizing your attention when you're probably overwhelmed and exhausted. I'm just so thrilled to have you back. It is truly a miracle.
He urges me to watch a movie or close my eyes. It's a 3-hour time difference, so it'll still be early when we arrive. I'm thankful to have some space while he focuses on his phone, still checking on me often with a contented smile. But I can't sleep. I'm battling a constant state of low-level panic, I'm worried about Zach and Finn, even Mom, and I'm terrified of meeting this reportedly fantastic new family. I pretend to sleep, but then watch a movie in an attempt to distract myself from my worries. It doesn't work. Before landing, I step into the bathroom, change into the cleanest top I have. After all my travels, everything has been worn at least once. I brush out my hair and apply mascara and blush so I won't look like the teenage runaway I've been. Surprisingly, we're not met at the airport by family, but by a driver holding a sign that reads, "Grout." I'm beginning to wonder about the wealth of my new family. Suddenly, there's a flash from a photographer, then several more rush our direction, along with reporters yelling my name and shouting questions. Dave wraps his arm around my shoulder and shields me as we follow the driver to the sanctuary of a black town car. I was worried that might happen. Dave settles in his seat as the driver speeds off. I'm afraid you're going to be of interest to the press for a bit, but don't worry, it'll pass. The drive goes quickly as I take in the lights, wondering about my new city. I've never been to the West Coast before, let alone Seattle. When we exit the highway into neatly kept neighborhoods, Dave beams. The family is so excited to meet you. Am I who they hoped for? Will they like me? After this emotional day, I'm exhausted, and despite my best efforts, know that I still look a mess. I'm wearing the same jeans that I hiked around the island in. My last hair wash was 2 days ago when I leaned off the dock and washed it in the lake. What will they think of me? Your mother is beside herself, Dave continues, drumming his fingers on the armrest. I know you'll always have ties to your other family, and from what I saw of Zach at the cottage, they treated you well, and I'm so relieved. I can tell he means this as a compliment, but of course they treated me well. They were my family, in every sense, except for DNA. But for our family, losing you has been a painful tragedy, and we're incredibly thankful to have you back. He gives my hand a squeeze. I smile back, not wanting to hurt his feelings. My loyalties are definitely torn. How do I love my mother after what she's done to these people? How do I love a new mother? The driver turns into a gated community. Dave hands a card to the driver, who flashes it in front of a machine that clicks and raises the bar for entry. My pulse races. I'm about to meet my new family, and I'm still not ready. How can I ever be ready for this moment? We cruise past palatial homes with brick drives and pillared entrances. The homes are lighted, showing off their meticulously manicured lawns and grandeur. I am definitely not in Kansas anymore. Dave smiles again as he watches my reaction. After a couple more turns, we pull into a curved driveway. The moment the car stops, the front door flies open, and an eagerly grinning girl with long, dark blonde hair, rosy cheeks, and dancing eyes runs out to greet us. This must be Laurel. We have a little surprise for you. It wasn't how I envisioned your first night home, but your mother insisted, Dave says as Laurel flings his car door open. You're finally here! I swear this is the longest day of my life! She giggles with excited exasperation and peeks across the seat at me. Hi, Greta! Come on in, everyone's waiting. I offer a nervous smile and turn to Dave for reassurance. He's the only familiar person to me, and I've only known him since this morning. But he's laughing at Laurel's enthusiasm. He exits, and the driver opens my door. I step out, and as I turn, Laurel launches herself at me with a bear hug. Oh! I have been waiting to meet you my whole life! She squeals with the exuberance of a kid on her birthday. I've always wanted another sister. We're going to have so much fun. And with that greeting, I'm hopeful she's right. Come on. Mom wouldn't let us eat anything until you arrived. Wait till you see it. She pulls me toward the door. And everyone wants to meet you. You're the guest of honor. I put on the skids as white-hot panic strikes me full force. Who exactly is everyone? But Laurel isn't to be deterred and drags me along as Dave, distracted and oblivious to my terror, collects our bags and tips the driver. Faces peek through the window, and there are definitely more than 3 other family members I was expecting. My heart threatens to pound out of my chest, and I break out in a sweat. Clustered inside the spacious foyer are, based on the photos and uncanny resemblances, my birth mother and 2 older siblings. I gulp and smile in an effort not to look as terrified as I feel. The marbled entrance is 3 stories high with a chandelier and 2 curving staircases that wind to the next level. There must be a dozen people staring at me from the adjoining rooms.
Hey there, sis. I'm Derek. Nice to finally meet you.
My brother, with warm eyes and wearing a Led Zeppelin t-shirt and dark jeans, steps forward with a breezy confidence, as if it's every day he gains a long-lost sister. It's uncanny to face another person who looks so much like me, with the same amber eyes and high cheekbones. Meeting him makes me miss Zach again and feel like a traitor. Hi. I try to match his casual vibe. My birth mother stares at me, her hand covering her open mouth, and eyes clouded with emotion. I'm not sure if it's shock or disbelief or if she's about to cry, but she says nothing. Derek kicks Kirsten's shoe. She looks identical to her formal photo, tall like me, with a long-limbed body, and similar facial features. Hi, Greta, I'm Kirsten. My sister is wearing an oatmeal-colored woven sweater and a long pendant necklace over white capris. Bronze-toned jeweled sandals adorn her feet. I cringe at being called Greta. Kirsten doesn't smile or seem all that interested in me. She stands straight with perfect posture, and if I'm not mistaken, is looking down at me, even though we're the same height. I've always wanted a sister, I offer, because I'm not sure what fits the situation. It sounds insincere, coming from my lips, but this doesn't feel like my family. It feels like some generous people who invited me into their home for a party. Well, you've got 2 sisters, and we've been here the whole time, she states with a haughtily tilt of her head. I have no idea how to respond. Is she mad at me? I've been here for less than a minute. What could I possibly have done to anger her?
Lay off, Kirsten, and take the stick out of your ass, Derek says in an annoyed tone reserved for older brothers.
She shoots daggers at him.
Enough.
Dave gives them each the eye.
This is a celebration, not a spitting match.
He turns to my mother, who hasn't said a word.
Melissa.
His face lights up.
Our baby is finally home. I told you we'd find her one day.
Melissa seems flustered, despite the fact she's absolutely beautiful. Her hair is a shiny bob, and her manicured nails a lovely shade of peach, matching her elegant dress and heels. She pastes on a smile. It's a miracle. Greta, welcome home. She clasps my hands in hers and pats them, which is okay, because anything more than that would feel wrong. Her hands are trembling and her eyes glance at me, dart away, and come back to me. It's as if my mom, the woman who raised me, and who I've loved since birth, is standing between us, the elephant in the room. Thank you. Again, I'm at a loss. I can't say, it's good to be home. That's a lie. I'm not glad about any of this, though perhaps I should be. And other than Dave and Laurel, it's an odd introduction to my original family. Kirsten, Melissa says, why don't you take Greta upstairs and lend her some appropriate clothes? My face heats as I look down at my t-shirt, jeans, and dusty volleyball shoes that I've been wearing on the island. I wasn't expecting a fancy party or dozens of strangers. Even if I was, I have nothing appropriate to wear.
Nonsense. She's perfect.
Dave interrupts.
I can't wait another minute. Let me see my girl.
An older woman with wavy gray hair and warm eyes bustles forward.
Greta, dear, I'm your Grandma Grout on your father's side.
She pulls me into a warm, squishy hug, plants a kiss on my cheek, and then holds me at arm's length.
Look at you. You're beautiful. She has the Grout look about her, don't you think, Heinrich?
A tall, older gentleman ambles forward.
Sure enough, she's a looker.
He pulls me into a bone-crushing hug. His eyes are misty.
Greta, we're so thankful to finally see this day. It's been quite an ordeal. You can call me Gramps.
I smile, grateful for their kindness. I'm passed to another set of grandparents, and then aunts and uncles and cousins, close family friends, numerous neighbors, and maybe even the mailman for all I know. Everyone calls me Greta, which grates on my raw, tender nerves, and it's like I'm in the wrong body. No matter what my birth certificate may say, my name is Piper. My face hurts from trying to smile, and I've given up on keeping names straight. I'm on display like a show dog and wished I'd had warning. I could have at least bought a clean shirt at the airport or changed into sandals. The other guests are all dressed in celebratory style, and this mansion, from my first impression, seems more of a showpiece than a home. I'm guided into a kitchen designed for entertaining. Massive flower arrangements and pink balloon bunches are placed all around. Some read, "It's a girl." Trays of appetizers on gleaming white plates fill the counters and tables. There's a whole salmon displayed, bruschetta, lobster claws, fancy kebabs, cucumber sandwiches, and items I have no idea what they are. Everyone in the room is pretending not to stare at the long-lost ruffian, but their eyes follow my every move. Dave is shaking hands and laughing with a group that I think might be neighbors. They are congratulating him on finding me. Melissa is pouring herself wine. I don't see Derek, but Kirsten is in the far corner chatting, tucked under the arm of a cute guy. Thankfully, Laurel saves me. "Greta, do you like salmon? The salmon puffs are my favorite." She shoves a plate in my hands. "I don't know. I've never had it." She stares in disbelief. "Never?" I shake my head. "How's that possible? We have it fresh from the fish market all the time." "Then I'll try too." I put the little puffs on my plate. "Greta, what's your favorite food? Mine's spaghetti and meatballs." I sigh. Laurel and I seem to be getting along well, so I take a chance and say, "Laurel, can I ask you a favor?" "Anything. That's what sisters are for." She giggles and her sweet round eyes light up. "Could you call me Piper, not Greta?" I ask softly. Her smile falters. "But Greta's your name." The room goes silent. I have an audience. Shoot. But now is as good a time as any to put an end to this. Actually, my name is Piper. It's the only name I've known my whole life until now. Laurel isn't sure what to do. She looks to her parents, who are staring at me as if I've committed a felony. Melissa, her face transformed with a single-minded determination, burns through the crowd. "Absolutely not. We will not call you by any name that vile criminal gave you." I'm stunned. I grip my plate. afraid the salmon puffs might slip to the polished floor as their friends and relatives look on. Dave tries to calm Melissa, but she pushes him away. "No, that woman ruined our lives. She stole my child, my happiness." My face is scorching hot, and I shrink into my shoes. The assembled spectators glance uncomfortably away. Laurel is as shocked as I am and appears ready to cry. The silence is agony. "I'm sorry," I whisper and rush out of the room with my plate because I'm not sure where to put it. Chapter 21.
Runaway team arrives at Seattle-Tacoma with birth father. TMZ.
My mother hates me. I can't breathe. I'm in an office lined with dark walnut bookcases, a leather couch, and an elegant carved desk. The sliding glass doors lead to a deck. I set the untouched salmon puffs on the desk and escape outside. The deck runs the length of the house and overlooks a lake that reflects the moonlight. Lights line a path down to a boathouse and dock. Areas are set up with soft seating, deck furniture, and a grilling area.
20 minutes and you're ready to run?
A voice startles me. I spin around. Derek is sprawled on a chaise lounge in the shadows with a glass of wine. The bottle is beside him. "It's just intense."
Which is why I'm out here. Drink?
He raises his glass. "Nah, I'm good." I catch my breath as my fight or flight response diminishes.
"Ah, you're one of those girls,"
he says sarcastically. I bristle. What is it with the grouts? They're coming at me from all sides. And what is that supposed to mean? Resigned, I take a cushioned chair beside him.
Uptight, too pure to take a drink of sinful alcohol?
I snatch the glass from his hand and swig half of it. The biting liquid leaves a bitter aftertaste in my mouth. This isn't my first drink, but close. I couldn't jeopardize playing volleyball. He nods as if I've passed some secret test. We sit in silence, perhaps sizing each other up or maybe lost in our own thoughts about the bizarre situation.
"How is life in Minnesota?"
he finally offers to fill the void. It's a fair question that catches me off guard. I pause, considering how to respond. Good, simple, no fancy house, but we were happy. He stares out across the water.
"I always wondered what happened to you. When I was little, I used to draw pictures of you and the different lives I imagined you had."
I nod. It's really nice.
Then Mom sent me to a shrink.
He drinks straight from the bottle.
After that, I stopped drawing pictures.
I gulp from my glass. That sounds traumatic. I never had a clue, not until the cops showed up and locked my mom in handcuffs. I shake my head, painful memories of that day still fresh and raw in my mind.
"You'll need a hell of a lot more therapy than I did."
He refills my glass and takes another drag off the bottle. I wouldn't know where to begin. I think I'm still in shock. I'm likely to have a breakdown soon, so watch out. He chuckles.
"What did you do for fun in your quaint little Midwest town?"
I roll my eyes. Volleyball was my thing. I guess it's some girl on JV's lucky day. He squints his eyes as if sizing me up.
"You any good?"
I can't contain my smile. I don't suck. We drink and look out at the shimmering bay. I waitressed at a coffee shop. My best friend and I used to go to the lake all the time. I didn't boat much, just the beach, but my brother Zach did. I halt to realize my error. Derek raises an eyebrow, and I switch back to fight mode. Sorry, but I don't care what the reality is. Zach will always be my brother.
Chill. I get that you had a life. Plus, I can handle a little brotherly competition.
He gives me a crooked smile. So you're not mad at me? I seem to have offended everyone else by asking to be called my name, and Kirsten is outright hostile.
Hardly. Now that you're here, it'll take the pressure off me. I'm the resident problem child. Now they'll be focused on turning you into a grout.
And that's something I'm worried about. The patio doors open further down the deck, and Dave comes looking for me. He spots us in the shadows. Derek sweeps the wine glass from my hand and is drinking when Dave approaches. He shakes his head.
Derek, I expected better from you, especially when it's Greta's first night home.
I sigh. I can't be Greta. I'm not the girl they want.
But it's a party, Dad. The family needs to loosen up.
He swirls the wine glass.
No, this family needs to have a meeting. In the kitchen, now. What about all the buffers Mom invited to parade Greta in front of?
Dave chews the inside of his cheek and glances at the floor and then the sky with unspoken thoughts.
They're gone.
Apparently, my little episode was a party killer. I'm sorry I upset your, Melissa. How awkward. I'm offending people right and left. It's just that I've been Piper my whole life.
Piper is a way cooler name than Greta. What ancient tomb did you dig that name out of, Dad?
Derek is a master at stirring the pot, and I like him more all the time.
It was my grandmother's name. She was a tough old bird and was always cooking sauerkraut, but she was also kind and generous. She's the one who paid my college tuition. I was the first of the Grouts to go to college.
You've done well for yourself. I indicate the gorgeous patio and lawns. Dave and Derek glance at each other, communicating something I'm not a part of.
Yes, well, I'll need some time to get accustomed to calling you Piper. I imagine it will take your mother even longer. Now, let's not put this off any longer. In the kitchen, both of you.
He smiles affectionately, happy to corral me like one of his other kids.
Tonight should have been the 5 of us plus grandparents,
Dave says. All the kids are gathered around the granite island on leather stools. Does everyone have a regular spot? Am I in the wrong seat? Kirsten examines her phone. Laurel dips her fingers in the cocktail sauce and listens intently. Melissa is placing leftover shrimp in a container with one hand and holding her wine glass in the other. Being surrounded by strangers who resemble me so strongly feels like I've been dropped into a cloning episode of The Twilight Zone. Dave turns to me.
Sorry, Greta. I mean Piper.
He says, unsure of himself, but at least he tried. A dish clinks loudly into the sink. Melissa's back is up. She doesn't turn around. Dave pretends he doesn't notice.
It's been a long day. Heck, a long couple of weeks. Let's hit the hay, and tomorrow we can do something fun to get to know each other when we aren't all so emotionally wired.
Could we go to an escape room? Laurel looks up, her finger coated with dip.
That's an excellent idea,
Dave says.
What do you think, honey?
Melissa turns and smiles, her earlier ire dissipating. Yes, I think that would be fine. Dave nods approval.
We have a plan. Now, off to bed. Is Piper's room ready?
Melissa takes a sponge and scrubs at the already clean countertop. Well, I wasn't sure she'd actually be coming, and then I was busy pulling together the party, she says with clipped words. It's a slap in the face, but then again, as of this morning, I didn't know I'd be here either. Dave sighs.
She needs a bedroom, dear,
he says politely, but even I can hear the irritation in his tone. Of course she does. It's been a difficult day. I'll handle it. She smiles, but it's strained. I'm a huge inconvenience. I'd like to fade into the background. She can sleep in my room, Laurel volunteers, bouncing in her seat with youthful energy that belies the late hour. She seems to be the person most excited to see me, so that'll be perfect. It'll be like bunking with a playful puppy full of fawning adoration.
How are you with cats?
Derek asks.
Cats? My nose wrinkles instinctively. Yes, I've got 2, Sammy and Beauregard. They sleep with me. I have to keep them locked in my room, though, because Mom's allergic. You're not allergic, are you? I grimace and confess. I sneeze and break out in a rash. Mom, too! Isn't that cool? Do you think you got that from her? Laurel asks, unable to turn off her bubbly spirit. Greta can sleep with Kirsten tonight, Melissa says. Kirsten's head of shiny hair whips around. Why can't she sleep on the couch in Dad's office? Don't be ridiculous. Your bed is big enough. It's only until I can convert the music room or maybe the yoga room. Seriously? They have a yoga room but not a guest bedroom? I don't mind taking a couch somewhere. There are certainly enough of them downstairs, and sleeping with my sister, who apparently hates me, is a thrill I'd rather skip. See, Greta doesn't care, Kirsten insists. Kirsten, that's enough, Dave interrupts. You will share your room with your sister, is that clear? Fine, she huffs, and even though she's dressed like an ad for Abercrombie, she resembles a selfish brat. We're sent on our way to bed. I'm exhausted since it's 2 a.m. for me, so I doubt I'll even know she's there. I collect my bag from the entryway. Kirsten has disappeared already, but Laurel chatters away at how exciting it is to finally be all together. I wish I felt the same. She points to Kirsten's open door and abandons me to go snuggle with Sammy and Beauregard. Kirsten's room is spacious, with a 4-poster bed, matching furniture, and a small sitting area with a love seat and oval coffee table. There's a walk-in closet that rivals the size of my bedroom back home. A private bath completes the suite. How rich are these people? Kirsten stomps around, moving some of her things and slamming others away in drawers. Laurel is so spoiled. She shouldn't have those cats. Spoiled? A glance in the walk-in closet reveals several rows of shoes, more than a dozen handbags, and racks of clothes sorted by color. Sorry. I hope a peace offering will help calm her down. Yeah, right. She stuffs a journal in the dresser and leans against it, as if to block me from discovering her deep, dark secrets. I sit on the edge of the bed. That's my side, she snaps, picking up a wire-bristled hairbrush. I quickly move to the other side. What is your problem? My problem? Do you have any idea what you've put my parents through? What? I haven't done anything to them, and isn't it supposed to be our parents? They have been out of their minds with excitement ever since the DNA tests came back. Happier than any of us have ever seen them. Dad wanted to go get you immediately, but the police made him wait until the arrest. And what did you do? You run away. She glares at me as if mentally calculating how much physical damage she can inflict with the wire hairbrush she's holding. They've suffered all these years. We all have. And you don't want anything to do with us. So much that you escaped to another country. So excuse me if I'm not all, oh yay, my sister's back. And then you don't want us to call you by your name. She waves the brush in the air. You're an arrogant little punk. You don't deserve this family. Whoa. I never considered the Grouts would feel rejected. She's right. Guilty as charged. I need to get away from Kirsten and her anger. Where's that office with the couch? She brightens, triumphant in her campaign. Downstairs hallway, 3rd door on the left. I reach for a pillow. There's a pillow and a blanket in the office closet. Fine. I grab my bag and storm out. Chapter 22. Minnesota teen who was stolen at birth reunited with family in Washington State. Seattle Times. The office is the same one I ran to earlier. My plate of salmon puffs lays stale and forgotten on the gleaming desk. The room is all dark wood and heavy furniture with bookcases and strategically placed photographs and items of interest. An antique tennis racket, an autographed baseball, and an odd-looking cuckoo clock. What catches my attention the most, however, are the family photographs. Some are casual snapshots of the kids, and others are staged shots of all 5 of them. The photos are gorgeous and showcase a tight-knit family, a family that I belong to, and yet there are no signs of me anywhere. It's as if I never existed in their lives, even as a shadow or a fading memory. Of course there isn't. My mother stole me from these people, robbing me of what would have been a very different life. But what of the life I lived instead? It's my identity, every memory I've ever had. My family, friends, joys, and sorrows. I'm in purgatory, stuck between 2 families. My fascination with spying on the Grout's past turns to unexpected sadness. I turn my back on the photographs. As Kirsten said, there is a blanket and pillow in the closet, as well as a set of sheets. Does someone stay in here regularly? After changing and using the bathroom, I fetch a glass of water from the kitchen. When I return, I look for a coaster on the desk and notice a small picture frame beside the computer. Something about it strikes me. I slide into the desk chair and peer closer. It's Dave and Melissa in the hospital with a newborn. Is it Derek? No. The baby blanket is pink. My heart lurches. Could this be me? Or is it Kirsten or Laurel? I'm surprised to discover how much I want that baby to be me. I turn the frame over and on the back is written, Greta, with my birth date following. My breath hitches, and I flip the frame around, exploring the faces of a much younger Dave and Melissa. Her hair is longer, and she's barely wearing makeup, unlike today. Dave's hair is shaggier, and he is incredibly handsome. They make a perfect couple, all innocent and beaming with joy. Dave has one arm wrapped around Melissa and the other gently placed on the bundle that is me, cradled in her loving arms. My heart swells with emotion. I touch the photograph, needing to believe this is concrete evidence beyond a scientific DNA test, proving that I began my life with these adoring parents, and that beyond the chaos of our awkward reunion, that I truly belong here. They had no idea of the heartbreak soon to come. I set the photo on the side table so I can gaze at it from my bed. Tucked into the butter-soft leather couch, my eyes trail over every detail of the photo. When was it taken? Who else was in the room? And then it strikes me. Where was my mother? Was she lurking in the halls of the hospital? Was she biding her time to find an infant unattended long enough to snatch it and conceal it in a large handbag? I'm consumed with staggering anger, and then shame and embarrassment that I was a powerless pawn in her crime, being dropped into her bag as easily as if I were a shoplifted pair of sunglasses. Miserable with despair, I lay back and stare at the ceiling, concocting the things I would say to my mother if I could. The questions, the accusations, I'd let her have it. But then the images of us laughing together, of the hundreds of times she drove me to volleyball and cheered me on from the sidelines, her concern when I was in the hospital after I broke my arm. I want to hate her, but I can't. She loved me wholeheartedly, despite the nefarious way she brought me into her life. Despite my exhaustion last night, I laid awake for hours, rehearsing the turbulent day and the roller coaster of emotions in regard to my mother and my birth parents. All this confusion makes me miss Zach even more. And with everything happening, I forgot to call him. And what about Finn? How is he?
And what will happen with us? Then there is the odd reception with my new family. How could there not be an extra bed somewhere? They knew I was coming. In the morning, I sneak back to Kirsten's room before I'm discovered in the office. She's up and wearing a dress and low-heeled shoes. "Shower's open," she says and cuts out before I can ask why she's dressed up. I revel under the dual jets, enjoying my first shower in over a week. After I'm clean and smelling of Kirsten's divine shampoo and shower gel, I dig through my duffel bag for the next cleanest top. Today I must do laundry. When I'm dressed, hair dried, and wearing a little makeup, I know I can't stall in Kirsten's room any longer. With a bracing breath, I head downstairs and find the family, minus Derek, in the kitchen. Dave is flipping French toast on the griddle. "Good morning," he calls out with a welcoming smile. "How'd you sleep?" Kirsten halts mid-bite, watching to see if I throw her under the bus. "Great," I answer and deliver a sickeningly sweet smile to Kirsten. "Sit here." Laurel pats the seat next to her, saving me from choosing the wrong one. "Orange juice?" Melissa fills my glass before I answer. "Do you drink coffee?" "Thank you. No, the only coffee I drink is in a caramel macchiato with extra whipped cream from Cool Beans, where I realize I don't work there anymore, lower my head, and softly finish. Used to work. "Was it fun?" Laurel asks with her mouth full. "It was okay. I waitressed for tips." Kirsten snorts. Dave places 3 pieces of French toast on my plate. "It's my specialty, so eat up or you'll hurt my feelings." Laurel giggles, oblivious to the mixed undertones swirling around her. It's impossible to be unhappy around this girl. I slather butter on my breakfast and drown it in maple syrup. The phone rings and Melissa answers. She shoots a pointed look at Dave and takes the call into the next room, but I can hear her say, "No comment and stop calling." Derek stumbles in wearing jeans and a polo shirt. He slides in next to Kirsten. "Morning, sis." 3 heads look up at the same time and he laughs. Melissa takes one eagle-eyed glance at Derek. "Absolutely not. They're clean," he says. "Mass will be the first time our family is seen together in public. Go change." She picks up her coffee and takes a long drag. "Mass? Is this optional?" "They won't be looking at us." Kirsten jabs her fork in my direction. "They'll be gawking at her." All eyes flutter toward me, an experience I'm growing weary of. My clothes aren't good enough for my debut. The phone rings again. Melissa and David share a concerned look, and he takes the call down the hall. "Are you Catholic too?" Laurel asks, clueless. I pause, not sure how this will go down. No, I'm not really anything, I guess." Kirsten bursts out laughing. Melissa pales. "You weren't raised in church?" "No." I answer, and then, because it seems to be an issue, add, "I'm sorry." She slams her cup down and coffee sloshes onto the counter. "Of course not. How could that heathen face God after what she did?" The room goes silent. "We have a sinner among us," Derek bellows like a televangelist. "She must be saved." "Derek, enough," Dave warns. Kirsten laughs behind her hand so her mother won't see. Melissa turns her back on us, grips the counter, and in a voice sounding falsely upbeat, says, "That's all right. We can fix that." My stomach suddenly aches, and I can't finish breakfast. I push the plate away. I need a break from the tension. I need something normal. I look to Dave. "Could I please borrow a phone to call my brother Zach?" Silence stifles the room once again. Melissa turns around with an expression that can only mean I've crossed some invisible line again. It's as if I can't speak without saying the wrong thing. I rush on. It's just that I promised I'd call as soon as I got here, but then there was the party last night and well, a lot happened, and I forgot. Melissa takes a thoughtful sip from her porcelain cup. Of course, dear, but how about we wait until we're back from church? But I want to call him now. I desperately need to hear a sane voice in this chaos. And the way she said, "How about we wait?" feels like a passive-aggressive way to say no.
Wait for what?
Dave enters the room and smiles when he sees me. His family is complete, and he couldn't be happier. I haven't called Zach, and I know he's freaking out, wondering if I got here okay. Derek slides the Sunday paper across the table.
He knows.
On the front page of the Seattle Times is a color photo of Dave trying to shield me as we dodge reporters at the airport. You're trending, Laurel adds, scrolling through her phone.
I'm sure the interest will fade in a day or so.
Dave holds out his phone.
Call Zach on my phone. We'll get you a new one tomorrow.
Melissa is about to object, but I quickly take the phone. Thank you.
And if it rings, don't answer. It's just another news outlet,
Dave adds. I disappear down the hall to the office before Melissa can object. Zach answers immediately.
Piper, are you okay? You didn't call.
The sound of his voice nearly breaks me. If I close my eyes, it'll be like I'm back home and not here. It's been pretty overwhelming. This was the first chance I had to call. I tell him everything, from the awkward impromptu party to Laurel's welcome and Kirsten's cold shoulder. And then there's Melissa.
Your other mother?
He says with a sad note to his voice. I can't figure her out. She seemed relieved to see me, but isn't remotely warm like Mom. Despite my anger at her last night, my stomach clenches at the thought of my mother in jail while I'm lounging on a leather couch in a grand home. Have you heard anything?
Not yet. Finn and I just got back this morning. We drove all night since there wasn't much point to staying at the cottage. He's going to ask his dad to find a lawyer that will talk to me pro bono to see what we can do to help Mom.
Considering Finn's hostile relationship with his dad, I know that's a lot for him to ask. I wish I could be transported back to the cottage where Finn and I were isolated from the world and all of our problems.
From what I've learned, I don't think Mom is getting out anytime soon.
I was afraid of that. I wonder how she's feeling. Does she know what's happened to me? How horrible it must be for her to go within minutes from folding laundry to being arrested. A knock sounds on the office door. Melissa peeks her head in with a forced, fake smile. Time to get ready for church. We don't want to be late. I nod. I'll be right out. She leaves the door ajar. Zach laughs.
Did I hear church?
Don't start. I groan. I better go.
Hang in there and call me back as soon as you can.
I will, and tell Finn I said hi. I miss you so much.
Me too.
There's silence between us until he says,
Please don't let them change you.
I have the same fear. Chapter 23.
What will the psychological trauma be for Greta Grout? MSNBC tonight.
Back in the kitchen, breakfast is finished and they are waiting for me. Maybe to see if I'd bolt after talking to Zach. I place what I hope is a pleasant look on my face and not the drained, low-level panic that seems to be my new norm. Turning to Melissa, I confess. I don't have anything nice to wear to church. All my clothes are dirty or at home. I mean, in Rochester. Her jaw clenches for a moment at the mention of my other home. That's not a problem, dear. Kirsten, lend Greta your blue silk dress and taupe heels. Kirsten is about to object, but Dave peers up at her from his newspaper and she closes her mouth. Come on, you better have your own underwear.
she mutters. She lays the dress on her bed and tosses the shoes alongside. I suppose you need jewelry too. Don't sweat it. She lays out a couple of necklaces and a selection of bracelets. Mom will just send us back up here if you aren't all put together. Take what you want. Next, I suppose you'll be taking my trust fund too. A crowd of paparazzi and reporters are parked outside the gates of the neighborhood with their cameras poised. They tail us all the way to St. Cecilia's Cathedral, causing a new level of tension as Dave white-knuckles it. Derek finds it entertaining and takes pictures of the posse behind us speeding through red lights. Laurel is nervous, and Kirsten feigns boredom. It's a relief when we finally arrive to the safety of the echoing church with organ music reverberating throughout. For once, I'm not the only person feeling the strain. After the mad dash into the church, with a dozen photographers snapping pictures and yelling questions at me, I'm certainly not ready to parade myself down the center aisle on display for all to see. But I have no choice. I hang at the back of the family cluster and watch curiously as they each dip their fingers in a marble bowl of water and cross themselves as they enter a sanctuary lined with pews, arched ceilings, and stained glass windows. Dave, wearing a black sports jacket and tie, gestures to Melissa, who is wearing a stylishly classic rose dress. She bravely leads the way with Laurel at her side. Kirsten follows with Derek, who is now wearing a white button-down shirt, black dress pants, and jacket. We appear as the epitome of the perfect family. The light pre-mass chatter quickly turns to whispers, nudges, and craned necks. Dave gives me a reassuring smile and a nod. Together we bring up the rear, my uncomfortable heels clicking on the floor. I avoid looking at anything, because wherever my eyes land, there's a person staring and judging me. I slide into the pew after Derek with Dave proudly on the aisle. I've only been inside a church once, when Joni's sister got married. But it was a modern church with bright windows and carpeting. Even my father's funeral wasn't held at a church. It was a memorial service at a funeral home that smelled of grief and too many flowers. The altar is covered with a white cloth and a runner adorned with a cross. A large gold crucifix hangs behind the altar. There are statues at each side and an area with tiny tea lights flickering. After the opening prayer, the priest congratulates the Grout family on my return and says it is a prime example of how prayer works miracles. I squirm in my borrowed dress as all eyes land on me. The Mass is a confusing pattern of standing, sitting, and kneeling on a padded bench. There's singing and reciting prayers that everyone else knows, and then shaking hands with the strangers around us. The worst part is communion. People stand and walk up the aisle to the priest with their hands folded. My family realizes I don't know what to do. You can't receive communion today, but we'll fix that soon. Stay here while we go up, Dave says. I tuck my legs in as the rest of the Grouts squeeze past, leaving me the only person in the church who doesn't receive the Holy Sacrament. When the service finally ends and we file out, Melissa and Dave are greeted and congratulated by nearly every person we meet. Which means more introductions. Luckily, no one asks me anything. It's all, "We read about you in the newspaper, we prayed for your return, your family is blessed, and what a beautiful girl she is." Then I'm presented to the priest in his long robes and ornate scarf. His skin is pale and his hair gray, but his eyes seem kind. "It is an honor to meet you, Greta, and a blessing to see you back in the safety of your family." I know he means well, but did he think I'd been abused all these years? "Thank you, Father," Melissa says. We look forward to having Greta baptized as soon as possible. My head spins around in shock. "Excellent," he responds. As we head to the front doors, a man approaches. "Hey, Dave,
There's quite a crowd of photographers out there. I can swing my car around back and sneak all of you out of here."
In the end, it takes 2 of Dave and Melissa's friends to shuttle us home undetected. In the afternoon, we go to an escape room. Kirsten and Derek are all over it, competing to find the next clue. Laurel is a bundle of talkative energy. It's nice to see the family relaxed and having fun. I pretend I'm looking for clues, but really, I'm relieved to not be the main focus. Afterwards, we head down to the pier to an impressive speedboat with buttery soft seats and shiny chrome adornments. Dave takes us out to a nice restaurant for dinner, but someone must have leaked the news of our presence because before our food arrives, photographers are suddenly snapping photos of us through the windows. We escape back to the boat, and Dave deftly loses the paparazzi in our wake. Since going out in public is too difficult and honestly, I'm exhausted, Melissa and Dave agree that a movie night would be best. Kirsten puts popcorn in the microwave while Melissa pulls out bags of snacks and bowls. Then, as she's pouring a glass of wine, asks what instrument I play. "None," I say, hoping this goes over better than the religious question. "But back in 4th grade I played violin." She frowns, almost looking confused. It's as if she can't imagine someone not playing an instrument. "I play the violin." Laurel cheerfully pops a chip in her mouth. Dave enters and grabs a soda from the fridge and hands me one. Melissa tries again. "What language are you studying?" "Spanish." She nods, approval this time. "And how about math? Are you taking any AP classes?" "Melissa, I think we can leave the school talk until tomorrow when we meet with the principal." Dave snatches a bag of bugles and disappears into the great room. Already? Everything is happening too fast. I grab my soda and follow Dave. Laurel wants to watch Frozen for what would apparently be the millionth time, but she's overruled and instead they put in an adventure flick. While Dave cues up the movie to display on a giant screen that rolls silently from the ceiling, Laurel sits next to me. "Wouldn't it be fun if you and Kirsten end up in the same classes?" "Laurel, shut up," Kirsten says, drilling her with the evil eye. Kirsten is 18, more than a year older than I am. Shouldn't she be in college? Derek roars with laughter. "That would be epic." I glance around, confused. Kirsten clarifies the situation. "I didn't flunk a grade, they started me late." "Because you're special," Derek does air quotes. "Mom," Kirsten complains. Dave takes the recliner. "At the time, we were more comfortable having her start kindergarten a year later. We were still reeling from losing you and wanted to keep our kids close." Melissa cups Kirsten's cheek with her hand and with a loving smile soothes her hair. Kirsten soaks in her mother's attention. It's as if the two have an understanding about why Kirsten was held back in school. They are at peace with it. And as the movie plays and the family shouts commentary at the screen and laughs about the ridiculous plot, I find myself on the outside looking in. Melissa barely has a word to say to me unless it's questioning my accomplishments as if I'm applying for a job. My family used to be like this before Dad died, before Mom was arrested. Now I don't fit in either world. I eat my popcorn and pretend to laugh when they do. When the movie ends and we yawn our goodnights, Kirsten calls out to me as she heads upstairs to bed. "Come on. Last one there gets the lumpy pillow." Dave laughs and Melissa nods her approval. Her girls are making friends. But after we race to her room, Laurel darting by me to arrive first, Kirsten plops on her bed. She starts scanning her phone and mutters, "Give them 10 minutes and the coast should be clear to go back down." Annoyed and embarrassed at my assumption that Kirsten was actually being nice, I take my bag into her bathroom to get ready for bed and count down the minutes until I can sneak down to the office.
Chapter 24. How Cheryl Winslow Hid Stolen Child in Plain Sight. U.S. Weekly. In the morning, Derek heads back to campus and Kirsten drops Laurel at school. Melissa and Dave drive separately, with me riding with Dave to take me to the gates of Wayland Academy, a private Catholic prep school. The paparazzi are waiting outside the gates of our neighborhood, and security has to push them back so we can dash from the car to the door. Principal Mahoney, a tiny woman with an austere tilt to her head, welcomes us to her office. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Grout," she says with a professional smile bordering on pity and likely joy for scoring a national news scandal student. Dave and Melissa are oblivious, but also share an elated smile. I realize they missed the milestone first day of school with me all these years, so enrolling me today seems to bring them great satisfaction. When the principal asks for my identification, I fish out my driver's license. She eyes it closely. "Oh," flustered, she looks to Melissa and Dave. "I need official documentation." "It is," I say. "Do you want my school ID too?" Melissa touches my arm. "Those aren't valid IDs, Greta. Piper Winslow isn't your legal name," she says gently, as if pointing out that my whole life has been a fraud. I slide the license back into my bag. Dave produces an envelope from his suit coat pocket. "I believe these will take care of it. This is Greta's official birth certificate. The legal document stating that DNA taken from Piper Winslow confirms she is Greta Grout, and this is her social security card." He sets them on the desk before us. I know he had these papers in Toronto, but I was too shocked to register what they meant. I pull the social security card toward me and stare. "How do you have this?" All newborns are given birth certificates and social security numbers, even if they're not with their birth parents any longer, he says carefully. This missing social security card is where my mother erred. If she'd had this, her crime might never have been discovered. But then I think of the DNA test and realize my true identity was going to be discovered no matter what, and that this moment was inevitable. "Excellent," the principal scoops up the documents. "We'll make copies immediately and contact your former school for your transcripts." She buzzes an assistant who collects all my identifying information and disappears. "All business," she continues. "Greta." "Please call me Piper," I say, desperately clinging to my shredding identity. She looks to my new parents. Melissa's lips are pressed into a thin line, but Dave nods his okay. The principal clears her throat and continues. "All right then. Piper, you've missed the first week of school, so we'd like you to get started straight away. We don't have much time to get you caught up to the standards of Wayland Academy, but we'll give it our best. Most of your schedule will be prep courses and AP classes. There won't be room for electives, but we have a wide range of student clubs and organizations, including student government, young entrepreneurs, and debate." I press my fingertips on my now aching temples. How am I supposed to do all this? It's my senior year. I was supposed to be taking pottery and tennis. It was supposed to be fun and easy. The principal doesn't notice my dismay and continues. "Participating in the right student organizations will build a strong college application. Have you thought about what you'd like to pursue in college?" This is a loaded question. Mom never encouraged college. Now I understand why. I would have needed a valid social security number. I haven't. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Dave intervenes. "She's only been here for 2 days. How about we focus on finding something that Piper would enjoy? She has plenty of time to catch up." "You mentioned volleyball. How about that?" Melissa suggests. I shake my head.
I'm sure the team is already set. It would have happened most likely with tryouts months ago. Melissa turns to the principal, but the principal agrees. Wayland Academy has a very competitive team. In fact, we've 2 state titles in recent years. But Piper is correct. It's too late for this year. Mrs. Mahoney, my daughter has been through a great deal of trauma. I'm sure you can make an exception. Melissa's voice is like honeyed steel. It's okay. I don't want to cause more trouble, and giving up what I love seems to be my new normal. Nonsense. I'll handle this. She smiles at me and gives the principal a pointed nod. We'll talk again later. Yes, I do need to get to work for a few hours, Dave says. Apparently he's taken a lot of time off while trying to track me down. Piper, now that we have your paperwork, we'll assign you a class schedule and see you tomorrow, the principal says. With quick goodbyes, the principal assures us the paparazzi have been escorted off the property, so it's a relief to get to the cars without incident. Dave leaves first. If any photographers were lurking, they must have followed him. Melissa whisks me off to her salon and then disappears to make phone calls while I receive the best, and certainly the most expensive haircut of my life. I leave with hair as shiny as Kirsten and Laurel's, carrying a fancy tote filled with products that promise to keep my newly shorn locks full-bodied, silky soft, and smelling like a summer day. On the way to the mall, Melissa swings into a drive-thru. I gobble down a burger as she drives to our next stop. If there's one thing I can say about Melissa, she's efficient. And she likes to shop. She begins in the dress department and sends me to the dressing room with an armload. I decide on 2 dresses, but she insists I'll need 5 for now. In juniors, after confirming my size, she tosses several pair of jeans onto the checkout counter. She holds up top after top from casual and cute to dressy and sophisticated. This is too much, I protest, uncomfortable with all this attention. Is she trying to erase the old me and rebuild me from the ground up? I have clothes back home. The only thing I really need is a phone, I say in a not-so-subtle way of reminding her. She raises an eyebrow, her signal that I've said the wrong thing. But then she smiles gently and, hanger in hand, steps closer. Let me explain, Greta. I was deprived the opportunity to take care of you for more than 17 years. Please allow me to do this for you. Buy you the essentials that will make you feel special and help you fit in. Her words are spoken with kindness and sincerity. I nod, grateful that we have finally made a connection. I forget how difficult this has been for her, too. You deserve nice things and shouldn't have to wear your sister's clothes. She smiles and then switches to a rigid tone, and I will not have you wearing another thing that vile criminal gave you. Melissa turns on her heel and continues scanning the racks. It's as if a frigid Arctic wind just blasted through me. That evening, Laurel and I are in the yoga room, which will soon be converted to my bedroom. She insists I show her all my new items. She oohs and ahs over my Kate Spade handbag and Michael Kors jacket, and the collection of shoes from Doc Martens to trendy boots and designer heels. It's a true embarrassment of riches. Kirsten pops her head in. I see Mom's trying to buy your love. Is it working? I sigh and get to my feet. Why do you hate me? She leans against the doorframe with her haughty, mean girl expression. I don't hate you. Really? Then you must be jealous. She throws up her hands. You don't have a clue about any of this, do you? You have no idea what this family has been through. The pain, the sacrifices. I look around at our opulent surroundings. Doesn't look like too much sacrificing to me. She shuts up for a second and swallows.
Guilty as charged, I gloat on the inside. Crossing her arms and jutting a hip out, she asks, "Have you apologized to them yet?" "Your parents? For what? I didn't cause this." "You mean our parents, and for not calling them Mom and Dad." Now I feel guilty. I know that's who they are to me, Mom and Dad, but I haven't been able to say it. Of course that would be painful for them. I must seem like a total brat. I drop my head. After running away and dodging authorities for so long, I guess I am. Chapter 25. Mandatory all-school assembly at 10 a.m. Wayland Academy announcements. At dinner, Dave springs a new horror on me. The best way to shut down the paparazzi and the constant badgering from the networks is for you to appear at a press conference. What? I don't know exactly what all that entails, but it sounds like he wants me to appear in front of cameras and speak into a microphone. I break out into a sweat. Don't worry, you won't have to say anything, but you do need to be there and to be seen, so the world will stop wondering. In fact, the whole family will be standing in support. That sounds better, but I still absolutely don't want to do it. The next morning at 10 a.m., wearing one of my new purchases, a dark purple flare dress, which I have to admit that I love, and with my makeup and hair appropriately presentable, the family heads to the lawyer's office in downtown Seattle. Dave and Melissa keep snapping at each other, which doesn't help my nerves. The press conference will be broadcast across the country. When we step off the elevator on the marble-floored, chrome-accented 31st floor of the law firm, there's a dozen or so suit-clad employees wearing huge smiles and applauding our entrance. My first instinct is to shrink back, but Dave guides me forward with pride and joy on his face. Melissa flanks my other side, with my sibs behind us. An older gentleman eagerly greets us and shakes both Dave and Melissa's hands. "Congratulations! It's a dream come true to see your family finally complete." "Thank you, George. It's a miracle indeed. I still wake up each morning and for a minute have to sort out if Greta really is here with us, or if it was just a dream." Dave turns to me. "This is George Trotter, one of the lawyers who has been working for years to find you." I nod and give him a polite smile. The crowd of staffers looks on, soaking in every word. "Greta, it is an honor to meet you. I am just one of many who have worked on your case. I hope you don't mind, but these people have also been on your team at one point or another, and they wanted a chance to see you reunited with your family." I glance at the faces of the elated legal eagles, each with an expression of triumph or satisfaction at a job well done. Do these people realize they also helped destroy the only life I've known and land me into this new foreign family? They're watching me expectantly, as if waiting for the trick dog to perform, so even though I hate the words coming out of my mouth, I thank them. "All right, let's move this along," George says. "We've got a schedule to keep." He ushers us down a wide corridor to a corner office with double doors. "I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mike." Dave looks at the shiny engraved nameplate for the office of Michael Draper and frowns. "George, I thought you were going to handle the press conference." "Mike was the lead on your case, and I know how closely he's worked with you and Melissa. It's only fitting he see it through to the end." I notice Dave's jaw clench as the doors to the office open and a man wearing a dark suit and yellow tie appears, wearing a grin that matches every other person we've met. "Melissa, Dave?" He takes Melissa's hands and kisses her on the cheek, then shakes Dave's hand before setting his gaze on me. "Greta," he sighs, "it's a pleasure to finally meet you."
I'm already tired of fake smiles, and the one I give him comes out more of a grimace.
She goes by Piper now?
Dave intervenes.
But for today's purposes, we'll keep to her birth name.
Melissa stiffens beside me, and I wonder if she's going to argue the matter, but Dave shoots her a look that keeps her silent.
Please, come in.
Mike waves us into a spacious office that, along with a massive desk, features a sitting area of black leather furniture with glass and chrome coffee tables, as well as a meeting table with swivel chairs.
And the three of you must be Derek, Kirsten, and Laurel. I've heard so much about all of you.
Derek shakes his hand and then beelines for the couch, while Kirsten and Laurel say polite hellos. As Mike walks us through the process of the press conference and announces that all the major news outlets are present, including the BBC, I can't imagine why they'd care about my story. I notice Melissa and Dave on opposite sides of the room. Melissa looks more uptight than usual, and Dave irritated. The pressure and attention of my return is really getting to them. I've positioned myself next to the glass windows, contemplating whether they open and if I could make a quick getaway. Mike finishes discussing the run-through, and my sour stomach officially rolls. I'm glad I didn't eat any breakfast. My siblings are on the couch, and Laurel is playing with some Zen sand tray with a tiny rake that she keeps swirling patterns in.
Isn't that fun?
Mike says.
It's supposed to be calming, but I find it addictive and it distracts me from work.
I wish I had one. But I have 2 cats, and they might think it's a litter box, she says, and he laughs with her. There's an awkward silence. Melissa and Dave are staring at Mike, but I can't imagine why. Mike notices Melissa and approaches her, smiling gently.
I know a press conference seems daunting, and you've been through so much, but I assure you, it will go fast and be over before you know it.
Melissa forces a polite smile. It's fine, she says, dismissing him, but she still looks nervous.
Shoot, Mike says. My assistant was supposed to bring in refreshments. 1 sec while I grab her.
He disappears down the hall, probably happy for an excuse to escape us. Dave goes to Melissa and they begin whispering in agitated tones. I don't know what's wrong, but they've been tense with each other all morning. Mike returns with his assistant, rolling a cart of beverages. Derek and Laurel help themselves. After 10 endless minutes and a final briefing, the lawyer ushers us to another floor, stopping us outside a conference room crowded with reporters, cameras, and microphones.
Nice crowd,
Derek comments and turns to me.
You sure know how to pack a room.
There's a loud buzz of chatter from the news outlets as they wait to set their greedy lenses on me. I don't know why anyone even cares. Kirsten raises her chin and flicks her hair.
You're just jealous it's not about you,
he counters, and she sticks her tongue out at him. Melissa shushes them, then stands tall and regal. When we enter, there's an explosion of camera flashes and clicking. I'm flanked protectively between Dave and Melissa. It's like they're sending a message that no one will touch their child ever again. My siblings stand behind us as I face the sea of cameras. My palms sweat, and it's not from the heat of the lights on the podium. I may have been the subject of news stories for the last couple of weeks, but it was old photos or grainy surveillance footage from convenience stores. Now I'm on display, exposed for the scrutiny of the world. Zach will see this, and Finn and Joni and all of my friends from home. Melissa now wears a confident, polished expression. Dave gazes at me with pride and puts his arm around my shoulder, giving me a warm smile and a reassuring squeeze. The lawyer makes a statement about the long, heartbreaking search that has culminated with a joyous family reunion. He thanks the Rochester Police Department for their assistance. He steps aside, and Melissa and Dave step forward with bright smiles, and me firmly between them, trying to look pleasant and not horrified that I have to do this. There's a new barrage of camera flashes and clicks. Dave delivers a prepared statement on how their prayers were answered and how thankful they are for my safe return, and to know that I've been well these past years. He says that I'm already fitting seamlessly into the family. At the end, he asks the public to respect our privacy. Then the questions fly. "Are you pressing charges against Cheryl Winslow?" a reporter in the front row asks. I flinch, and the cameras click. Another shouts, "Greta, why did you run away when you learned your real family was coming to get you?" I turn to Dave and Melissa, flustered and unsure what to say. "Greta, do you support your parents' prosecution of the woman who raised you?" I step back from the vile questions, horrified. The sound of cameras is overwhelming, and I feel as if they're closing in on me like a swarm of killer ants. Derek takes my hand and gives me a look that seems to say, "Steady, it's going to be okay." My sisters move closer, and Dave and Melissa close the gap, shielding me from the cameras. I'm stricken and disoriented, but also grateful for the unexpected support. Thankfully, Mike Draper takes over. "Prosecution of Cheryl Winslow is now in the hands of the court. The Grout family wishes to concentrate on their family and again, respectfully ask for privacy. There will be no more comments made on this matter." Mike nods to Dave, and we rush off as a hail of questions are hurled in our wake. Derek yanks off his tie and shoves it in his suit pocket. "That was a shit show." Kirsten flops into a chair and pulls out her phone, all signs of her earlier loyalty gone. Laurel wraps her arms around Melissa's waist, the stress of the situation not lost on her. Melissa rubs her back. I'm stone-faced and alone, staring out the window, still stunned by the intrusive questions. Do they want my mother in prison? I'm sure Melissa does. But what about Dave? Could they be so cruel to me? Criminal or not, she's the mother I've loved my whole life, and regardless of what she did, that will never change. Chapter 26. First look at reunited family. BuzzFeed. "Mom, can't we stay home the rest of the day?" Laurel pleads once we're back home, filling up on takeout fish tacos. "We need to resume a normal life, and none of you can afford to miss more school." She looks at me and softens. "And you have a tryout with the volleyball team." My head jerks up. "I do?" I mumble with my mouth full. "On my first day of school?" She beams. "Coach is expecting you in the gym after your last class." It's obvious she's thrilled to have made this tryout happen, but a little more notice would have been nice, and honestly, I'd rather fade into the background at my new school. A half hour later, Kirsten speeds along unfamiliar roads in her silver Audi as I sit beside her and pick nervously at my fingernails. The stereo is blasting to save us from conversation. My new backpack containing workout clothes with tags still attached, a pristine notebook, and an assortment of pens and pencils rests at my feet. Once at school, Kirsten obediently walks me to the office to pick up my schedule. She smiles sweetly as the staff crane their neck to see the reunited sisters. In the hallway, she snatches the paper from my fingers and grunts as she reads it. "Well, that's gonna suck." Her eyes travel down the sheet. "Gardner is okay for Spanish, but you've got Tenny for calc. He's going to kick your ass." I'm trying not to hyperventilate. At home, I'd been with the same kids most of my life. There was a friend or a teammate in every class. Today, I'm going in cold as Kirsten steers me down a hall. "AP Chem with Rajan is the third door on your right. Meet me by the car after school." "I have volleyball tryouts." "Right." She frowns. "Don't get your hopes up. We have a really great team." Note taken. She abandons me in front of a solid wood door with a long slit of a window. Inside, a balding man, sporting a goatee, is lecturing unseen students. I linger outside the door, wondering how I ended up in this situation where I have no friends, and my family is as foreign to me as a princess in a bowling alley. Oh yes, my mother. The teacher sees me and with a frown waves me in. "May I help you?" Irritation creases his forehead. I feel the eyes of every student on me. I hand him my late slip. "I'm new." He reads it and examines me more closely. "Yes, of course." He addresses the students. "Please welcome Greta Grout to our class. Miss Grout, would you like to tell us a little about yourself?" Oh God, no, I don't. But he's waiting expectantly, and I swear every student is leaning forward, waiting to hear me speak. I clear my throat and take in their fascinated stares. Hi. I swallow and rub a sweaty palm on my jeans. "I'm from Minnesota." With that, there are snickers. What am I supposed to say? By tonight, they'll all know me by the press conference. After a few awkward moments, the teacher sighs. "Anything else you'd like to add?" "Oh, sure. You can call me Piper." There is a gasp of surprise in the back, and a few kids exchange curious glances. My face burns, but Mr. Rajan saves me by pointing to an empty desk in the front corner. I slide in and try to disappear, but sense continued stares and hear whispers behind me. Mr. Rajan drops a thick textbook on my desk, and I spend the rest of class with my head down, scribbling notes as if my life depended on it. When the bell finally rings, Mr. Rajan asks me and another girl to stay back. I stay in my seat, trying to look unaffected as the rest of the class files past. "Miss Grout, this is Carly Hempstead. Carly, would you please show Miss Grout to her next class?" "Sure." Carly is tall with straight brown hair pushed behind her ears and a friendly smile. "What do you have next?" I examine my schedule. "Calculus in room 305. "Okay, it's this way." We step into the hall, and there is a cluster of students waiting to get a look at me. One snaps a picture. Ignore them. Carly leads us away from the gawkers. Jerks. "At assembly this morning, the principal said we're not supposed to bother you or ask questions." I paused for a second. She talked about me at an assembly? She nods. "It was for sensitivity training, to explain what happened to you and your family so that people won't bother you when you got here." I shake my head. My life is a permanent freak show. "Nothing like this has ever happened here before." "Well, it's the first time for me too." I can't keep the note of sarcasm out of my voice. She pauses, as if unsure if she should say more, but remains quiet until we reach my next class. "What else do you have on your schedule?" I hand it to her. Her face lights up. "We have Spanish together first hour. You should sit by me." "Thanks." She hands me back my schedule. "Hang in there. I'll see you tomorrow." And maybe, just maybe, I've made a friend. The squeak of my athletic shoes on the polished floor echoes through the gym, announcing my arrival to the varsity team, who immediately ceases their chatter and replaces it with eagle-eyed scrutiny. Avoiding their eyes, I focus on the numerous state championship banners for volleyball displayed on the walls. I approach the coach, a stork-like woman with efficient short black hair and a whistle dangling from her neck. "Excuse me, Coach Finley?" She glances up from her clipboard. "I'm Piper." "Piper?" She's confused. "Oh, I realize she doesn't recognize the name. I mean Greta Grout. But call me Piper, please." Realization dawns as she puts together who I am. "I see. My team was announced weeks before school started. New students are required to wait until the following season to try out." I nod. The team listens on with cold stares. I knew this was a bad idea. "But," she hedges, "your mother was incredibly persistent." "Yeah, sorry about that." I glance at my pristine sneakers and wonder how mad Melissa would be if I bolted. "As a courtesy to your mother, and your special circumstance, I'm making an exception and allowing you a tryout. However, I have no intention of making changes to my team. If you're good enough, we can try to fit you into a junior varsity B team." She eyes me, waiting to see if I'll make any objections. She's clearly annoyed that I'm taking up her time. Coach addresses the team. "This is Piper Grout. She will be joining us today. Miranda, lead warm-ups and we'll get started." She turns back to me and sighs. "Let's see what you've got." I take a spot at the back of the group and am surprised to see Carly. "Hi," she joins me. "What are you doing here?" I'm relieved to discover a friendly face. "Trying out for the team?" Her smile falters. "Oh." And I realize that even to the kind, friendly Carly, I'm an intruder. Don't worry, though. Coach made it clear the only spot I could get is on JV. Carly is clearly relieved. Once we're warmed up, Coach puts us through drills for ball control, setting and digging, attacking drills, and spiking. We scrimmage, and I quickly realize how good this team is. It's exhilarating to be back on the court, and I push myself to reach every ball. My shoes squeak loudly. The other girls are doing their best to show me up, as if this is a new tryout for them, too. Coach has the team take a seat as she wheels out a cart of balls to test my serving skills. I grab a ball, focus on the net, and bounce it 3 times. With a deep breath and my left foot pointed at my target, I lean back on my right, launch the ball into the air, and jump up with an overhand swing, pounding the ball with my palm. My serve hits the mark, and my confidence catapults. This is where I'm comfortable. While everything else in my life is a train wreck, here on the court, I belong. I serve until the basket of balls empties and my arm is sore. Coach calls me over. "Where did you play before?" I tell her and explain that I sat out last year after breaking my arm, but that I've been working hard all summer to get back into shape. She arches a brow. "I'll give you a call later this evening when I make a decision. What is your number?" Shoot. I shift from foot to foot. This is embarrassing. I don't have a phone yet. An email? My face burns, and not from all my serving. I don't have access to a computer right now. I look away. I'll have to ask Melissa for one again. I see. What is your mother's number? I gulp, and my eyes get watery from this helpless feeling. I don't know. Her mouth is a grimace. No worries, I'll get it from the office. With that, I'm dismissed as the team settles into practice. Kirsten is waiting at the agreed-upon spot. I slide in the car with my backpack, now loaded with heavy textbooks and a backlog of homework. My teachers expect me to catch up in 1 week of work from the beginning of the year, along with all of their new assignments. How'd the tryout go? Kirsten grumbles as she starts the car. Who knows? I groan, leaning my head back. I warned you they were good. Yes, you did. What I wouldn't give to have a chance to play again. I'm about to ask her how her day went, but she blasts the radio, effectively shutting down further conversation. Chapter 27. Reunited after 17 years, family celebrates. New York Times. At home, Melissa proudly swings open the door to my room. The yoga mats, palm plants, and candles have been replaced with a queen-sized bed with a plush white quilt with teal stitching, a half-dozen assorted pillows, and a bamboo chest at the foot of the bed. There's a full-sized standing mirror in one corner and a bookshelf and desk in another. This room could be the cover of a decorating magazine. Do you like it? She glows with excitement. Her nails, now a shade of red, trail along the flowing curtains. For the first time, Melissa seems truly happy. It's beautiful. I'm afraid to mess it up. What's for dinner? Derek saunters in. I'd have thought he'd had enough bizarre family time at the press conference, but he explains that he had no more classes for the day and came home for more family vibe. Deep down, I hope it's because he likes me and is trying to balance out Kirsten's hostility. We eat takeout Indian food, an experience I hope to avoid in the future.
Don't you like coconut curry?
Dave asks with a wink, watching me push a shrimp through the oily orange concoction. It's fine. I lie. Laurel leans over. If you don't want yours, I'll take it. I nudge my plate her direction, and she helps herself. Dave asks about school. I say it was fine and that I have a ton of homework, but leave out how terrifying it was to be surrounded by strangers who were all schooled on my tragic story. I wonder if they viewed photos in a PowerPoint at the school assembly. How were tryouts? Melissa swirls her wine. I gave it my best shot. I give them a play-by-play of tryouts where I rocked it and where I missed the mark. But I also mention how good the other players are, because I don't want her getting her hopes up or to know the coach was dead set against me trying out. Still, I'd love a chance to play with them.
As long as you did your personal best, nothing else matters,
Dave says in a fatherly way, which reminds me of the dad I lost.
You know,
he continues,
we should go car shopping for you.
I nearly choke. But you've already given me so much. Melissa frowns, shooting Dave a steely glare. You'll go broke if you keep this up, I say with a laugh to lighten the mood, but no one smiles. Their eyes travel from one to the other in silent communication, except for Laurel, who is scraping the last pools of sauce off her plate. Melissa breaks the silence. It's too soon for her to have a car.
Why's that, Mom?
Derek says sarcastically.
Kirsten and I both got cars the day we turned 17.
Kirsten watches curiously, not seeming to begrudge me my own car. Maybe it's so she doesn't have to keep driving me. Greta doesn't know the roads here. It's too soon. Melissa drains her wine. As she reaches for the bottle, Dave frowns and turns his attention back to me.
We need to get your paperwork in order first anyway, so that will take a while. In the meantime, think about what you might like.
I realize this is the perfect time to bring up the one item I really need. Thanks for the offer, but what I could really use is a phone. Again, there's silence. It's like there's some magic mute button that's activated anytime I say something wrong. It's just that I have no way to contact. I'm about to say my brother, but instead say Zach or my friends, or if I could get access to a laptop. I add quickly at the end. Dave clenches his jaw and glares at Melissa, who is examining the fresh flowers in the centerpiece. You haven't gotten that child a phone? It's been hectic with the press conference, her wardrobe and room. And yet you found time for the salon. He glances at her shiny red nails. The other kids don't say a word but watch their parents closely. The tension in the room is as thick as the morning fog on the bay. Something else is going on here that I don't understand. I don't mind paying for my phone if I could borrow the money until I get a job, I offer, trying not to plead. Kirsten stares at me as if I'm an alien that dropped into their kitchen. Dave throws his napkin on the table and shoves out his chair.
Piper, you do not need to get a job. I will get you set up with a bank account and debit card tomorrow. In the meantime, you shouldn't be without money.
He pulls out his wallet and sets 4 $50 bills in front of me. I stare at the cash, aware I'm making things worse. The awkwardness of this moment has skyrocketed.
I don't need. Yes, you do.
He says in a tone I'm not about to argue with.
Your mother will have a phone for you tomorrow when you get home from school.
Melissa presses her lips tightly but says nothing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, your mother and I need to talk.
Melissa rises, as poised as ever, and the two disappear down the hall into the office. I remain dumbstruck. Dad is really mad, Laurel whispers.
Don't worry, kiddo, it'll pass.
Derek smiles reassuringly. Their raised voices echo down the hall. Laurel whimpers. Are Mom and Dad getting a divorce? Kirsten glances at Derek and squeezes Laurel's hand. I don't know. The argument grows louder with Dave yelling, "What is wrong with you?" And Melissa responding, "You don't understand." "Oh, please. Everything is not about you," he argues back. Derek stands. It'll be all right, Laurel. Why don't you go upstairs and watch a movie? Laurel nods and rushes off to avoid hearing anything else. Kirsten gathers the dishes and hauls them to the sink. You better take the money. I stare at the cash like it's a symbol of everything that is wrong with this situation. It doesn't feel right. So you're going to hurt him more than you already have? She actually believes that. I didn't mean to cause trouble. She rinses the plates and dumps the takeout containers in the trash. Maybe not, but it sure follows you. And at that moment, we hear more shouting. I can't stay and listen to them fighting because of me. I stuff the cash into my pocket and slip outside to escape the confusing chaos. Why do I always feel like the bad guy here? I'm sorry that I'm the cause of their marital problems. It's hard for us all. Don't they see that I'm trying to keep my head above water and not drown in this strange world they claim I belong in? I follow the softly lit path down to the dock. A sliver of moon glimmers over the rippling water. If I pretend I can't see the twinkling lights from all the waterfront homes across the way, it's almost like the cottage where Finn and I found a moment of peace. I wonder how he's doing. We had a moment, but with no contact in 5 days, I imagine he's settled back into country club life. I sigh, hoping it's not true. I desperately need to hear his voice. If Melissa doesn't come through with a phone, I'll use the money my dad gave me to buy a prepaid model. My dad. I want to call him Dad, but it feels like a betrayal to the dad I lost. And if I call him Dad, then I should call Melissa Mom. But she doesn't feel like my mom. It's like I'm a stepchild she got stuck with and pretends to like. Footsteps sound on the pier. I'm expecting one of my parents or maybe Kirsten, but it's Derek with a bottle of beer in his hand. Are they still arguing? I ask. Don't worry about Mom and Dad. Finding me has made everyone's life harder. He shrugs as if it's no big deal. Yeah, but you're family. All this money they're spending, it's too much. And if it's causing more problems, I didn't grow up this way. I don't fit in. I wasn't a part of our dad becoming so successful. Piper? He grins, still getting used to using my preferred name, and I smile back. There's a lot that no one's telling you. My smile falters. There's more secrets. Come aboard and I'll enlighten you. He nods toward the docked boat. We climb in, sit on cushioned seats, and look over the water. We used to live in town, in a small 3-bedroom ranch. The reason we're loaded is because of you. Me? That makes no sense. I'm the most broke person on the planet. He tips back his bottle. I'm surprised you didn't read about it in the press. You must have Googled us when you found out. At first, I didn't want to know anything. Then I found out the bare minimum, like the family photos, your dad's business, and news reports of when it happened. Shortly after that, my phone was ruined. And since I've arrived, it's like I'm on internet lockdown. They won't let me near a phone, a computer, or a set of car keys. With the one exception when our dad let me call Zach. Derek props his feet up on the back of the boat. It's Mom, as you've probably noticed. She's a bit uptight. That's an understatement. But why did you say you're rich because of me? Because without the hospital settlement, we would be just another working-class family. A settlement? It never occurred to me. I look around the palatial home, the grand terrace, and down to the boathouse and extensive dock. How much did they get?
He stares out over the moonlit water. 12 mil.
My jaw drops. $12 million?
He nods. So while I grew up with parents struggling to make ends meet, my real family was living a life of luxury with boats, private schools, trust funds, and ski trips to the Alps. Anger bubbles in my gut. Melissa is willing to blow a fortune on new clothes and redecorating a bedroom I don't care about, but refuses to give me the only thing I do want, a phone. He tilts his head and smiles sardonically.
Ironic, isn't it?
It's beyond irony. It burns. They were rewarded for losing me. They have everything, and now they have me back, whereas I have nothing and have lost everything. I assumed the money came from the crematorium business. After the settlement came through, Dad started the company and invested a couple mil to make it state-of-the-art, all the new cutting-edge technology. He turned into a workaholic after you disappeared. I'm still in disbelief. How about Mom? I choke out the word for his sake. He ponders for a moment.
She started to drink.
I think on that. She does seem to always have a glass of wine at the ready.
There's something else.
I can't imagine what else he has to add.
Dad hasn't lived here in 4 months. He has a condo a few miles away.
I'm speechless. I had no idea.
They've been pretending they're together for your sake. This family has more issues than adjusting to the reappearance of a long-lost daughter.
He hands me his phone and grins.
Don't tell Mom.
With that, he hops off the boat and heads back to the house. Seconds later, I've got Zach on the line, and I can't talk fast enough. I catch him up on everything from school to tryouts and the legal settlement. He's back at college, but is juggling classes and trying to figure out how to handle all the bills and legal issues at home.
I went to see her,
he says softly. Mom's face flashes in my mind and my heart stutters. Being here in this new life, I haven't thought much about her situation, locked in jail with no family contact. How is she?
Worried about you, mostly. She's sorry, but says she has no regrets. I don't know whether to be angry at how her actions have ruined our lives or thankful she did it and gave me a sister.
I battle the same type of thoughts. Where should my allegiance fall? With the mother who raised me, or the family that was ripped apart? But now both families have been hurt. It's too much to think about. So I ask about the other person I miss. How is Finn?
Angry. He and his dad had it out, and his dad refuses to pay for school until Finn works for his company for 2 years.
Finn would hate that. I'll call him as soon as we hang up, but I need his number.
The courts have appointed a public defender for Mom. She said it's not worth hiring her own lawyer since it would cost more than she could ever afford.
Here I am with Melissa lavishing me with expensive clothes and a new bedroom, while my mother doesn't think she's worth a decent lawyer. It's so unfair. Is she allowed to receive phone calls? I want to talk to her.
I'll find out. She would love to hear your voice.
Greta! A voice calls out. Shoot, it's Melissa. I'm not supposed to have a phone. Are you out here? She sounds closer. I'm sorry, but I've got to go. I'll call you again as soon as I can.
Hang in there,
he says sadly, and I feel a pang of guilt at not being there for him. I slide the phone in my back pocket as Melissa comes into view. There you are, she says brightly. Derek said you were out here. You've got a phone call from Coach Finley. With all the drama of the evening, I totally forgot. I climb out of the boat and she eagerly hands me her phone. Hello?
Piper, this is Coach Finley. I was impressed by your tryout today.
My pulse dances at the compliment. Thank you. Melissa looks on hopefully. I smile and shrug. As I mentioned, I don't make changes to the team once it's been set, but your skill level is excellent and rounds out some of our weaker spots. Do you think you could maintain that level of effort every day?
Absolutely. I grin at Melissa, and she fist pumps the air, an action that seems out of character for her.
Then welcome to the team.
Chapter 28. What We Know of Cheryl Winslow, CNN Investigates. I wake the next morning excited about volleyball. Being part of a team should give me a place to belong again. Melissa is all smiles and encouragement, apparently satisfied that I'm not a total loser. But on the way to school, Kirsten gives me a cold shoulder. She huffs and glares at the road with her mouth pinched stubbornly. I stifle a giggle, because in that moment, she looks quite a bit like Melissa. What did I do now? You seriously don't know? She snaps, taking her eyes off the road longer than necessary. What could I have possibly done since dinner last night and this morning? Well, let's see. Maybe it has to do with getting my friend Olivia's sister kicked off varsity. I hadn't thought about that. I just wanted to find a place where I belong again. Kirsten had everything she's wanted, and more her entire life, and yet she begrudges me this one victory? You know, this isn't about you or your friend. It was a tryout. The coach wants the best players, and I made it fair and square. Oh, please. It has always been about you. You were the tragedy we couldn't talk about. You were found. You ran away. You have a press conference. You're the apple of Dad's eye. The tires squeal as she jerks sharply into the student parking lot, and I brace myself. I couldn't escape you, even back when we thought you might be dead. Unbelievable. Talk about a silver spoon in your mouth. To you, hardship is having to share a dress and shoes. You know nothing about me. She slams the car into park. I know a few things, like how you treat your long-lost sister after 17 years. You really rolled out the welcome mat. I always thought sisters were supposed to have each other's back. I escape the car, slamming the door for effect. You should have come home with a little more gratitude instead of acting like we're the enemy, she yells, attracting attention. You have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. If you ever took the stick out of your ass and looked to see how things are from where I'm sitting, you might learn about compassion. I storm past our audience into school. The halls are crowded, and I keep my head down to avoid the stares of curious students. I accidentally turned down the wrong hall in my effort to find my first period Spanish class. Luckily, I find the room with a minute to spare and scan for Carly, who said we should sit together. She's near the back next to an empty seat. When I slide in and say hi, she glances briefly and nods. Her eyes are red, and she looks miserable. What's wrong? And at that moment, I have a terrible, horrible realization. Carly wipes her eyes with her arm. I'm fine. Did I stutter, needing to know. It's fine, she repeats miserably, her face blotchy. She's the girl who was kicked off of varsity to make room for me. I'm about to apologize, but the teacher starts talking, and Carly refuses to look my way again. Now I definitely feel like the bad guy. Carly was literally the only person who was nice to me yesterday, and I got her demoted. The rest of the day is an uncomfortable challenge of navigating my way while avoiding people who are either curious about my kidnapping or those hurtling insults because I stole a spot on the coveted varsity team. I wish I had a phone so I could pretend to be absorbed in it and look less conspicuous, but instead I'm left staring at my notebook and struggling with a pang of loneliness. After school, I meet Coach in her office. She hands me a number of forms, as well as a locker number and combo. The weight of my teammates' glares and hostile whispers begin in the locker room. No one introduces themselves, no one says hi, and no one pairs up with me for warm-ups. When it comes time to scrimmage, I'm nailed with ball after ball to exclaims of, "Oops, my bad," or an insincere, "Sorry." When I go for a ball, 2 others barge into me to steal the shot, even though it's clearly mine. Coach says nothing. Either she's too distracted or is allowing the hazing as a rite of passage. I'm frustrated, tired, and thankful when practice finally ends and I can escape. Outside, the air is overcast and chilly. I can't find Kirsten's car anywhere, so I wait on a bench, which isn't such a good place to be as every student leaving school notices me and stares. The parking lot empties until only a couple cars are left. The evening temp drops, and I rub my arms, having only worn a light shirt and jeans. If I had a phone, I wouldn't have to sit here wondering if I'm ever going to get a ride or not. I'd know how long I'd been waiting, and could at least have ordered an Uber. Miserable, I continue to wait. Do I find a janitor to see if he can figure out how to call my parents? Is there a taxi service around here? Piper! I look up to find my dad's BMW at the curb. Finally, I climb in, my hands freezing. "I'm so sorry," he says. "Kirsten went out with friends after school and forgot about giving you a ride. I don't think she's used to having a sister in high school with her." I force a smile. "Thanks for coming." Always. And after this day, his always makes me happy, knowing he cares and is on my side. At the same time, it makes me want to cry, because now this will always be my life. Chapter 29. Greta Grout, Piper Winslow. One girl, 2 identities. Talk Tales online. Something delicious and garlicky wafts through the air. "Just in time," Melissa says brightly, with no mention of me being stranded at school. "How is practice? You must be famished." Actually, I am. I drop my book bag and notice the table is only set for 4. Who's missing? I imagine Kirsten is still MIA, but Melissa asks me to call her to the table. I go to the stairs to holler up, but I don't really want to, and it's not like at home when Mom would have me call Zach to dinner. I'd yell up the stairs to be heard over his music, and he'd come bounding down a minute later, never one to miss a meal. But I don't know Kirsten well enough to feel that easy comfort, and I certainly don't like her right now. I'm saved from the duty when she appears and trots down the steps with her oversized handbag slung over her shoulder. She spots me and slows, putting her finger to her lips to keep me quiet. Seriously? She's sneaking out and expects me to help her. She tiptoes to the front door just as Dad walks around the corner. "Kirsten, it's time for dinner." She freezes, then spins around. "I'm going out." He raises an eyebrow. "Absolutely not." "But Dad, I'm meeting Brandon," she whines. "Kitchen, now." She huffs and marches past, giving me a dirty look, as if this is my fault. She slams into her chair. "This is so unfair. Why isn't Laurel here?" "Laurel is at play practice. It's family dinner. Brandon can wait," Dad says as Melissa lights the 2 tapers in the center of the table. "Are you kidding me? We've played family for 3 days. When can we go back to normal?" Dave scoops chicken with mushrooms and a sauce that makes my mouth watery onto his plate and hands the platter to Melissa. "Perhaps when you remember to pick your sister up from school?" She raises her shoulders in a shrug. "It was an honest mistake. It's not like I'm used to having Greta around. I keep forgetting she's even here." When our parents aren't looking, she shoots me a sly smirk. "Nevertheless, you will remember tomorrow," Melissa says. "Greta, help yourself." The dishes make the rounds. Kirsten drops each dish loudly on the table as it's passed to her. "I can't wait to graduate and get out of here. Derek has it so good," she mutters. I ignore her little tantrum and sink my teeth into the most delicious chicken I've ever tasted.
This is amazing. You're an incredible cook. Kirsten snorts. Way to suck up, but Mom doesn't cook.
This chicken marsala is from Di Loretto's. She stabs a mushroom and pops it in her mouth. Melissa's lips pinch together and she takes a sip of her wine. I used to cook, but this is much easier and better than anything I could make. Don't you think? She directs her questions at my bitchy big sister. It's the bomb, Mom, she says placatingly. Thanks for dinner. She pops out her chair, grabs her handbag, and bolts for the door. Sit down and finish your meal, Dad says with irritation. I'm full. Don't wait up. The front door slams behind her, and I'm suddenly alone with my parents. Each of us is looking awkwardly at each other. I focus on my plate and devour a buttery green bean with slivered almonds. Melissa certainly has mastered takeout. After a deep sigh, Dave breaks the silence. It's actually nice to have some peace and quiet from Hurricane Kirsten and spend time alone with you. How was school? And practice, Melissa adds. Do you like the team? I sugarcoat my day because honestly there's not a thing either can do to make school any better. I just have to get through 1 year there and I'll be happy to never look back. But when I explain the volume of homework and catch-up that's expected of me, I'm totally honest. Of course it's challenging, Melissa says, but St. Cecilia's will open up a lot of college doors for you. In fact, we should start looking at colleges soon. I've barely arrived, and already we're planning the rest of my life. I shove rotini pasta in my mouth and let Melissa continue. We spent the summer visiting campuses with your sister. Her heart is set on USC or Columbia. I'm sure her strategy is to move as far away from here as possible. Dad chuckles. Derek, on the other hand, wanted to be close to home. I hope you'll want that too, he adds hopefully, catching my eye. I don't have the heart to tell him that all I want is to be close to my brother, which is out east. That conversation can come later. Dave and Melissa try to keep the conversation going, but there's no getting around the fact that I'm the odd child, the black sheep, that just dropped back into their world. I'm relieved to escape to my new room and start my homework, but my beautiful room is lonely, with no actual signs that it belongs to me. None of my pictures of friends or volleyball trophies, not even a family photo of Zach, Mom, or Dad. I miss them so much. It's then I realize I forgot to ask if Melissa bought me a phone, but sadly, I know the answer. I take my biology book and wander down to Laurel's room. It's bright and cheery with colorful craft projects and candid photos. A fluffy orange tabby spies me and arches out of her bed and comes to say hi. My nose wrinkles knowingly at the scent, but right now I don't care. A rash is the least of my concerns. I sit on the floor, lean against the wall, and hold out my hand. The cat sniffs and starts licking my fingers with a sandpaper tongue, bringing a smile to my face. Are you Sammy or Beauregard? Another cat appears. This one a Siamese. It blinks its green eyes at me and meows. I check its tag. Well, hello, Beauregard. I scratch his ears. He lies down in my lap and purrs. I pet his silky fur. At least you like me the way I am. And I sneeze. Chapter 30. Congratulations to Athletic Department on receiving generous donation. Principal Mahoney, Wayland Academy. On the way to school the next morning, Kirsten and I are at a stalemate, each despising the other and refusing to speak. The kids at school are equally bad. Walking down the hall is like being on display at a freak show, but at least I know where my classes are, so that's something. In first period, Carly nods to me but turns her attention to another girl. I've certainly burned that bridge. At lunch, I take my hastily packed lunch of a banana and a bag of chips outside. I wait until all the other kids have claimed their territory. No need for a turf war. Some kids squeal out of the parking lot for whatever fast food hangout spot they like. Others sit on the steps or the stone wall in clusters. I snag a spot under a small tree and start my calculus homework. A half hour later, I hear talking, and my spidey sense warns it's about me. Not only that, but it's Kirsten and her gaggle of friends. One girl in particular, wearing an Ariana ponytail and too much makeup, gives me the death stare. Time to pack up, but by the time I'm on my feet, she's marching toward me. "You think you're the hot shit, don't you?" She spits through her red-painted lips. Excuse me? My sister's gang inches forward to catch the confrontation, but Kirsten innocently stays back like she isn't the one who riled them up. "You got my sister kicked off varsity." This is Carly's sister. Her face turns shrewish with her heavy eyeliner and thick eyebrows. Does this look actually attract guys? She glares. "Say something. Are you an idiot or what?" No, I'm a girl who knows there is no winning this argument. I pick up my backpack, my eyes darting for an escape route, and take it, careful not to lock eyes with anyone. CoverGirl follows me as other kids are returning from lunch. "Don't walk away from me. Say something." I spin around for a moment and point at her mouth. "You have lipstick on your teeth." My heart warms at the tiny insult. I psych myself up for practice. How many days will I have to suffer before they accept me? The team blames me for the Carly situation, but if I can prove myself, maybe they'll stop treating me like an outsider. The locker room is quiet, despite all the teams getting ready for practice. I say hello to a couple of girls, but get the cold shoulder, no surprise. I change out of my clothes, and just as I'm about to slip on my athletic shorts, Miranda, the team captain, rounds on me with the rest of the team standing guard. I'm tall, but she towers over me. After several seconds of her intimidation glare and me feeling exposed, she speaks in a hushed, controlled voice. "You need to quit." Sigh. "Today. Not tomorrow," she says evenly. "Quit." I earned my shush. She puts her finger on my lips. "You don't get to talk. We don't need you, and we don't want you." My fight or flight instinct awakens. Miranda jabs me in the chest, which enrages me. "The only reason you're on this team is because your mother..." Fight wins over. I shove her hand away to the gasps from girls behind her. "No, you listen." I get up in her face. I earned it fair and square. Miranda's face flames with fury. She shoves me against the lockers. "No, your mother bought your way onto this team with a $10,000 donation to the athletic department." The shock on my face must show, because she smiles with satisfaction and nods. "That's right. So you see, you didn't earn it. Pack up your bags and go back to Minnesota." As stunned as I am, I can't let her win. I can't let them win. I need this more than they'll ever know. With my heart pumping wildly, I find my voice. "I won't quit." She pauses and considers my words, then steps close again and jabs me in the chest with her finger. "Fine. Then we, jab, will, jab, break you." Coach comes around the corner and bellows, "Hustle up, ladies, you're late." The locker room empties and I'm alone in my underwear, trembling. Seriously? If I quit now, life will be easier. But how would I explain to Melissa that her $10,000 bought her nothing? And why did she have to do that? If I stay, I have to deal with mean girls on steroids. There's no way to win. But I'm pissed off. So I pull on my practice clothes, slam my locker, and join the team. Practice consists of being freezed out, pummeled with stray balls, and body slammed every time I go for a ball. Coach gives a couple of calm down ladies, but mostly ignores my abuse. It's after Coach leaves the gym that I'm unexpectedly drilled in the face with a ball so hard I see black. When my vision returns, a girl named Corey, surprised her aim hit the mark, is covering her mouth to hide her laughter. Are you kidding me? Corey is busy laughing and doesn't see me coming. I shove her so hard her teeth rattle. Hands are on me in an instant, but I swing my elbows, connecting a time or two, and I'm free. Corey backs away, but I'm pissed off, out of my mind, and jump her. We land in a heap, and I get in one good shot to her face before I'm pulled off. Her nose gushes blood. Isn't that fun? You like that? You want some more? I scream. Strong arms pin my arms to my side, and I'm lifted to my feet. But I fight back, kicking out with my legs. The arms squeeze me to the point of pain. That's enough. Calm down. A male voice meaning business yells in my ear, bringing me back to reality. I stop, but he doesn't release me. You done? He says roughly. Yeah. He sets me down. I jump away and turn to see if it's another coach. What the hell was that about? He barks. The rest of the team, as well as half the football team, is watching. Corey's face and t-shirt are covered in blood. My chest is heaving and I can barely catch my breath. My forehead feels on fire from where the ball hit me. Piper went ballistic on Corey, one of the mean girls narks. She went after me first, I yell. The coach points a finger in my face. You calm down. Just then, Coach Finley and Principal Mahoney rush in, both with looks of disbelief. Miss Grout, the principal says, explain yourself. I shake my head. Why bother? It won't change anything. I head for the locker room. After a few feet, I turn. Nice work with the sensitivity training. I shove my street clothes in my backpack and head out. It's no big shocker that Kirsten isn't there to give me a ride, so I step to the other side of the bushes to avoid the other students. There's a light rain, but it feels good on my heated skin. After a half hour, I give in and walk. It takes forever to make it home in the cold drizzle. I curse Kristen for stranding me, Melissa for not getting me a phone, and the team for being a bunch of hostile assholes. And finally, my mother for putting me in this hopeless situation. I walk in the front door, wet, cold, and grumpy. All I want is to hide in my room, but Melissa hears me. Greta, is that you? She calls. I sigh and change direction. She's at the granite island with a glass of wine, the bottle nearby, and Derek's words about her drinking echo in my mind. Laurel is perched on a stool, poring over a geometry book. She glances up and smiles. How was practice? Melissa asks with a swirl of her glass. It must have gone late. There's no comment on my appearance or the fact I had no ride. I dump my wet backpack on the pristine counter. It didn't go late. I walked home, and practice was awful. They hate me. Don't worry, they'll come around, she chimes. Really? Do you think your $10,000 bribe is going to buy me their friendship? Laurel's eyes go wide. Melissa pauses, pinches her lips, and says nothing. She stalls further by taking a long drag of liquid courage. Nonsense. It was a donation. I donate to a lot of charities. And I'm her current charity case. Why didn't you ride home with Kirsten? Because your snotty daughter is evil, I'm tempted to say, but instead say, I have no idea. She's probably off getting manis and petties with her friends or whatever else rich teenagers do. Watch your tone, Greta. You should have called. I would have come. I glare at her. She realizes her error. And how was I to call? I snap. Well, you certainly could have borrowed a friend's phone. She offers a lame option. Really? I'm a social outcast. I'm the piranha no one dares talk to. On top of that, who would I call? The only phone numbers I know are my mom's, my brother Zach's, and my friends back home. Her jaw clenches at the mention of my mother. She sets down her glass and jots something on a notepad. Here's my number. Keep it in your purse. I slam my palm on the counter, ignoring her slit of paper. Are you for real? How about that phone you keep promising? It's never going to happen, is it? Please don't fight, Laurel says in a soft voice, smiling nervously. Melissa sets down the pen. We should talk about that. Your father and I feel it's important that you move on from your old life. We want you to embrace your life here with us. And your past is a distraction. That's not true. Dave understands. You're the one who wants me cut off. She sends me what I assume is supposed to be a sympathetic look, but it is actually more condescending. Greta, it's for your own good. Don't you mean your own good? You can't stand that I still love my mother. Her eyes narrow and darken with emotional turmoil or anger, I'm not sure. This family has been tortured enough. You need to set aside the past and help rebuild this family. She's asking the impossible. How do I ignore the only life I've known? I can't. I clear my throat, tamp down my anger, and think how to say this kindly. I'm sorry this happened. And I'm sorry you feel betrayed by me. But Cheryl Winslow is the only mother I have ever known. We didn't have a lot of money, but we always had love. Always. You will not speak that despicable woman's name in my house. Ever. Melissa spews the venomous words with iron force. She's a criminal, and if I have anything to do with it, she'll spend the rest of her life rotting in prison. I step back as if burned. She stole my baby, my child, as if shoplifting a designer scarf. Doesn't Melissa realize I was that baby, that I have feelings, and that I'm standing right now in front of her? You're home now, not living a lie. You'll have nice things and go to an elite college. Time to let go of your past so we can finally be a family. I stand my ground. You can't erase my mother from my memory. Enough! That vile criminal is not your mother, Greta. I am. And it's time you started treating me with respect. Don't call me Greta. My name is Piper, I yell. You will not talk back to me. Out of nowhere, her knuckles connect with my cheekbone in a solid crack. The gemstones of her ring scrape across my face with a stinging cut before hitting my nose. My hand instinctively goes to my cheek, pressing against the pain. I stare at her, speechless and shocked. Her face turns to horror as she realizes what she's done. Laurel's mouth drops open. Oh, Greta, honey, I'm so sorry. She rushes forward and I step back. Laurel starts to cry. My mother never hit me, I utter. I grab my handbag and run. Chapter 31. The Story of Greta Grout. Tune in tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2020. I tear out of the house and into the night, running past the mansions with their lighted fountains and guest houses. Adrenaline pumps through my veins as I weave through the next neighborhood. I'm afraid to look back, in case Melissa is following me. I touch my stinging cheek where her rings left their mark and blink back tears. The rain has stopped. The air smells damp and mingles with the scent of the nearby bay. After a few blocks, I slow to a walk, passing through one neighborhood after another until I reach an intersection and head toward the glow of restaurants and shops. My mind is a jumble of too many emotions. From the pain of trying to connect with my siblings to struggling in a new school with horrible teammates. But worst is the betrayal of one mother who stole me at birth and the betrayal of another who strikes me when crossed. More than ever, I wish I were back at the cottage with Finn and Zach, where for a couple of days I was happy and loved and shielded from the world.
Piper?
A car pulls up next to me. I'm about to bolt when I realize it's Dave, my dad. I approach the car. He takes one look at me and his concern turns to shock. He throws the car into park and jumps out, hustling around to me.
What happened?
I burst into tears, covering my face with my hands.
Oh, honey, I'm here now. It's going to be okay.
He holds me and I cry into his chest. He makes soothing sounds and pats my hair like I'm a dog, but I don't mind.
Laurel called, crying, and said you ran away.
I raise my head. I'm never going back. Please don't make me. He sees my face and reaches to touch my scratch.
Oh my God. What happened?
I start to hiccup and can't catch my breath between tears.
Calm down. Tell me what happened.
We lean against the car, and through my tears, I give him the whole sordid story.
She did what?
He pushes off the car and paces, then stops and scrubs a hand over his face.
Unbelievable.
If he doesn't believe me, I don't know what I'll do. When he sees my expression, he retracts his words.
Of course I believe you. I'm just shocked that she'd strike you.
My voice shakes. Dad, I won't go back. I won't. He takes me by the shoulders and examines my cheek more closely. His eyes fill with sadness.
It will be okay. I promise.
He pulls me into a hug that feels so good and safe. My breath releases in a shudder. Yet I don't see how anything can be okay ever again. I refuse to forget my mom, the one who loved me my whole life, and honor a birth mother whose only concern is to make me fit into her world. Blood is not always thicker than water. I don't know what to do. He releases me and looks me in the eye.
You don't have to do a thing. I'm going to fix this. All of this.
But this is not some little tiff causing bruised feelings. He reaches inside the car and hands me a tissue, and then pulls out his phone and makes a call. I'm terrified he's calling Melissa and that there'll be an even bigger fight. Or worse, we're going straight home. He watches me, concern etched on his face, as he waits for the call to pick up.
Hi, Zach. This is Dave Grout.
He called my brother? I wipe the tears from my raw cheek and wince as a smear of blood comes too.
Is there any chance you could fly out here this weekend?
Suddenly there's a bubble of hope in my heart.
That's right. Great. I'll take care of it and have the ticket texted to you in the morning.
He glances at me and smiles when he sees my excitement.
Listen, there's been an episode.
He says to Zach.
Piper is going to be fine, but I think she could use her big brother right now. Hang on.
He holds the phone to his chest.
Here's the plan. You're going to talk to Zach, then we're going for ice cream, and from here on out, you'll be living at my condo. I haven't mentioned it before. We have a lot to talk about.
I smile and nod, my heart lighter and filled with hope. Why ice cream?
Because ice cream fixes everything. And I've never had the chance to take you when you were small. It's a dad thing.
He grins, and I've never looked more forward to a scoop of Blue Moon.
After a double-dip waffle cone, Dad shows me around his condo, which is spacious and overlooks the water. Instead of cool grays and subdued beiges, it bursts with color, from plush carpet to the comfy-looking furniture and the art on the walls. How long have you lived here? About 4 months. As you can see, I had a decorator furnish it. If I'd have done it myself, everything would be brown and from a yard sale. He leads me down the hall. There are 3 bedrooms on this side. Mine is on the opposite side of the condo, along with an office. Choose any room you like, but I think you might enjoy the room with the walk-in closet and the view of the fountain. He flips on the lights, and each bedroom is warm and welcoming. I bite my lip. I'll need to get my clothes for school. You're done with Wayland Academy. I've never liked that pretentious place. That was all Melissa's doing. We'll find a school that suits you. There are other private schools with excellent reputations, and the public schools are good too. I'm bewildered at this sudden change. Why are you doing this? Because I'm your father, and I should have taken charge from the beginning. There are some things you need to know. We return to the living room. When he doesn't speak right away, I confess that I know about the hospital settlement. Derek told me. Good. It's time we stopped keeping secrets in this family. He sits in the armchair next to the couch and steeples his fingers, deep in thought. He sighs. Things have been difficult for your mother and I for years. She didn't used to be like this. She was beautiful, kind, and thoughtful. There was a glimpse of that woman in some of the early family photos, but now she is complicated and unpredictable. After you were stolen, she changed. At first, it was depression. Then she needed to control everything. Somehow, being in control made her feel safe, so I let her have it. He takes a breath and continues. For a long time, she refused to have more children, out of fear for their safety. But after a few years, by some miracle, we had Laurel. He smiles, but looks sad. Over the years, Melissa has become more rigid and unyielding. Spending money seems to bring her comfort. It was as if material goods could replace the baby she lost. It broke my heart, because I never gave up on you. In my gut, I was sure you'd come back to us. He looks at me with such fondness and gives my hand a gentle squeeze. Anyway, a number of things came to a head. I couldn't live that way any longer, and I finally moved out. All I can think is, wow, they put on a great show. But now that I know, I see how they were unraveling. It's been tough on everyone. The kids don't know where their alliances should fall. All of this has been too much for your mother. Somehow she thinks cutting you off from your old life and trying to force you into ours will fix things. I can't be the daughter she wants. I'm sorry. You are perfect just the way you are. He pats my knee. This has been a terrible shock to you, and you're handling it bravely. I don't know about that, I joke, considering I ran away to Canada. This family is a bit of a mess right now, but I promise it'll calm down eventually. He moves to the massive windows overlooking the water and stares out. Unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Silence fills the space as he doesn't speak, seeming to struggle with his words. I can't imagine what could possibly make things worse. A while back, we all had done DNA testing in hopes of finding you. He faces me. Your mother insisted we not include the kids, but they were excited to do it, so I let them all submit a sample without her knowledge. I raise an eyebrow. He shrugs and looks at me with fatherly love.
There was nothing I wouldn't do to find you. I smile because for the first time, I'm glad he found me. He cares. He listens to me and makes me feel like I belong. But the results weren't all good. He pauses and sadness clouds his eyes. He clears his throat as if the words were stuck. I learned something very difficult. I learned that Laurel isn't my biological daughter. My mouth drops. He goes quiet, and I see how hard this is for him. And Laurel doesn't know? I assume because she is the happiest, most carefree girl I've ever met. He shakes his head and then takes a seat next to me. Your mother doesn't want to tell her. We were in the midst of fighting about what to do when we discovered your DNA match. So we set the issue aside and put all our energy into bringing you home. Laurel has a different dad. Melissa must have known all along. She let Dave believe Laurel was his daughter. My head is spinning. I don't want to be holding this secret. I'm afraid to ask, but I can't help myself. Are you going to tell Laurel? I know how devastating this has been for you, to learn that your family isn't who you thought they were. It breaks my heart to see you suffering since you came home. He gives my hand a squeeze, and I fight back my emotions. He gets it, and my relief is palpable. He lets out a heavy sigh. But Laurel deserves to know the truth. The longer we wait to tell her, the more difficult it will be. He shakes his head and his eyes darken. It'll be painful, but we're a family, and we'll help her every step of the way. I feel for him. It's like he found one daughter and lost another. And then I picture sweet, happy Laurel. This is going to wreck her. When I climb into bed in the room overlooking the fountain, my mind is buzzing from the tangle of lies this family has been hiding. All this time, Melissa's been bad-mouthing my mother, calling her terrible names. She has kept Laurel from knowing her real father. Isn't that almost the same thing? Chapter 32. What's next for Greta Grout? People Magazine. The last thing I want to do the next day is face Melissa, but at least I have Dad as a buffer. The hollow quiet of the entryway seems to echo off the marble floors. Maybe she isn't home. Maybe she went out so she won't have to see me. But then she appears at the top of the steps carrying a suitcase. At first, I think she's moving out. Then I realize the suitcase is for me. She puts on a brave face and continues, setting the baggage at the base of the steps. Her eyes dart to my face, taking in the scabbed-over scratch caused by her ring, and the black eye that I wanted to cover with makeup but didn't have any at my dad's place. I packed some things for you. My body tense, I nod, too afraid to speak. I added some perfume you might like, and earrings that will look nice with your eyes. My dad looks weary and sad at our awkward meeting. My mother steps closer, and I want to move back, but I know I can't leave yet. Greta, her voice is pained. I am eternally sorry for hurting you. I can never forgive myself. I nod nervously with a strained smile. I have never struck another person in my life, let alone one of my own children. I am truly horrified. And I promise you, it will never happen again. Unsure what to do and wanting this moment to end, I murmur, "It's okay." Which is the stupidest thing to say. It's just... Her voice trembles. It was easier to pretend you never existed. I don't know how to do this. I'm not equipped. Her lip trembles and she begins to cry. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible mother that I can't love. Dad wraps his arms around her as she sobs. I watch, stunned with no idea what to do.
Piper, why don't you go upstairs and gather the rest of your things?
Dad guides Melissa to the living room, where he speaks to her in quiet, calming tones. In my room, the rest of my belongings are laid out on the bed, including an iPhone. Why does the sight of it make me want to cry? I pack everything up and leave the beautiful room with a pang of regret. I wish I could be happy here. Chapter 33. Welcome to Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Please stay seated with your seatbelts fastened until the aircraft comes to a complete stop at the gate. Flight attendant, United Flight number 4603. Dad and I wait for Zach to emerge from the gate at Seattle-Tacoma, and I can barely contain myself. It seems like forever since we were together in Canada. When Zach appears around the corner, I shout his name, and he gives me the biggest bear hug. His eyes are weary, as though he's been through hell, too. "I've missed you so much," he says, and then turns to my dad.
"Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Grout."
Dad shakes his hand.
"Call me Dave. My door is always open to you."
Zach shares a look of disbelief at my dad's generosity.
"And I brought you a present."
Zach turns to me with a devilish grin. I'm about to say I don't need anything but him when Finn appears.
"Can I crash the party?"
he says with that easy smile of his and looking so handsome and perfect as ever. "Oh my God!" I look to my beaming dad. "You knew?" He nods. I launch myself into Finn's arms, so familiar and strong. "Why didn't you tell me when we talked?" I run my hands over his shoulders, stunned that he's here. He caresses my cheek.
"And miss seeing that look on your face?"
I could melt. He flew across the country to see me. Walking between Zach and Finn feels like old times. While everything else in my world is new and scary, this is normal. We collect their luggage, which is actually my belongings from Rochester. Where Melissa wanted me to forget my past, Dad wants me to embrace all of my life, old and new. Dad suggests we go to dinner at a spot across the water. Finn and Zach go gaga over the boat. It's a sleek and spacious sailboat, but also has a motor. It features leather seating and teak detailing. Dad grins and shrugs at the opulence.
"What can I say? I love boats."
Out on the open water, he lets Finn and Zach take turns as captain, navigating around the islands and coves. After fish tacos at a quaint little shack on the water and a discussion of classic rock bands, Dad turns on Pink Floyd. We sail toward the sunset, listening to Dark Side of the Moon. I settle in next to Finn. His arm cradles me to his side, warm and solid, and I breathe easier. Zach seems to be at peace with us being together. It's been a rough week, but with Finn and Zach here, I find myself smiling and laughing. Later, I join Zach on the balcony and close the door so my dad doesn't have to hear us talk about Mom. "How is she?" Zach tugs at the front of his sweatshirt and settles into a Navy deck chair. He begins and then stops himself. "She's coping." I guess that sounds right. What else could she do? But does she regret her actions now that she's in jail? Does she worry about what's happening to me?
It was so strange to see her in prison clothes. It's like she's a shadow of her former self.
I wonder again how she could live all these years uncertain as to whether she'd get caught, maybe knowing that as I got older, she would.
She acknowledges that what she did was terrible and that there's no fixing it. She sends her love and hopes you'll forgive her.
He adds, grimacing. He's lost as much as I have, maybe more. What happens next?
She's scheduled for another court appearance in 3 weeks. The public defender said that it will be a long legal process, and she has 0 chance at bail.
We let that sink in. Despite my newfound family, it's only the 2 of us now to navigate our future. I stare numbly at my hands. I never even got to say goodbye. He looks at me with a sadness that reflects my own. Everyone involved has been hurt because of her actions. Not one person came out of it unscathed. A boat speeds across the bay, and a minute later the wake breaks on the rocky shore. The distant lights reflect on the dark water, creating a mesmerizing, tranquil glow, belying the mood. Zach breaks the silence.
Mom asked me to sell the house.
I gasp. Why? He can't get rid of our childhood home.
If I don't, we'll lose it. She wants you and I to have the proceeds, but honestly, she'll need the money for legal fees. Do you think the Grouts will sue?
He asks.
They'd certainly be entitled.
Would they? I gaze down at the deck, with Dad's sailboat bobbing gently in the water. They don't need the money, but I'm sure Melissa wants to extract every type of revenge. I don't know. My shoulders sag. Will I always be trapped in the middle, between my 2 mothers? But you can't sell it. You need a home when you're not at school. He shakes his head.
I dropped out.
Zach, no.
How can I possibly study and keep my grades up with all this?
He frowns. It's as if he's carrying the weight of the world. You have to go back. Dad would be destroyed if he knew.
I will. It's just, I can't right now. Someone's got to handle the fallout.
My guilt multiplies. I'm sorry I'm no help. I've been buried in trying to make my way with my new life, and I haven't thought about the details of the house or the many other things Zach must be dealing with. My emotional neediness is making it harder for him, but he nudges my foot with his.
You have enough to deal with?
Finn taps on the patio door and peeks out.
Can I join you, or am I interrupting something deep? Please save us from our reality,
Zach says. Finn takes the seat next to me and props his long legs on the railing.
Pretty nice digs,
he says, looking at the $1 million view, including the lighted fountain and showy boats at the dock. This is nothing. You should see the mansion. It's more like a compound. Makes your dad's place look like a shack.
And all of the times you resented me for having a nice lake house.
He takes my hand in his and makes tisk sounds with his tongue.
Poor little rich girl.
Dave pops out later to chat and says goodnight. We stay up late talking, none of us wanting to sacrifice 1 minute to sleep.
Dave is great. You got lucky there,
Zach says with a note of sadness, and I'm sure he's missing our dad. I don't know what I'd do if Dave wasn't so understanding, I say.
He and I were talking, and in 5 minutes I found myself telling him my life story,
Finn says with a smile.
He's a wise man. He's vetting you to make sure you're good enough for Piper,
Zach laughs. Did you pass? I ask hopefully.
I sure hope so, because I wouldn't mind hanging around a lot more. Would that bother you?
He asks, gazing meaningfully into my eyes. I'd love nothing better. I take his hand and smile. Around 2 a.m., we start yawning. For the guys, it's 4 a.m. with the time change. Zach heads off to bed. Finn and I are finally alone. Standing at the railing, our arms go around each other. I'm so glad you're here. His arms rest around my waist, his hands clasp behind me as if it's the most natural thing to do.
God, I've missed you.
He captures my lips with his, kissing me long and slow, taking up right where we left off in Canada. He feels so right, after all that's been wrong in my life. A while later, drowsy and content, we finally say goodnight. After a late breakfast, Dad suggests I take Finn on a walk along the cliffs. Zach stays behind. What do you think they're talking about? I ask as Finn and I head to a manicured path that trails along the water, then leads up to a cliff overlooking the sound.
You,
he responds honestly.
Your mom, legalities, the future.
I like that my dad is treating Zach as the man of the family. He's the one left in charge, the last man standing. Zach must be as lonely and scared as I've been.
Probably.
He takes my hand and our arms move in unison, our steps matching.
I call him every day.
Thank you. I lift his hand and kiss it.
He's my best friend, my family. I'd do anything for him or you.
He adds with a crooked smile. Finn is just as alone as Zach. His mom isn't in his life, he has no siblings, and he's estranged from his dad. Of course, we're his family. The path climbs higher. At the top, we take in the spectacular view of the little islands and bays all around. A light breeze blows our hair. What are you going to do now? I ask. He may have rebelled against his father all these years, but now he's been cut off. He'll have to figure out something.
Other than scream from the mountaintops that I'm free?
He laughs, but I'm seriously concerned. He opens his mouth to speak, then closes it as if struggling to find the right words. Then he blurts,
I'm going to see my mom.
I blink, surprised.
I've done a lot of thinking since all this started with you. We can't pick our family. All we can do is make the best of it.
He rubs the back of his neck absent-mindedly.
I've been so damaged and angry since my mom left that I refuse to see it from her side.
He pulls me to a bench and we sit.
I called her a few days ago, and we had a really decent conversation. Turns out she's actually human.
He jokes. Good, I nod.
She asked me to come to San Francisco.
He goes quiet and then says in a husky, emotional voice,
She said she misses me.
This is a vulnerability I've never seen before. It's as if he's a lost little kid who just found his mom. I hug him. That's great news. When do you go?
When I leave here.
There's excitement in his voice and some nervousness, too. So much is changing in both our lives, and this might be a new beginning with his mom.
I have a good feeling about this.
He lays his arm across the back of the bench. A cluster of white sails careen across the water in a regatta. Seagulls swoop and squawk as the wind picks up. Amidst all the chaos, it's nice to hear some good news. When we return, Dad and Zach wave us down to the dock where they're prepping the boat.
I thought you kids might like to take her out on your own.
Zach grins and Finn practically leaps into the boat. Seriously? I've seen these two flip boats for the pure joy of it, I say, but my dad doesn't seem fazed.
They proved themselves last night. They know what they're doing. She'll be in good hands,
Finn promises, his eyes glittering with excitement. I'm pretty sure he's not talking about me. Dad pats him roughly on the shoulder and winks at me.
I've got some things I need to take care of at the house. You and the boys enjoy yourselves. We'll meet up later for dinner."
He tosses the lines and watches with what looks like pride as Zach and Finn maneuver his boat into open water. Working in tandem, the guys sail out into the choppy water. The sailing is exhilarating. When the wind picks up, we lean out over the safety line and revel when the cool spray hits us. Finn is his old self, confident, in control, and laughing as he mans the rudder. We slice through the waves like a dolphin and lose track of time. Hours later, tacking our way back, I ask Zach about his talk with my dad.
"He asked me to consider moving out here,"
he says, adjusting the mainsail. My eyes go wide. I bet Melissa knows nothing about that. She hasn't adjusted to me being here. I can't imagine her tolerating my brother. Our eyes connect, and I grin, desperately hoping he will accept the invitation. It's incredible that Dave can put aside his pain and anger at the woman who stole me from him and offer her son security. I hold my breath. It would be harder for Zach to visit Mom if he moved west. Would he be okay with that? And how would she feel?
"Dave is concerned with what I'm going to do about school. And if I have enough money. If Mom's few assets are frozen, how will I get by?"
I never imagined that could happen. We don't have much, but there was life insurance money from our dad that she put away for Zach's college. "I'd love to have you here. Would you want to?" I hold my breath, hoping he'll say yes. Finn's expression is unreadable as he trims the jib. His life is also in a state of flux. And having his best friend move across the country won't help.
Zach laughs. "I was ready to pack my car the second Dave took you from Canada. But this is a bizarre situation. Where should my loyalties lie? Should I stay back to support Mom?" "Not that it's any of my business,"
Finn interjects.
"But you've both been screwed out of a normal life. It's about you and Piper now."
Zach nods.
"But you're the odd man left behind."
Finn shrugs, pretending it doesn't matter.
"I'll land on my feet."
Chapter 34.
Reunited. Ex-brother of Greta Grout visits. BuzzFeed.
Once Zach and Finn fly back home, I'm faced with a fresh slate of choices. Dad gives me a list of area schools to choose from. There are private schools and public schools, and because of open enrollment, I'm allowed to choose any. Afraid to hurt his feelings, I tour one of the private schools. While it's more laid back than St. Cecilia's, I don't see myself as the private school type. The public school is only a few years old and has a cool, warm vibe with murals on the walls, lots of windows, and a lunchroom food court featuring everything from a taco bar and pizza to sandwiches on artisan bread. It features an amazing gymnasium with a state-of-the-art scoreboard, but the reason I picked the school is because their mascot is a spider. Go speckled spiders! My dad asks about their volleyball team, but I quickly shut him down. No way am I going down that road again. With a little poking around online, I find a local rec center that hosts pickup volleyball twice a week.
"Are you sure you don't want me to come in?"
Dad asks when he drops me off. Ew, Dad, no. I wave my phone at him. I'll call you when I'm ready.
"Do you have money in case you get hungry? Did you remember your knee pads?"
I grin. I have everything I need, thank you. Now shouldn't you go do something middle-aged like park yourself in front of a big screen TV and watch football?
"All right."
He raises his hands in the air innocently.
"I'll stop hovering. Go have fun."
Inside the community center, the glorious sound of balls bouncing and sneakers squeaking echoes down the corridor. In the gymnasium, there's a team on each side of the net warming up. These are my people. But will they accept me?
Dropping my bag near the wall, I size up the group. It's a mishmash of girls, ranging in age from high school to late 20s. Based on their banter, they know each other well. I start drinking from my water bottle and checking my phone. "Hey, you!" a girl calls. She has a dark frizzy ponytail and a pink t-shirt that reads, "Save the Tatas." I look around. "Yeah, you, new girl. You want to come scuff up those pretty new shoes of yours, or are you going to text your boyfriend all night?" I toss my phone in my bag and jog over. "Yeah, I'm in." "I'm Ray." "I'm Piper." I take a spot in the front row. "That's Harper. That's Izzy." She indicates a short girl with braces and the other a stocky girl with short red hair. "The rest are too boring to bother with," she says, flashing a devilish grin. "Hey," a girl next to Harper says, "I took first place in the tournament last week. That should be worth something." "In a chess tournament," Izzy says. "You shouldn't brag about that," Harper says. "It's embarrassing." "No, creating a GoFundMe page to raise money for your cat's therapy session is embarrassing," Ray says, and the rest laugh. "Are you losers ready to play, or do you want to forfeit?" a busty brunette calls from the other team. Both teams are lighthearted but totally into it. The other team is older and definitely better. Mostly I set up the shots, but then a serve comes my way and I spike it for a point. "Nice one, new girl," Ray says. The other team outplays us. Then I get my chance to serve. I drill one over the net and score. Surprised, my teammates turn toward me. "Are you for real?" Ray asks. "Beginner's luck," I shrug, but a warm glow of satisfaction rolls through me. "Damn," another one says. I bounce the ball 3 times, toss it high, and pound my next serve for another point. My teammates all high-five, and I worry if I should hold back, but Ray hollers, "Sweet baby Jesus, we may actually win. Where are you from?" "Rochester, Minnesota." I answer without really thinking. "Well, hallelujah, we've got Rocky on our team." The other team rallies, but in the end, we win 2 out of 3 sets. Afterwards, I'm invited to join them across the street for pizza. I text my dad and he emojis back a thumbs up, a happy face, a slice of pizza, a volleyball, a frog, which I think was a mistake. Over crab rangoon pizza? I learned that most of the girls either didn't make their school team or are too busy with jobs or homework to go out for their team. "Piper, what brings you to Seattle?" Izzy asks as she winds melted cheese around her finger. My pizza is halfway to my mouth and I freeze. Moment of truth time. What do I say? I lower my slice and wipe my fingers on a napkin. "I came here to be with my family." My answer gets confused looks. I take a long drag from my soda to avoid eye contact. "Weren't you with them before?" asks Brianna, the girl with braces and the chess wins. Harper jabs her in the side. "Don't ask her that. Some people have complicated home lives." With that, I snort and soda shoots out my nose. Ray jumps out of the splash zone and everyone bursts into laughter. "Now you have to tell us the story," Brianna says. I dab my face with the napkin and give her a wary look. "Oh, come on, how bad can it be? My parents split up because my dad is an exhibitionist and kept getting arrested. Top that." She throws down her napkin in challenge. "Here goes nothing. Well, I had to move here after my mom got arrested. Turns out she wasn't my mother and that she stole me from a hospital on the day I was born." Ray, bug-eyed and with her jaw dropped, stares. "Shut up." Izzy points at me. "You're that girl." I shrug. "What girl?" Brianna asks. "Do you live under a rock?" Izzy says.
She's the girl that ran away, started a nationwide manhunt, and snuck into Canada. I cringe at the term manhunt. She makes it sound like I was guilty of mass murder or something. No way. You snuck across the border? Do tell, another girl says. That is seriously the coolest thing I've ever heard, Harper adds, picking tiny pieces of crab off her pizza. I wish I was stolen at birth. My parents are so boring, another says. Are you kidding? My parents are the worst. You know how some moms are into book club or running? My mother raises worms. Hundreds and thousands of worms. And my dad is taking recorder lessons. You know, the toy flute we played in grade school, says another. Then a hilarious discussion ensues about the faults of each girl's family, taking the spotlight off me until Ray asks what my new parents are like. I slide my gaze to her. Well, as far as I can tell, they aren't exhibitionists. The table erupts in a peal of laughter, and Ray throws popcorn at me. Where do you go to school? She asks. I start tomorrow at Hampton High. Spidey High, Harper shouts. The whole group breaks into some crazy school cheer about spiders. They stomp their feet, splay their fingers out like spiders, and chant. We are the spiders, the mighty bitey spiders. We're gonna crawl all over you. Ray grins at me. We are going to have so much fun. Chapter 35. Family meeting at 5 p.m. Derek, don't be late. Text message from Dad. 2 days later, I'm back at the family home along with Kirsten and Derek. Geez, Derek, you're here more than at college. You drop out? Kirsten comments, her eyes lasered to her phone. He glances my direction, noticing the scratch across my cheek and the faint traces of my black eye. Concern flashes in his eyes. Then he says lightheartedly, I hear you escaped the insanity. I shrug. The situation is far more complicated than I want to explain. He plops down in the middle of the couch. What's this all about? Dad was unusually insistent I be here. Kirsten tilts her head my way, as if I'm the cause. I roll my eyes. Not every problem in this family is because of me. I'd think she'd be happy that not only am I moved out of the house, I'm also out of her school. She narrows her accusing eyes at me. You know something. They're getting a divorce, aren't they? I focus on my shoelaces, refusing to engage. They should have bailed a long time ago. Derek leans back and puts his feet on the coffee table, pushing a fancy glass bowl to the side. Where's Laurel? Kirsten, still glued to her phone, says, Good question. I haven't seen her since I got home. But I know Laurel isn't escaping this. Today will mark the day her life cracks apart and secrets are revealed. She's in the den with Mom and Dad, I say. They stare at me because I clearly know more about what's happening, or maybe because I called our parents Mom and Dad. I press my lips together to prevent saying anything more. A door opens down the hall and we're silent, waiting. Dad enters with his arm around Laurel's shoulder. There's a sadness to his eyes, and yet he's taking the lead and bringing the dark secrets into the light. Melissa follows. She's pale and hovering over Laurel. Kind, innocent Laurel is red-eyed. My heart breaks, and I want to leap from the couch and offer reassurance, but the tension is thick, and I don't know if words from me would even be appropriate right now. Kirsten, her phone forgotten, says to Laurel, What's wrong? Laurel looks to our parents, shell-shocked, and doesn't answer. Honey, you can go upstairs while we do this if you want. Okay, she says miserably. Dad gives her a hug. Love you, kiddo. Nothing will ever change that. Kirsten and Derek share a panicked look as Laurel trudges upstairs. Shoulders slouched, and head down. Derek slides his feet off the coffee table and glances at me. I grimace, indicating it's bad. Very bad. He sighs. Melissa is lacking all expression, as if hollow, and takes a chair. Dave takes another. When Laurel is out of earshot, Kirsten is the first to speak. "Dad, what's going on?" He clears his throat, stoic and kind.
"Your mother and I have something to tell you that involves Laurel."
Kirsten's face crumbles and she whispers, "Is she sick?"
"No, her health is fine. It begins with the DNA test you all took," he continues, explaining in gentle tones how he discovered Laurel had a different biological father. Melissa, sitting straight as a rod, nods the affirmative. I have to give Dad credit. He doesn't throw her under the bus. He acts as though it was a careless accident and nothing more. The silence is deafening as Derek and Kirsten digest his words. "So you're not her father?" Derek asks to confirm what he just heard, as if saying the words out loud will help him understand. "Your father will always be Laurel's father. Always," Melissa says. Dad catches her eye and gives her a tender acknowledgement. "But no, I am not her biological father." He pauses to gather his thoughts. "It's a bit like Piper's situation. She was raised by parents who love her and will always be her mother and father, even though they aren't biologically related." For her part, Melissa remains calm and poised, despite the confusion and hostile energy directed her way. She confesses to not wanting to break apart her family because of her indiscretion, and so kept it to herself all these years. "You're saying that Laurel's my half-sister?" Kirsten clarifies. Melissa nods, but Dad interjects. "A sister is a sister. There's nothing halfway about it." "I don't care about any stupid DNA. Nothing will ever change that, ever," Kirsten says. Hearing Kirsten's loyalty to Laurel is beautiful, but her continued rejection of me stings hot and sharp. I'll always be an outsider to her. Then Derek's leg bumps mine, as if he's reading my thoughts. He's not one to talk about feelings, but I've never questioned that he accepted me or considered me a full member of this train wreck of a family. "So who's the father?" Derek asks. Dad lowers his head. "This isn't just difficult for Laurel. It's devastating for him, too." Melissa swallows and readjusts in her seat. "I don't think that's anything to concern yourself with." There's stunned silence. My eyes turn to the stairs where Laurel just exited. She must know. I hope she knows. "Melissa," Dad says, "they're going to find out soon enough. You might as well get it all out now so we can move on." This is obviously not what she wants. The three of us kids wait on the couch to hear this. She smooths her slacks, raises her chin, and in a strained voice says, "He is the lawyer that worked on the settlement suit against the hospital." She reaches for a tissue and dabs the corner of her eye. "That Mike Draper guy?" Kirsten asks, wrinkling her nose. "Does he know?" Derek demands, eyes fixed on his mother. She twists the tissue in her hands and hesitates. "No," she finally utters. Silence returns as we all marinate that little tidbit. I'm stunned. How is it possible that she would raise Laurel without her real father even knowing she exists? It's certainly similar to my own situation. Am I the only one who sees that? "Mom, are you serious?" Kirsten asks. "Why wouldn't you tell him?" Melissa looks at the side table as if to reach for her wine, but there's nothing there. She finally answers, "It's complicated." She turns to Dad for help, but he shakes his head, letting her navigate this one on her own.
Geez, Mom, how complicated can it be? You had his kid. Derek shakes his head in disgust. She clears her throat, her eyes darting around the room to avoid this conversation. But her kids are demanding answers that I'm not entirely sure they are entitled to. Well, he was married. Is married. She corrects. Kirsten gasps, Derek shakes his head, and Dad looks away. And he was partners in the law firm. If word got out after Piper's abduction and the publicity of the settlement, it would have made matters. She searches for words. Difficult. Difficult for who, I want to say, but keep my mouth buttoned. That's your excuse for lying to everyone? Kirsten blinks in disbelief. You literally stole a baby from the man. Melissa glances at me and shakes her head. No, I just didn't tell him. And that makes it all right? You're no better than Cheryl Winslow. Kirsten says what I've been thinking. For all Melissa's verbal assault on my mother, was she any better? And the fact that Kirsten recognizes this gives me hope that she will finally see things from my point of view. It's entirely different, Melissa says, affronted. My eyes sting with anger and pain at her denial. Dad pinches the bridge of his nose as the argument elevates in volume. Kirsten throws up her arms. Lying by omission makes it okay? Silence. Like when I didn't tell you that I spent the weekend alone with Brandon at his parents' cottage? Dave's head snaps up. Melissa's eyes blaze and she stammers, You did what? With all the talk of church, baptism, and private parochial school, I assumed Kirsten was a straight-laced Catholic girl. Apparently not. My point is that you stole Laurel from that lawyer, and you lied to Dad all these years, and Laurel, she yells. Melissa ignores Kirsten's triad, more concerned about her weekend spent alone with a boy, and begins to berate her. Laurel appears with her hands folded in front of her and head lowered in sadness. Dad interrupts the argument. That's enough, he shouts. The important thing now is that we support Laurel. Kirsten goes to her and leads her to Derek. He hugs her and scoots over so she can sit between him and Kirsten, blanketed in a trio of love and support. Where was all the family love when I was yanked from my family home and dropped into this house of insanity? This is a tremendous shock for Laurel. Dad's eyes shine with pain and heartbreak. But she deserves the truth. They pat Laurel's hand and murmur support. Laurel leans her head on Kirsten's shoulder. Even though I know this moment isn't about me, hell, too much has been about me lately, why didn't I hear this speech and get this circling of the wagons? I was tossed straight into the deep end. It's too much. While they focus on Laurel with sympathy and concern, I slip outside. I wait on a marble bench in the lighted garden. It's a while before my dad comes out. There you are. He takes a seat and sighs with a weary expression and defeated shoulders. I figured Laurel would be more comfortable without me there, I say as an excuse. He offers a strained smile, as if reading the real truth in my eyes. It won't always be this hard. Time will pass, and when you're not looking, we'll all become a family on equal ground. He smiles and bumps my shoulder with his. Granted, a dysfunctional family. Chapter 36. Accused kidnapper of newborn requests more time for plea deal. Minneapolis Star. My dad is seriously the most selfless person I've ever met. He spent the last month helping me get settled and seeing Laurel almost daily to make sure she's okay. He even made arrangements so I could call my mom in prison. I broke down the moment I heard her voice. She professed her love and begged me to forgive her. She desperately misses me and Zach. Zach met with her lawyers a couple of times and says that she likely won't spend the rest of her life in prison, but she'll be there for a very long time, even if the Grouts don't press charges. The press finally dies down, so most of the kids at my school didn't care about my past. The few that did got over it pretty quickly. I'm trying out for club volleyball with Ray in a couple of weeks, so hopefully we'll both get on a competitive team. In the meantime, it's great to be back on the court. Every Sunday, Derek, Kirsten, and Laurel come over to Dad's, and we play board games and go out for dinner. Last week, I got to choose the restaurant. So to mess with them a little, I picked a place that specialized in 27 different types of macaroni and cheese. It was a hit. Mom, Melissa, is still struggling with bringing Laurel's birth father back into her life. The man definitely wants to know Laurel. He has 3 kids in their late 20s whose childhoods he missed while working to make partner at the law firm. Laurel has met him a couple of times and says he's nice and likes cats. She seems to be handling her situation better than I did. Zach plans to move out here after he gets Mom's house listed for sale. He's applying for colleges, so hopefully he'll start someplace nearby next fall. Finn and I text all the time, and his mom is back in his life. She's revealed to him that she'd had a breakdown from living with his toxic father and had to run from the marriage to save her sanity. She regretted not taking Finn with her, but at the time, she could barely take care of herself. He says she's in a better place, more open and caring. The other good news is that his mom is more than happy to pay his college tuition. Finn says it's likely she's doing it to piss off his dad, but money is money. He's applying to schools out on the West Coast, which gives me hope that we'll stay together. Chapter 37. Greta Grout spotted outside Olmsted County Jail, Rochester Gazette. I've spent so much time missing my life and friends in Rochester that I was unprepared for the emotional ping-pong when I finally returned in March. My dad came with me and quietly observes as I point out my old school, the coffee shop where I worked, and my childhood home. Zach greets us at the front door of our house, so plain and ordinary next to the grandeur of the Grout place and Dad's condo. But inside, the casual warmth welcomes us. It is undeniably a loving home, with all the family photos, keepsakes, and personal touches. As I stand in the living room, flashes from the morning Mom was arrested cross my mind. I shake them off because I want to remember the good and not the bad. Zach tries to tidy up, but a thin layer of dust covers the television and bookshelves. This has been his bachelor pad for the past months. But it seems to me it must have been lonely here without Mom and I. I show Dad around, and even though he acts interested, I know it's painful, if not surreal, to be walking through the home of the woman who stole so much from him. Dad doesn't stay long. He says he's going to check into his hotel and make some work calls. I know he's really just making an excuse to leave so I can spend time with my brother and help him pack up. The house goes on the market next week, and Mom gives Zach a list of items to put in storage for when she's released. No one knows how long it will be. Zach is moving to Seattle next week, so other than our personal items, everything else will be donated or sold. We spend the day pulling together the keepsakes we each want, laughing and then quiet as we dismantle our childhood home. Later, Finn comes over, and the 3 of us order pizza and watch movies. We've stayed close despite the distance, and easily fall back together. The next day, Dad takes me to see my mom. I need to do this alone. I reassure him for the 2nd time outside the Olmsted County Jail. Ever since I found out I'd be able to see her, I've thought of little else. I've spoken to her on the phone, but this is different. I finally get to be with her. Dad takes me in, shows his ID, and fills out the paperwork so that I can see my mom alone.
I'll be waiting outside.
His reassuring smile is sad. What is this costing him? To bring me back to the mother who raised me? But I've missed her desperately. An officer escorts me to the visitor's room, points to a clock on the wall, and says we'll get 20 minutes. I wring my hands. It's been 6 months since the day she was arrested. So much has changed. Will she be the same? Will she look the same? As the door opens, I have a sudden dread that maybe this was a mistake, but then a woman is escorted in wearing a jail jumpsuit. My breath hitches, because while I can tell it's my mother, she's thinner and her hair grayer. But then our eyes connect, her face lights up, and my heart is in my throat. Mom! I rush to her. My arms wrap around her and she hugs me so hard I almost cry out. When she holds me back to look at me, her smile is the same, as is the timbre in her voice. Oh, baby, look at you. You're so beautiful. I swipe the tears from my eyes, self-conscious, because while I'm still the same me on the inside, on the outside I've changed. My clothes are new and trendier, and my hair is styled differently. She cups my face with her hands. You look so grown up. I didn't have much choice, did I? I say with a little laugh, letting a bit of anger slip out too. How could I not have grown up after all the heartache and pain? Zach is the same way. Changed. She smiles sadly. No, I don't suppose you did. We sit at a plain table. There's so much to say, so much to ask. Where to begin? How are you? I finally ask because it seems rude to go straight to the hard questions. I'm fine. Mom reaches across the table and takes my hand. I don't want you to worry. She gazes at me with love, as if nothing is amiss. But you're... I look around the room and at her jumpsuit. Here. She nods. And it's not your fault. Her voice is firm and motherly, the way I remembered. It's not, and yet I am the one who took the DNA test. If I hadn't, she wouldn't be here. But on the other hand, I wouldn't know my real mom and dad and siblings. They may not be perfect, but they are my blood. And despite the way they act sometimes, I know they care about me. And damned if I don't care about them too. Piper, I mean it. I know what you're thinking. That none of this would have happened if not for you. Mom sits back in her chair and looks away. Honestly, I knew this day would come. Her eyes slide back to mine. I thought we had more time. A few more years, at least. My gaze goes to her hands, folded idle on the table. I never knew we were on a clock, but she did. I took my mother for granted, unaware that I should have savored every memory. What will the future hold for us now? She asks about Seattle, my new school, friends, and if I'm playing volleyball. I answer each question, downplaying both the highs and the lows. It seems wrong to say joyful things when she's here, and I hate to burden her with the difficult parts. But then she asks, how are they? Your parents? I can't tell by looking at her face what she wants to hear. That it's all good, that I love them, or that I don't. And suddenly I find myself feeling protective of Dave and Melissa. They've been through so much. Heck, they still are. Letting me come back here to visit the woman who put them through hell must be the hardest thing ever. Like it's a betrayal, a slap in the face. My stomach tightens at the pain I continue to cause them. They love me so much. How could you do it? I ask point blank. How could you keep someone else's child from them? Mom takes a deep breath and releases it, but says nothing. I can come to terms with the fact that you were out of your mind and not thinking straight when you dumped me into your handbag, but later, when reality sunk in, how could you keep what wasn't yours? I stare at her, waiting for an answer to the question that's been rolling through my mind for months now. She owes me this answer. You must have known they were out of their minds with grief, I add. She swallows and pauses before speaking. Because I loved you so much, she says with a gentle, adoring smile. You were a beautiful baby, and so happy. I know it's hard to imagine, but someday, when you're a parent, you'll understand the mother-child connection. I lean forward and smack the table. No, you don't get to say that just because you loved me, it's justified. Her loving gaze drops into an expression of shame and guilt. Part of me feels cruel for hurting her, but I want the truth. It's time she was straight with me. Do you realize how much you've screwed up everyone's lives? Not just mine, but every single person involved. No one has a shot at a normal life because you got greedy. And poor Zach, he's lost everything, including his home. Mom takes it in. Do you know how guilty I feel for having such a happy childhood while it tore up my birth family? I lean back and look away. And for the rest of my life, when someone Googles my name, all these horrible headlines will pop up. Your mugshot will appear, that awful press conference. Every detail will be out there, forever. Mom nods, repentant. I know. I really do. She says that, but she's not living it like I am. Oddly, she's sheltered from it here. My anger abates, but I'm not ready to speak again. I don't want to leave her, yet I don't want to talk to her. It's like all the times she kept me from doing the things I wanted, I'd be mad, but at the core of it, still love her like crazy. I used to write them letters, she says. I look up. Usually on your birthday. I'd get emotional thinking about you and then that they didn't get to know how wonderful you were. I wrote long letters, telling them about the sweet things and the silly things, like how you'd cry if the cheese slice tore when I unwrapped it. She laughs. I wanted them to know you were safe and happy. I'm stunned. My dad never told me about this. Was that just more torture for him and Melissa? Then one day I saw in the news that they'd been awarded millions of dollars from the hospital where you were born. They'd been compensated. She shrugs, eyes focused on the tabletop. I didn't need to feel so bad anymore, so I stopped writing the letters. She looks at me matter-of-factly, as if that's justification. I'm not sure how to respond. She was playing with fire by reaching out to them, and then the officer reappears. Time's up, let's go. What? My eyes fly to the clock. That couldn't possibly have been 20 minutes. It is. But we're not done. Mom stands. Wait, weren't you worried they'd trace your letters back to you? Mom shakes her head. I never mailed them. After a day or two, I'd burn them in the fire pit. She turns and leaves without even a goodbye. The door clicks shut with finality, and I'm overwhelmed because I'm still so angry, and yet I miss her again already. When I exit the building, my dad is waiting near a stone ledge watching people pass. The second he sees me, I crumble. The turmoil of seeing my mother and hearing what she did in such a nonchalant way was too much. He's at my side in an instant. Oh, honey, what happened? I burst into tears. Dad, I'm so sorry. I cry. I shouldn't have made you come here. He pulls me into a hug. Shush, that's nonsense. You needed to see your mother. But you've been through so much. It feels so selfish. And she was so selfish. He smooths my hair.
Piper, you are the least selfish person I know.
But I don't agree.
Piper, you need some closure with your mother. Don't get me wrong, I realize that you will always be conflicted and may never find real peace over this situation. Your loyalties and love feel tested and stretched. And your mom, Melissa, knows this too.
He's right. As angry and frustrated as I am with my mom over her crimes, I can't bury how much I love her and miss what we had. I wipe my eyes and Dad kisses the side of my head. Somehow, he always makes things better. We head down the street from the parking ramp.
Now, before I drop you off at Joni's for a visit, where can we get some ice cream around here?
Dad, it's March in Minnesota. Not exactly ice cream weather. He bumps his shoulder to mine and laughs.
It's always ice cream weather.
Chapter 38. Cheryl Winslow pleads guilty to kidnapping and child abduction of Greta Grout. CBS Nightly News. Summer. The rumble of motorboats echoes off the water and my hands itch with nervous anticipation. Soon my family will arrive at Grandma's cottage in Canada. Finn pats my shoulder affectionately.
They're going to love it here. Everyone does.
I smile into his gorgeous eyes. I'm not so sure about Kirsten or my mom. Much has happened since I was jolted out of my ordinary life and into the lives of my birth family. Not only do I have a valid driver's license with my legally updated name, Piper Greta Grout, but I also now possess a passport that allows me to visit Canada and beyond. The boat engines grow louder, and the Alumacraft, driven by Zach, followed by a second boat driven by a neighbor, round the bend, cutting through the crystal waters of Cache Lake. The boats, small compared to those of the Grout fleet, ride low, weighed down by Derek, Kirsten, Dad, Mom, and a mountain of luggage. Even though they are divorcing, they both insist we will remain a loving family. Laurel will join us later, after a weekend family reunion with her birth dad and his extended family. She's struggled a lot this past year and grown up even more. But then again, so have I. Our situations have brought us close. I wave at our guests who are wide-eyed with curiosity. Dad waves back. He's the only one of them that's been here before. But it was the stress-filled, life-altering day we met. Zach turns the boat and cuts the engine so it glides gently to the dock. The second boat follows suit, and Finn ties off the lines. The chatter of welcome fills the air as we hand each person onto the deck. Finn followed Zach to Seattle, and they share an apartment near campus. He works at a marina for extra money. Finn says that Zach and I are his real family, and we couldn't agree more. Kirsten climbs out of the boat, curious about the unfamiliar turf. She's used to having the advantage. We've been slowly getting to know each other and have actually forged a friendship. Or perhaps sisterhood is a better word. Mom brushes off her pressed jeans. She's dressed in topsiders and a blue and white blouse that would be more fitting for an afternoon at the yacht club. Our relationship is still awkward, but we both are continuing to see a therapist, which has helped. I understand her a lot better now. She's been through a lot, and having me as a newborn ripped from her side left her with a serious case of PTSD. Because she despised my mother so much, she struggled to bond with me when I re-entered her life. With a cautious smile, she glances around. "Where's the cottage?" "Right up the path." I point the way. Then, like magic, they all spot the rustic porch with the colorful woven hammock tucked between the trees a mere 30 feet away. "Wow, it blends right into the woods," Kirsten says in surprise. Finn laughs, as that was his first reaction as well. He welcomes my dad with a handshake. Dad has been a rock for all, helping us adjust to our new family situation. When my mom's sentencing took place last month, he was by my side through it all. The judge ordered her to 17 years in federal prison, 1 year for every year she kept me from my mom and dad. That will make me 35 when she gets out. It's a lifetime from now. But I can't imagine where I'll be, what I'll be doing, or how I'll feel about everything that has happened. Dad says to live in the present, and that time heals wounds. So that's what I'm doing. Derek takes in the view of our humble little piece of paradise, so unlike what he's grown up with.
This is a seriously cool place. Drop your bags on the porch and we'll give you the grand tour,
Zach announces, pride on his face to be able to share something special with my new family. They gather their things and head up the path. Piper, Mom calls. I turn and she looks at me in an unguarded way I've not seen from her before. Suddenly she hugs me. And for the first time, her arms aren't stiff or awkward. She pulls me close. Thank you. Startled at first, I lean into the embrace. My mother is holding me. For what? I ask, savoring this moment. For coming back, for being the strong, kind girl you are. She smiles softly. I love you, Piper. My mouth goes dry. I love you too. And Mom, if you like, you can call me Greta. This has been Don't Call Me Greta, a Stolen at Birth novel. Written by Angie Stanton. Narrated by Nicci Hejnar. Copyright 2021 by Angie Stanton. Production copyright by Angie Stanton. Other audiobooks by Angie Stanton and Nicci Hejnar include If Ever, a Broadway love story, and Royally Lost, a young adult royal romance. Also, please check out Waking in Time, an epic time travel novel.
Hi, this is Angie Stanton. Thank you again for listening to Don't Call Me Greta. Before you go, please take a moment to subscribe to my channel. That way you'll be the first to know about my next release, and it'll also help me keep bringing books to you on YouTube. Thanks again.